mindful of the emissions. Here at COP28, with this inclusivity in mind, we made it different. And we need to continue working. 50 companies are not enough. We need every single operator or producer to be involved. And we need to see higher commitments moving forward. Zero methane by 2030 is a great start. And I can tell you, it takes investments and major investments from those who join the initiative. We need more, and we will work together to deliver more. Let's not be focused on fighting one source of energy. The common enemy is emissions, and we need to reduce emissions. But at the same time, some of you have a duty to ensure that energy is available. There is a huge demand from many of those who live in absolute poverty, energy poverty. They demand to have a better life. But we don't want the next generation to act like what we did. We want the next generation to be mindful, consume less. That's the easiest thing you can do. We can just take what we need. We in this region used to be nomad or Bedouin. And nomad, they only take what they need from this planet. No more, no less. And we included them, if you noticed this at this COP. The indigenous people were part of the equation. We need to hear them, and we need to hear the young people. So I'm very glad that this industry have stepped up the challenge and have delivered. And I am hopeful that many more companies will join, of which also national oil companies as well will join us. We need to be welcoming, and we need to be inclusive, and we need to make sure that this industry is delivering absolutely what they can to make the change. Together we can, and together we will make that contribution, and together we will energize planet Earth with resources with the maximum reduction of emission. And with the new technologies, we can totally remove the emissions from the fossil fuel or from oil and gas. We can totally remove it. But the question is the consumer ready for that price? That's what we need to work on. We need to reduce the price as much as we can of the capturing of the CO2, or direct air capture is being tried in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, and many other parts of the world. And I am sure that the technology will help us to achieve that goal. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your deliberation and your engagement, and thank you for your commitment.
Would you now welcome to the stage Samir El-Shahibi, Principal Lead on Energy Transition for the COP28 Presidency.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Excellency Suhail, for the inspiring words, the push for the industry to continue. My name is Samir Shahabi, Principal Lead for Energy Transition at the COP. Welcome all of you today to our important session on accelerating the elimination of methane emissions and oil and gas decarbonization. So as you know, this is the deeper dive session that triggered when Dr. Sultan Al Jaber announced the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter on the World Climate Action Summit on December 2nd. This is our initiative to bring the industry to the table, to work with its customers, to work on new technologies, to work on the investment required to drive down the emissions. Before we get started, I want to give you a couple of slides to just kind of give you an overview of where we are, what's the challenge we're trying to tackle, and then we'll go on with our program. So as many of you know, oil and gas represents 10% of global GHG emissions. So in itself, oil and gas is a heavy emitting sector. 45% of those emissions are methane related. And we know that the temperature impact of methane is 80 times higher than CO2 over the first 20 years. So the size of the prize is very big. And we know that there can be a real meaningful impact made through the initiatives that we're pushing. So let's talk about that initiative. So the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter has some very core elements to it. The first one of which is the net zero scope 1 and 2 by 2050. It's a very fundamental pillar that we want the entire industry to come under. And we believe many of the companies can do it even sooner than 2050. Second, with respect to methane, the 2030 target is imperative. And we're pushing for near zero upstream methane by 2030. The impact is great, the investment is important, and the technology is known. Related, and a lot of these emissions will be taken out if we can work on routine flaring. So we're pushing for zero routine flaring among the entire industry by 2030. Now we know a lot of the companies here and others have already kind of started this journey and are very public and very forward-leaning. But we know a lot have still not started. So we're pushing for those that haven't to start becoming more transparent and more open and to start declaring what their intentions are. So by 2025, we're asking for the entire industry to identify what their 2030 interim targets are going to be and to update the world in 2028. So this entire initiative can only work with collaboration. And so one of the core elements of our charter is that the industry works together to develop best practice, to implement best practice, and to share best practice. We know that transparency is going to be the key to rebuilding the trust of the industry. And so we are looking for a higher level of reporting and accountability so that the world knows the steps that are being taken and the impact that's coming about. And then looking ahead, the energy system of the future needs to start today. And so we know many of the companies are considering and looking into how to broaden their portfolio of businesses, of technologies. And it can start with one pilot project, it can start with a new business unit, but we see this as a core element to ensuring the future-proofing of the industry. So we welcome everybody that's here, we're inviting those that aren't, and we want them to be a part of it, and we think this will make a huge impact. As His Excellency mentioned, we had a great start. And this map shows you the breadth that we've reached. We've hit every continent, 30+ countries, over 40% of global oil production, and over 50 companies. This is not where we want to end. This is just the beginning. So we hope this COP will kickstart a new wave of engagement, of collaboration, and ultimately results. I appreciate your time. We thank you for all your support. I'd like to invite my colleague, Dr. Abdullah Malik, to come and start the first session.
Thank you, Samer. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Cutting methane emissions is essential for meeting our climate goals. And that's why we had made it a core priority for the COP28 presidency to see commitment from the oil and gas industry in eliminating methane emissions by 2030. And as Samer has mentioned, methane is 80 times more potent in trapping heat than CO2. And yet, it's responsible for 30% of the rise in global temperature since the Industrial Revolution. And despite the urgency of eliminating methane emissions, we still see methane emissions picking up. And according to the IEA, rapid cuts in methane emissions from the fossil fuels industry will allow us to avoid up to 0.1 degrees C by mid of century. And this is, to give you a sense of how impactful this is greater than taking away all cars and trucks off the road. So the good news is that tackling methane emissions can quickly make a big difference. That's why it's, again, fast mitigation of methane has been a core priority. And being a COP of action, the presidency has focused on enabling the execution from the industry in terms of abating the methane. So we created working groups, and throughout the year we had deep consultations and dialogues, including civil society, industry, NGOs, and so on around the world. And I can see many of them here has joined us today. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank them with a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your insightful support, and we look forward to continue this engagement after COP as well. So we recognize through these consultations there are two key challenges: finance and technical capacity. And over the next few years, according to the IEA, there will be over $75 billion would be required to achieve the needed reduction in methane emissions in the net zero energy scenario. And project impact is contingent on successful adoption and implementation of the right abatement technologies. So, and today, if we look at where these emissions from methane are coming from, they come from 60% come from low or mid-income countries. And that's where the financial solutions become vital. So today we are joined by a few of the leaders from the organizations that have been supporting us through the past year. And collectively, the panel that we are going to have aims to unlock a suite of financial and technical solutions to accelerate the execution at scale. Without any further ado, let me call upon the stage our esteemed panelists, starting with Fred Kropp, the President of Environmental Defense Fund. Mr. Msabbah Al-Ka'bi, Executive Director of Low Carbon Solutions and International Growth at ADNOC. Peter Abram, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer of the International Holding Company. Vicky Holub, President and CEO of Occidental. Dr. Sorry, Fred. Can you please join us here? Thank you. And Dr. Dimitrios Papathanasiou, Global Director, Energy and Extractives at Global Practice from the World Bank. Doctor, can you please join us? Thank you. And Giulia Ferrini from the IMEO at UNEP. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm going to start with you, Giulia. So you have been supporting us in the working groups, and we are all excited now about the oil and gas companies, the 52 plus companies who signed up to eliminating their methane emissions by 2030. So would you like to share with us how UNEP can support this initiative?
Thank you for the question, Abdullah, and a pleasure for being here. We very much welcome the ambition that this COP has delivered on methane so far, especially through initiatives like the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter. As someone told me the other day, we cannot afford to lose on methane. We need to run the methane sprint to win the CO2 marathon, and it is absolutely critical that companies join initiatives like the OGDC. Now, it is also critical that initiatives like this one are backed by credibility and transparency, and this is exactly what UNEP's International Methane Emissions Observatory was set to do, as it provides open, reliable, and actionable data in the hands of those that can fix emissions. Because at the end of the day, those that will fix the emissions are the asset managers in the companies that need to have the information. There is no way we will bring these emissions down if we don't know where they actually are occurring from. One of the key elements of this is UNEP's Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0 that provides a framework for companies to measure their emissions, and it gives them the opportunity to have better understanding. It puts the data that the world needs to turn this data into real climate action. And we will need to do this if we want to avoid the worst effects of climate change. Now, the OGMP is establishing itself as the global framework for measuring, reporting, and verifying the emissions, and we very much look forward to working with the OGDC, and I'm very pleased to learn that 52 companies have already joined the OGDC. We also work with national oil companies that have a critical role to play in facilitating the reduction of emissions as they host to half of the world's oil and gas reserve. Now, we very much look forward and stand ready to put data in the right hands through the OGMP, but also through our satellite program that is called MARS, the Methane Alert and Reduction System. The world is very much experiencing what we call a methane data revolution, and so we're sure that with increased reporting and transparency from the companies and satellites that have increasingly powerful capabilities, the world will have the data it needs to step up its action on methane. And UNEP stands ready to work with companies that are willing to live up to their commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, and we really appreciate your support as well as the suite of initiatives and instruments and tools that UNEP has been providing not only for companies, but for the governments as well in building capacity to set the right policy frameworks. I'm going to turn to Dr. Demetrius. We witnessed on this stage on the 2nd of December during the World Climate Action Summit, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the COP28 president, along with Secretary John Kerry, as well as Mr. Ajay Banga, celebrating the trust fund for the methane. And would you like to share with us some insights about this initiative and what it's trying to achieve?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. At the World Bank, we put climate change at the heart of development because we do believe that development and climate change action go together. When it comes to how we've been working for a long time now in developing countries and with oil and gas producing countries, national oil companies, it is more than 2 decades that we have the Global Gas Flaring Reduction Partnership operating. So we have 2 decades of experience of working around the world and improving the way oil and gas companies are operating so that they reduce routine gas flaring. And indeed, we have seen evidence that this is a partnership that yields results. In the last few years, oil production has been going up globally, but routine flaring has been substantially being reduced. So this is clearly something that can be done. And on the side of the World Bank, we were really happy and proud that we were able to act as a bridge between bringing technological capacities from advanced oil and gas companies from around the world, partnering with government in host countries that are producing oil and gas, and helping them with technology and operations so that they can do better. What we all know for sure is that everything that is saved from going out in the atmosphere is real valuable, not only because it will delay the effects of climate change, but because actually it has monetary value. I think when it comes to methane, we have a new challenge. We knew that the gas flaring monitoring has been much easier. We could do it quite reliably from space, and technology has helped us a lot to identify where the problems were, then engage with companies, improve the regulatory framework, strengthen their institutional capacity, and then get things done. Methane was always much more difficult, much harder to detect. But the good news, of course, is that, as was just mentioned, technology is improving. It is not perfect yet. There's work to be done, but it's starting. I think we can use satellite data to identify the sources in a much better way. And then, of course, we can go on the ground and do much more. What we want to help with is really developing countries want to do this. They want to do the right thing. They need the technological support, the transfer of best practices. And it is really great that, and I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates government for the leadership in this. They have put $100 million to start and really give enough resources to get the fund started. And then we have 6 major oil and gas companies that have come up with 25 million each of them. And we thank them very much. And we're working also so that additional major oil and gas companies can join us in this and make sure that we can bridge technical capabilities, best practices from the developed world, from the advanced oil and gas companies, and help developing countries who want to do the right thing, and they're either missing the technology or they need to find out quickly how they can improve operations. The last point I would like to make is that we will work with countries that subscribe and make the commitment to get to zero methane by 2030. That is a key role. We want to work with serious players who are committed, and then we will provide as much resources and capacity as we can on our side, and we will facilitate the financing for investments as we go forward. And again, thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Dr. Demetrius. And it's exciting. It was really exciting when we saw the successful implementation of this fund in one of the developing nations that helped kickstart and accelerate the methane abatement in that nation. So I'm going to turn to Vicky Holub as a contributor to this fund and giving your advocacy on methane and CO2 emissions. What would you like to share with us today about what does it mean for Occidental to be part of this?
Well, thank you. And I'd like to say that His Excellency Minister Suhail said it right. It's really about the emissions. It's not about the fuel source. It's about the emissions, and it's about collaboration within our industry and hopefully better collaboration outside our industry. We're producing over 100 million barrels a day in the world today. It's not going to happen overnight that we can eliminate our methane emissions. It's going to take a lot of effort. And the effort is only going to be accomplished and deliver the results that we need if we're more collaborative and if we can be parts of organizations that are driving to make this happen. So I'd like to just give you a few of the things that we're a part of that we believe is making a difference. First of all, we joined the environmental partnership that was established by the American Petroleum Institute in the United States. That's a group that's helping to share best practices among the larger and smaller companies in the U.S. to help all of us get better with respect to our day-to-day operations. The second thing we joined was the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which is now a group of 12 companies that are committed to making the world a better place by, first of all, methane emission reductions and also getting more CO2 captured and out of the atmosphere. Bob Dudley, who chairs the OGCI, is here today. And what we did in the OGCI was really unique to me in that we challenged each other, and we challenged each other quite frequently to get better at what we do. But one of the biggest challenges was all of us making the commitment that we will strive to achieve zero methane emissions by 2030. And to set that goal, considering the fact that we have facilities all around the world that have, some of which are 50 and 60 years old technologies that have to be replaced and rebuilt and or revised. So what that initiative did for Occidental is when we rolled it out, it was similar to rolling out our HES initiatives, where every year our commitment is to have zero fatalities and to try to approach zero injuries. And in the kind of industry that we work in, where there's high pressure, there's a lot of risk that our workers face every day, and to make the commitment that we're going to have no injuries is a significant commitment. And sometimes that doesn't happen the way we want it to happen. But to make a commitment to have zero methane emissions by 2030 is a dramatic and very impactful commitment. What had happened when we rolled it out in our organization is people started coming up with incredibly new and innovative ideas around how to do it. And had we not had the discussion in OGCI, and had we not had these 12 companies figure out that while it might seem impossible, we want to go down this path and we want to make this happen. And so within our organization, it has changed our paradigm in the way we think about whether we can do this or not. So we're moving toward making sure that we do all that we can to make that happen. Now, one is we did sign up for the World Bank's Zero Routine Flaring initiative as well. We were the first U.S. oil and gas organization to endorse that. We've also, the UN, the Methane Guiding Principles and Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, the OGMP 2.0. We were the first U.S. company to sign up for that as well. So we signed up for the Aiming for Zero Methane Emissions initiative in addition to that. And then we just signed up for the ONG, Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, and the World Bank's Global Flaring and Methane Reduction Fund. Now, so we've signed up for a lot of things. We're a part of a lot of organizations, and we're trying to contribute to those and that will hopefully make us all stronger. And then part of that is just putting peer pressure on those who are not a part of these initiatives already to help them understand what drove us to do it and what can drive them to do it as well. And so those are a lot of words, but how do those words translate into reality and to making a difference in the world? And what we've done is we've focused on three things. One, you can't eliminate methane emissions unless you know what they are and where they are and why they're happening. So leak detection and repair is critically important. We have put together an emissions technology team that focuses on taking the data that our leak detection team finds and the data that the drones and the fixed-wing aircraft find and the satellites find, taking that and getting it back to the source, and then trying to figure out how do we deal with that source. And when we're dealing with it, there are kind of two different things that we deal with. First of all, the processes that we have today, how those processes work, and how we can modify those. And then the other thing is changing out equipment and changing our facilities designs. So around the processes, we found that one way to eliminate non-routine flaring is to have a closed loop system in some of our operations where when a field goes down, instead of going to flare, it goes into a closed loop where we can actually send that gas to storage or send it to a bypass. Second is to eliminate high bleed pneumatics, and we've put forth a massive effort in our more than 28,000 wells in the United States to take the facilities that are associated with those and eliminate pneumatic valves and automation that's allowing methane to bleed out. Also in our chemical process, we're taking hydrogen that comes as a part of the process of making our chemicals and using that hydrogen to generate electricity, thereby not having the methane gas go through there and have potential leaks from that mass. So it's a reduction in the use of gas, also a reduction in the use of fugitive emissions from that gas. Then with respect to facility and equipment designs, we've now moved toward making sure that any tanks that we do have in existence today have vapor recovery and/or a way to take anything coming off, any methane coming off those tanks to a different source. We're changing our compression to electrification, and that's another thing that's going to make a challenge for our entire industry. Is a lot of our industry is trying to electrify gas-driven compressors, but the supply chain for that is becoming a challenge. So some of what we're doing will be held up a bit by supply chain, but we're trying to work around that. In addition to electrifying compression, we're electrifying our drilling rigs, and we're electrifying one of our well service rigs just recently got electrified, and we're going to expand that out too. And when we talk about putting more on the grid, electrifying things and putting them on the grid in the United States and other places around the world, that then creates another issue around how do we strengthen the grid so that it can handle this massive amount of change to electrification. And I'll just put in a plug for our net power power generation process. So a new technology which takes hydrocarbon gases and combust it with oxygen instead of air, creating an emission-free source of electricity. And that's going to be needed, and that can be used to strengthen grids around the world where you're trying to electrify to reduce gas emissions, and then to do it with electricity that's driven by an emission-free source. I know I need to finish here, so I'll just finish to say, with all of this and all that we're doing as a part of the process, we have reduced our emissions by our methane emissions by 58% since 2019, and our CO2 emissions by 18% since 2019. So it is making a difference. On a go-forward basis, though, the reality is our industry has to dramatically change our facilities design. We have to get away from having leak points as a part of our designs, and we have to have closed-loop systems throughout all that we're doing with the installations that we're putting together today.
Thank you, Vicky, and it's great to hear about the progress made at Occidental, as well as how this private sector World Bank collaboration will help at a global scale, accelerating the abatement of methane emissions. I'm going to quickly turn to Greg Chernow, the Managing Director and Portfolio Manager from PIMCO, to share with us how do you see the financial sector could play a role in the execution phase of the methane abatement?
Thank you. Thank you to the COP presidency for including me and my firm in this panel. There, I'm on. You know, we have a fairly large amount of capital that needs to get deployed. 75 billion is the estimate, 15 to 17 billion in emerging and frontier markets. We're going to need debt capital markets to help scale the commitments that have been made already and commitments to come down the road by 2030 to achieve the targeted methane emissions. The fortunate part is that much of the technology we have today can go a long way to reducing a lot of these emissions, and many of that can be had at little to no cost in some areas. And we believe that it is good to get the capital ready to start investing in these projects, to start moving in a timely way to addressing methane. Now, the other fortunate part is that investors, clients of ours and other ones in the industry, are looking for ways to decarbonize their portfolios, to build resiliency into their portfolios, but as well as to do investing that will help reduce global methane emissions as well as other carbon emissions. What we need in place is to bring together groups like this panel, various stakeholders ranging from regulators to corporates to civil society, technical engineers, bank syndicates, issuers, asset holders, and asset owners to find a way in which we can create credible, durable, scalable, fixed income solutions so that we can usher this capital forward. When we look at the frontier and emerging markets, a lot of those places have the greatest opportunity and the greatest risk that needs to be addressed, because many of those national oil companies are really important to the state for delivering social services. That's an obstacle that we need to spend time on so that we can get the capital there and to address the emissions, because in many of those markets, the methane intensity is very high relative to global standards. Now, we think that there's a lot of opportunity there, particularly given the fact that trapping that methane and converting it to energy, useful energy, could also address some of the previously discussed issues with not having affordable clean energy for a developing world. So we view this not as an either or, but a yes and more. Or yes, we need to think about what it means to transition a lot of the corporates for the future. But more important today, or equally important today, is that we have to tackle in a timely way global methane emissions. And we think capital markets are going to be an incredibly important component of scaling that needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I'm going to quickly turn on, because I see that our time is running out, to Peter. Peter, would you like to share with us what is IHC working on to support the execution of abatement projects and methane?
Thank you, Abdullah. And I'm really grateful to be having this, sharing this experience with everybody. It's amazing and wonderful what COP28 has done for Abu Dhabi, and to have witnessed it over many years, having lived here. The change in climate action and what has happened over the last few years as we've built to COP28 has been tremendous. It's important that I also provide some background on IHC's recent major climate announcement that will serve as a solution to accelerate methane abatement as one of its objectives. Last week, Sirius International Holding, a subsidiary of Abu Dhabi-based conglomerate and ADX-listed IHC, International Holding Company, made a climate announcement that was of significance. We launched the creation of a pioneering climate company focused on offering end-to-end industrial-scale solutions. Smart Sustainable Solutions, to be known as S3, will focus on 4 critical segments of the new climate economy: methane, carbon, circular economy, and water. S3 aims to address developing nations and foster global cooperation. The company has already begun to implement impactful projects. S3 will deploy capital and management resources on an unprecedented scale, becoming one of the largest companies dedicated to combating climate change. To give you an idea, in our current overall S3 portfolio, including our pipeline, we're negotiating up to $5 billion worth of investments in various projects, including a strategic collaboration agreements both with ADNOC and with SOCAR across all our verticals. We're keen to deploy our capabilities and backing and look forward to working with governments, with national oil companies and with service companies. We're not a fund, we are an operating company, and importantly, we're looking to finance, build, operate and transfer projects, and also to look at PPP models as well. We'll be creating consortiums that deliver end-to-end solutions. We are prepared and ready to lead party, to be matchmakers amongst these stakeholders, and ensuring that stakeholders have a say and that we can work very strongly with them, particularly in those growing countries. These initiatives and our models assume significant spending, and we are not limiting ourselves at all. These business verticals will play a vital role in advancing corporate agendas, focusing on achieving net zero emissions, fulfilling methane pledges, and implementing strategies for net water impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think we heard you mentioning ADNOC, and we are aware of ADNOC's methane management programs, but Musabbah, if you'd like to share with us what's ADNOC doing at a global scale to help abating methane emissions.
Thank you, Abdullah, and truly pleasure to be here among these esteemed panelists. At ADNOC, our strategy is very clear, is to decarbonize the energy system of today while investing in the energies of tomorrow. On our achievements, we're very proud to achieve one of the best performance among our peers, one of the lowest carbon-intensive producers, and we fully subscribe to the targets set by COP28 when it comes to the zero methane by 2030. We even raise our ambition to become a net zero by 2045. So when it comes to the international, having all this excellent, I would say, performance, we ask ourselves, can we also help and expand best practices, technologies elsewhere in the world? And I'm not going to also highlight what Vicky's mentioned on the operational side. It is well known. So the technology is available, and the methods that minimize methane are widely known to the industry. So we're glad to partner with Cyrus and try to help other businesses, other jurisdictions in minimizing the methane. We're also going to announce today a partnership with, in the detection side with Yasat, a satellite company here in the UAE, GHG, a leading satellite company from Canada, to deploy and advance monitoring techniques. We're also partnering with some technology providers like Siemens Energy and Standard Digital with a very simple theme to turn methane from a liability to an opportunity. That consortium captured the methane power generation to feed data centers. So great concept. Last but not least, I would like to highlight that we launched the Decarbonization Challenge. Yesterday, we announced the winner, but one of the companies that made it to the top 10, by the way, 650 companies, startup companies, applied, and one of the top 10 companies were focusing primarily on methane mitigations. So a lot of commitment to the technology side, and we're more than happy to work with like-minded partners, governments, to address the methane issue and accelerate these targets by 2030.
Thank you, Musabbeh. I'm quickly going to turn to you, Fred. EDF has been always focusing on advocating the importance of abating methane emissions at a global scale. So listening to the suite of new technological and financial solutions that will be available, how do you feel about it?
Well, I think the good news is, as Greg said, that we have the technologies. They're already in commercial use. This is not one of those climate problems where we need to invent something new. We need to deploy it and get more companies using it. And the good news is that OGDC has brought a lot of new companies to the table. The majority don't have a lot of experience, though, and so they're going to need help in how do you go out and fix the emissions, how do you monitor, how do you find what needs to be fixed, and then how do you report. But that's good news. That's an opportunity to have these practices spread, and I think that's why OGDC has the potential to be so meaningful. But it does mean we're going to need the financial help. The companies will need the financial help in order to finance the improvements, and it does mean that they're going to need also technical assistance. And it's appropriate that that technical assistance comes from existing companies that already have the know-how, industry helping industry. And so I'm very pleased to announce that EDF has joined with the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers, IOGP, and the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, OGCI, and the Methane Guiding Principles to develop a technical support network that will do this industry-to-industry help to develop, build off existing programs to deploy this expertise. And over the next few months, we'll be working out the details on governance, on servicing, on resourcing this effort. But our goal is to have all the details worked out and fully announced by the beginning of the second quarter. There's a third and last piece, too, and that's accountability, so that the world can have confidence that this is going forward. And on accountability, I was pleased to be able to announce just a few days ago with our partners at the International Energy Agency, the IEA, and the International Methane Emissions Observatory, IMEO, that there's going to be a partnership that brings the science, the analytics, and the engagement to make sure that this gets done in a way that we're all accountable for. And part of that will be using Methane Sat. This is a satellite that the Environmental Defense Fund will launch in the beginning of the new year that will be able to look at all major oil and gas facilities around the world, onshore at least, multiple times per week. IEA is going to bring its tremendous analytical capability to the table. IMEO, the phenomenal data that they're collecting from all the satellites and all the sources, and EDF will be using all that data and analytics to engage with investors, policymakers, industry, and civil society. So this is work that urgently needs to be done. And Dr. Abdullah, the way I feel about it is we are off to a great start. This is something the oil and gas industry can do that the world needs to have done. And I'm so pleased to be a partner with all of you to make it happen.
Thank you so much, Fred. Thanks so much to our esteemed panelists. And moving on to the next panel, I would like to thank you so much once again. And with 7 years to go to 2030, it's critical that we launch all of these initiatives, and it's an open invitation for additional initiatives from the globe to be able to accelerate methane abatement. With that, I would like to invite Bjorn Otto, the chairman of the executive committee at OGCI, for an announcement.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity. The Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter has scale, it has reach, and it is action-oriented. It is a unique opportunity to be impactful on climate action and also to accelerate the energy transition. That is why we in the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, under the leadership of Bob Dudley and supported by the OGCI member companies, have been so eager to see this happen. Today is a milestone and a beginning. In support of the bold signatories, the leadership and stamina of the COP presidency, and also the collaborative spirit of the Charter, OGCI has accepted the invitation to start leading, take the initial lead in the follow-up of this Charter, an important initiative, to get the wheels going. The Charter is set. The implementation you as companies will be responsible for, but you will not be alone. We will strive to establish a lean, an inclusive and collaborative way of work. We will strive to be a platform and a connector, sharing experiences and examples across the industry to make the decarbonization journey easier, to speed up actions. And we also need to get ready to share and track progress and be ready to share that at upcoming COPs. We will do this working with the signatories, working with the industry at large, and society as well. All of us have a job to do. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bjorn Otto. I'm going to quickly turn the stage back to our principal lead, Samer El-Shihabi. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Bjorn Otto and OGCI, for the announcement. It's an important message to the world that this is going to continue past the COP and accelerate. So let's get going to try to do our next session. And I would welcome to the stage first Mr. Ricardo Barragan, CEO of Ecopetrol Colombia, Professor Miles Allen from Oxford University, Ms. Orishimaya Ayasan from NNPC Nigeria, Mr. Patrick Puyane from Total Energies, and Mr. Arun Kumar Singh from ONGC India. Our colleague, Mr. Farhat bin Gadara from NOC Libya, hopefully will join us shortly. Thank you, everybody, again for being here. We appreciate your boldness to be a part of this initiative. I would like to start with Mr. Singh from India. As we all know, India's energy demand is exploding. ONGC is a big part of supporting that. How is ONGC going about taking on this role, but also working through the charter and the decarbonization efforts that we're pushing for?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In fact, you may be aware that ONGC is National Oil Company of India, and India's energy hunger is very, very high for next 20 years. It's already most populous country of the world, 4 trillion economy, 7 trillion by 2030, 7.5. And population will continue to grow, and per capita energy consumption is 1/3 of global average. So naturally, our hunger for energy will continue. But at the same time, we are equally responsible. And therefore, we were first when the charter came. We were one of the first to commit that we will do this. So primarily, coming back to, you may be aware of numbers, but still, we are committed as a country to do 500 gigawatt of renewable by 2030, 50% at least of total energy coming from renewable. Energy density means per capita of GDP going down by 45% by 2030. These are all the national commitment, not ONGC's. Now in this subset is ONGC, so I'm going to talk about ONGC because ONGC's performance has to be in relation with what government aspiration or nation's aspiration is. First and foremost, we have been working very consistently on reducing the, first of all, methane emission, and that is, you can say, in our case, because the geography and the population being so favorable that we hardly have any scope to either, we have very small number to capture in ONGC system to reduce methane release. Of course, it is there, but now the cost was prohibitive in the last mile. And that part, if the collaboration kicks in, technology kicks in, we'll be too happy to adopt. And we are working on it, so we offer all of you, those who are in this space, to collaborate with us. We want to genuinely, we mean that we want to help the planet by making zero methane emission, methane at least, from our operation. Flaring, we have reduced almost 80%. Earlier, we used to flare around 14, 15 MMSCM. Now, we are hardly flaring less than now it is around 2%. So almost 12% of total flare, means whatever releasing we were doing. Now it is back to 2%. But still 2% needs to go down. Because fortunately in our country, there is a demand everywhere. We are so populous that there is hardly any place where humans are not there. So we can always mobilize this gas to people. So in a very small cost, we don't have population density issue. So consumption is in any case there. Then third thing comes from ONGC is our own consumption of gas. Because whatever methane we produce, we consume a lot for our production. They basically either, so basically meaning their power generation and pumping and all that, compression and all that. In fact, that need, in fact, we have aimed at that by 2028, we will have a substantive reduction in that by moving it to green electricity and release that gas for market. Because that gas, what we are consuming ourselves. Today, our total production gas, 20% of the gas we consume ourselves for internal purposes. A substantive portion of this we want to, we take it to green electricity, because as you are aware, some of you may be aware, most of the production is very close to our shore. So naturally we move green electricity there and run electrification of all the drives. So these three are one part. Then second part ONGC is doing is in the process of setting up 10 gigawatt solar and wind put together. So that is our contribution to nation's objective is, of course, 500 gigawatt. In that, we want to have very small share of 10 gigawatt, so that we add. Then we have a pump storage project. You may be aware we have lots of rivers, and we can, construct a dam and use it as a storage, energy storage in night. So those projects we are doing. Then 1 million ton ammonia plant we are in the process of putting on the west coast. So these are the host of measures, and plus 25 at least CBG plant, what we call compressed biogas plant, because we have a lot of agri-waste. From agri-waste, whatever we can produce as CBG, so that will go also in the economy, and whatever we can do for circular economy. This in nutshell is ONGC. Technology-wise, we ask all the world for the help, because we truly want to do something good for the planet. Finance-wise, as you are aware, oil companies are not that, because they have 3-4 years have been good. So naturally, if there is any finance need, that will come after some time, not now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pouyanné, thank you for Total's leading support in the charter and bringing on the partners. How do you see this as a new start for the industry?
First of all, I would like to say thank you, and thank you to the presidency for this very pragmatic COP. I think you are touching the fundamental poles: tripling renewables, doubling efficiency, abating methane emissions, and engaging the oil and gas industry. As you said, it's very important, this charter, because I think, and what we've happened during all this year, to put together more than 50 companies, international companies and national companies, all our partners, because it's a real step forward, I think, together to work on Scope 1 and 2. As you said, our industry represents, in fact, the own emissions, 10% of the world emissions. We know that we'll need to, the transition, oil and gas will remain for quite a long time, and so we need absolutely to produce oil and gas in a different way by slashing down emissions, and we can do it. We have the technology. It's a question, again, of focusing on it. And I think putting all this group together is, for me, a real step forward. Some people outside will say it's not enough. I think it's really worth, because it will help us everywhere to develop, deploy our technologies, to propose projects. Scope 1 and 2 is at the core of our action. You know what it is about? I think Vicky explained it very well. It's about saving energy, consuming less. And we can do a lot by just saving energy, in particular in our refineries, in our petrochemical plants. We know it's a cost, and our people have plenty of ideas, which are not very high cost, plenty of low-hanging fruits. Then it's a matter of electrification. That is what very explained, electrifying our processes. There are plenty of technologies available. It's done here in Abu Dhabi, electrification via offshore, in Norway, and another place. Of course, it has a cost, but it's part of a license to operate, I would say, for the future, and this is a duty for all of us. Stop methane, yes. I would like just to share with you that methane is really something that we have here, and I think this platform, offering the target to, I would say, aim for zero methane by 2030, is really the right point. We can do it. It's like in my company, I use it as aiming for zero fatalities, aiming for zero methane. You know, it's things which are there. It's a question of stop flaring, stop routine flaring. It's part, again, gas flared is a loss. We can monetize it. Stop venting. Even on all installation, North Sea, we are implementing that, and it's not very costly, in fact. And then it's a matter of fugitive emissions. And that it's also, and so measuring these emissions is key. We know our industry is relying about some factors of emissions. I think TotalEnergies, we have developed a technology with a drone that we have deployed in 2023 worldwide on all our assets to measure really what are the methane emissions. And we have some few surprises, some positive, some negative, but it helps us to intervene. The idea in our teams is to say, okay, we measure and we must behave when we have a leakage of methane emissions as we behave if we have a leakage of oil, you know, immediately acting. And when you know, you act. So I would encourage to share this technology. By the way, today we announced with some of our partners in the room, Sonangol in Angola, Petrobras in Brazil, and Soka in Azerbaijan, but we have decided to put our technology of measurement at their disposal for measuring all, not only our own assets, but all the assets of their country. So I'm happy to share that. I think it's part of the spirit of the OGDC, as it was explained, to bring the technologies that we have and to share it with all national oil companies. This is an example. So if more national companies want to have access, it's open and it's for free, to be clear. It's just that I think we need to engage and deploy the measurement. It's important. So that's a whole program. I think also, in our case, we have decided, as you know, to act by investing. For example, in Iraq, where there is a lot of flare, there is a lack of electricity, so investing in order to stop flaring there and to transform this flared gas in a resource for electricity is also things that oil and gas companies can act. So I welcome, and I can assure you that we are friends of VGCI, and TotalEnergies will continue to be committed with all our national companies partners in order to put into action this charter, and I think it's really a step forward.
Thank you, sir, and you heard it here, it's free. Ms. Ayasan, NNPC has really kickstarted their decarbonization plan, and I know that a lot of work has been done on the methane side. Do you see this charter as an impediment or an opportunity?
Yeah, thank you very much, Samuel. I think it's a major opportunity, not just for NNPC Limited, but I think for the entire sub-region. The Global South, as we all know, contributes 3% to emissions. But that does not exclude us from the consequences of emissions. I think the decarbonization drive and the charter is not just an ethical imperative, but also a strategic imperative for even the national oil company like Nigeria. For us, we've declared this year, this decade, as a decade of gas, and the sole reason not just to produce more gas for export, but gas to energize even the local economy. And not just the local economy, but the entire sub-region as well. So we believe that the charter, working towards zero flare, working towards methane emission reduction by 2030, working towards scope 1 and 2 CO2 by 2050, we're totally aligned to that, and we see that as being very, very achievable. Indeed, we are all working collaboratively, and that makes a big difference. And I'd like to take Patrick on his offer, because I think as partners, we must work together. Like Dr. Abdul, in his introductory speech said, the two major challenges, finance and technology. If we don't solve those problems, then it will be difficult for us to move forward. So for the Global South, I think we need to work closer with our partners who have the technology, and we need to key into some of the financial offers that we have already on the table on how we can deploy this, to totally eliminating the methane that we produce from our operations. And to talk to to other alternative sources of energy, we are totally committed to even expanding our reach for other sources of renewables, for example. I know the hydrogen question it's for us, it's quite a complex one for now. So the focus first is on how we will clean the operations, our gas operations, and then go into renewables like solar, and other affordable sources, alternative sources of energy as well. So for NNPC, as the major energy company in Africa, we believe this charter is a very, very important one. It's a golden opportunity for us. And I believe I'm speaking not just for NNPC, but for the sub-region as a whole. And we believe that we will continue to work with the group to ensure that we achieve the objectives for which we have set out.
Thank you. And NNPC has been an amazing supporter and bringing as an ambassador for Africa and the APO, specifically the African Petroleum Producers Organization. So thank you for all your support. I'll turn to Professor Allen for your kind of independent consideration and thoughts about the charter and how you see this as a start and what you think needs to happen going forward.
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting me. You're quite right, Samir. It is a start. It's a very welcome start. Ever since we discovered the cumulative impact of carbon dioxide emissions on global climate back in 2009, it's been clear that all industries need to stop dumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere if we are to meet our climate goals. And so in that, the commitment by the oil and gas industry to end your own emissions by mid-century is, of course, very welcome. It's very necessary. But of course, I have to say it's not enough. As Minister Suhail said, we also need to decarbonize the full fossil fuel value chain. And this means that we need to, and there are basically two ways to do this. We can either stop using fossil fuels altogether, or we can ensure that any continued fossil fuel use by mid-century is fully abated, which means 1 ton of carbon dioxide has to be captured and returned to geological storage for every ton still generated by any continued use of fossil fuels. Now, there are probably people, maybe here, maybe outside this room, who think the only solution is complete fossil fuel phase-out. And back in 2009, when we first discovered this cumulative impact of carbon dioxide on global climate, remember then the goal was 2 degrees. And back then, it might have been possible to meet our climate goals by phasing out fossil fuel use altogether. But it's no longer possible for 2 reasons. It's too late now for 2 reasons. First, we didn't start reductions in 2009. The latest emissions are higher than ever. And second, we have a more ambitious goal. So we are aiming now for well below 2 degrees and pursuing efforts to 1.5 degrees. So it's clear that we have to, and this is where the oil and gas industry has a vital role to play, because we have to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming before the world stops using fossil fuels. And if you must take this message away with you, because we need your help to do this. You know the subsurface, you know the geology of this planet better than anyone. And geology is no respecter of ancient empires. We need to store carbon dioxide where it's possible geologically to do so. And therefore, the oil and gas industry has a vital role to play in scaling up what will become one of the greatest industries of this century, carbon dioxide disposal. If you succeed in stopping fossil fuels from causing global warming before the world stops using fossil fuels, then we all succeed. And frankly, if you fail, we all fail. I'm sorry to be blunt, but this is the situation we're in. But if I'm being blunt, I can also say you have great responsibility, but you also have great power. By the simple measure of what people are willing to pay for the products you sell, you are the greatest industry the world has ever known. We need you now to step forward and stop the products you sell from causing global warming. I am confident you can do it. If you can do it by mid-century, our grandchildren will thank you for ensuring their prosperity, just as we have to thank you for ensuring our prosperity today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and we appreciate the passion in which you're pushing the industry. If I may turn to Mr. Roa for your perspective from Colombia and the efforts that Ecopetrol is taking within their operations, because you have a lot of operations yourselves, not just in addition to your joint operations, on how you want to implement the charter and any support you think you will need to do so.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you, everybody. I'm greatly honored to be part of this conference in order to accelerate climate action and to analyze the progress and initiatives within the energy sector consider the world's climate distortion. It's very important that you know that in public companies like Ecopetrol Enterprise it's very important the Ecopetrol has the effort to gather the Industry Climate Change Forum to establish the direction for the decarbonization and oil and gas industry in the most cost-efficient, effective, and strategic manner. We have clear that Ecopetrol, like national company, has an additional effort to be a support of the economy of our country. In this case, the national enterprise as Ecopetrol face the additional challenge of securing resources for emerging economies like Colombia. In recent years, Ecopetrol has constituted between 12 and 20% of the national budget. Since 2020, we have reduced 1.5 million tons of CO2 in true energy efficiency, methane reductions, and fluorine reductions. We have over-delivered in our reduction goal each year since 2020. We have measured 95% of all of our direct methane emissions through satellite technology and overflights. We have closed 1,700 leaks since declaring our goal in 2020. We are also support of 0.6 million parts. We achieved gold standard OGMP standard this year. We are committed to continuous reduction emissions and showing an example for other national oil companies. However, like you said, teacher, however, we need your support to accelerate all our goals and our plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would like to thank the panelists for your remarks. This is clearly the start, and we hope that we will continue to build on this momentum. Thank you again. Please a round of applause for our panelists, and welcome you two back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So to wrap up our session, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Jean-Paul Prats, President of Petrobras, to the stage for our closing keynote.
Assalamu alaikum, His Excellency Minister Mohammad Masroei, Minister of Energy of UAE, Dr. Abdullah, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Arun, all my friends, greetings to all. I come to this venue representing Petrobras, which is a global South Brazilian company that since the Paris Agreement in 2015 has already reduced its absolute operational emissions by 40% and methane by 62%. I come to this session just as we reached gold standard on the oil and gas methane partnership, OGMP. Julia was here. Thus, thank you. I would like to outline some of the challenges and opportunities we see ahead, both of which faced head on throughout this COP28 by the state parties and civil society alike, and hope to see discussed until we meet in Brazil at Belém during COP30. We view OGDA as an avenue for credible and stable progress without turnarounds and respectful of the complex social economic disparities of the world. According to IEA, on their reports on the oil and gas industry net zero transitions, less than 50% of our current oil and gas production comes from companies that have targets to lower their operational emissions. The first order task of the oil or for the oil industry is to lower substantially these emissions. The report also states that, quotes, far broader coalition with much more ambitious targets is needed. Indeed, we need more companies, domestic and international, private or national oil companies, majors or independents. All of us have a duty to perform to achieve those goals, to reach the milestones required to tackle the climate emergency, conscious of the reality that the security of energy is both essential for life and burdening to the planet, as also is the understanding and orientation of President Lula to all of us in the government. The journey of energy transition will be a story of integration of different energy sources and the gradual substitution towards decarbonization. We have an obligation to gather under this banner, to improve step by step without magic solutions, based on the necessities of real world and real people. In this sense, I congratulate the COP28 leadership in the person of His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, my colleague, CEO of ADNOC, our sister company, for launching the basis of this broader coalition, a challenge with high materiality, 5 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, nearly 10% of the world's emissions, much of it tackling methane immediately, before 2030. A coalition that begins here but needs to persist and evolve in the next years. There's still a lot to make, not only regarding operational emissions, but the deployment of clean energy solutions as well. When we add Scope 3 to our target, we deal with 18 gigatons CO2 equivalent, 1/3 of the global emissions, which come to around 57. We are developing our solution as we go. For our part, our strategic plan for the next years considers a capital spending of $11.5 billion during 24-28 in low-carbon solutions. It means 11% on average and 16% at 2028 of the total investment, in line with the benchmark between 15-25% of the oil and gas largest proportions. We know we were late, we're catching up now. We are still learning, and we are glad to share with other colleagues our commitment and best practices, how to equate our social and environmental responsibilities. Behind this compact, we gather 50 companies to start, each of them with their stories and challenges to share. Together, we can develop a credible roadmap for a journey for energy transition that is both comprehensive and fair. My friends, allow me to be a little informal here now to say that we are big guys and we can do big things. We can deliver results, and we will have to report them very soon. We have big revenues. We have big investment capacity. We have big global presence, big competence in management, in complex operations. big research, development, technology, and innovation, big mitigation, compensation, decarbonization capacity. We can do a lot faster, and we can bring many with us. We mentioned supplier chain. We need to transform and adopt and embrace our suppliers. And we need to embrace people, and we need to be concerned with people, because energy transition will only be valid if it's a fair energy transition. With this support, we will be proud, certainly proud, to report results in COP 2030 in Belém, with much progress and ambition in a much cleaner outlook for a far more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Before we wrap up, I wanted to do one thing, and to take a look at this map for a second. You can see where the concentrations are. You can see where the gaps are. You can see the difference between the IOC blue and the NOC orange. And you see we still have a lot to do. And so our call for all the members of the Oil and Gas Charter is to let's make this map filled up. Let's fill it up. Let's make sure that the entire industry gets to where we need it to get to. Because you can see the opportunity is great, and we can see where the gaps are. And we know there's a lot to be done. And as Jean-Paul mentioned, this is the industry that can do it. So thank you again for all your support. Thank you for starting this with us, and we look forward to continuing the journey in the years ahead. And please enjoy the rest of Energy Day. We've got a lot of programs today for you. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة التالية في مسرح الواحة على وشك البدء. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take your seats in the Al-Waha Theatre. The next session is starting shortly. Please ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكراً.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al-Waha Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Wafa Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Wafa Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Schools in Kenya emit almost 2 million tons of new net carbon dioxide every year as a result of cooking with firewood. However, modern energy-efficient appliances powered by renewable electricity offer institutions a climate-smart cooking solution. Africa is modernizing. Successful national electrification programs for public institutions offer a new opportunity to tackle the clean cooking challenge. Many schools in both rural and urban areas of East Africa are now connected to electricity. In Kenya, this is over 80% renewable. Larger energy-efficient appliances are now available. For many typical Kenyan school meals, the cost of electricity is similar to firewood and LPG. And for dishes like beans, it can be up to 50% cheaper. The future of cooking is electric. The revolution started in households, but the time is now for institutions. Let's power forward together.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special event here at COP28 in Dubai. And welcome to all watching as we broadcast live from the United Arab Emirates. My name's Amandeep, and I'm delighted to be your host. As the former environmental journalist now based here, well, it's a great pleasure to be involved in this particular day dedicated to energy, industry, and just transition. And this special session, we're looking at electrifying cooking, a just journey towards net zero. But there can be no net zero without sustainable energy for all. So we'll be focusing on the opportunity to merge the electrification agenda with a clean cooking agenda, with an incredible lineup of illustrious speakers who are gathered from all across the world. But without further ado, I'm just going to say that this session, we're going to have a very official launch launch of the Global Electric Cooking Coalition, gecko as we like to call it. And this is a very exciting initiative that will focus on supercharging that transition to electric cooking and ensuring that it is a just transition, which is inclusive of the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized. Now, to officially launch this event, it is my great pleasure to welcome on stage His Excellency Adnan Amin, who is the COP28 CEO, and as the former Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, well, he brings a wealth of expertise and insight. So without further ado, allow me to introduce His Excellency. Please give him a very warm welcome. Thank you. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, I really do have enormous pleasure in participating today and having this opportunity to welcome you to this important event. One of the major priorities for COP28 has been in the broad area of energy, and within that, to increase access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all by 2030. This represents an important strategy in our efforts to reach our global net zero goal. Evidence shows us that one of the most reliable paths to reach the goal is based on electrification, powered increasingly by renewable energy. I see Fatih Birol in the audience with us, and clearly this is something that has become increasingly shared around the world. However, despite the progress that has been made on electricity access over the last decade, improved access to modern cooking remains overlooked. An estimated 2.3 billion people across Africa and Asia continue to use biomass when cooking. This has negative consequences for health, gender, climate, and environment. The lack of progress on clean cooking is estimated by the World Bank to cost more than $2.4 trillion each year in increased health, climate, and other additional costs in lost productivity for women in particular. In this context, I want to recognize the outstanding role that women have played in this movement, and in particular, 3 women who are with us here today. They have been among the greatest advocates for clean cooking solutions, and I have followed them over the years. And I want to especially mention Damilola, the head of Sustainable Energy for All, Gauri Singh from IRENA, my former colleague, and Dimfna, who is also here with us. Thank you. Thank you, all 3 of you, for the tremendous efforts that you have made in taking this issue forward. A gigaton of CO2 emissions annually comes from burning non-renewable biomass fuels for cooking. About 2% of the global total, and equivalent to the amount produced by the aviation sector. At the current rate of progress, it's estimated that 1.9 billion people will continue to rely on polluting cooking fuels in 2030 at great cost for people and the planet. But we can take action, and we're doing that today here. The COP28 Presidential Action Agenda emphasizes making progress on energy access, giving countries opportunities to leap into the energy transition pathway by providing access to clean, affordable, and reliable electric cooking. This will allow and unlock many beneficial spillover effects, including saving lives, improving livelihoods, empowering women, and protecting the environment, while accelerating economic growth. That's why today I'm pleased to see the launch of the Global Electric Cooking Coalition, gecko, to accelerate the electrification of cooking in developing countries. The coalition will present action plans and mobilize finance, with government pledging to elevate access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy in developing countries. Our announcement of support for this top priority action agenda item already includes the UAE's $4.5 billion finance initiative to unlock Africa's clean energy potential, within which we will support this initiative. Gecko will consist of development partners, philanthropists, international organizations, and the private sector. And this is in line with increasing renewable energy generation, strengthening transmission and distribution, as the coalition of partners seeks to both significantly increase demand for electricity and decarbonize the electricity grid. I very much hope that the COP28 will be the moment that anchors clean cooking on the climate action agenda and sparks the revolution in electric cooking. I look forward to hearing your perspectives and contribution to this important debate. And once again, welcome, and I hope that COP28 provides you with the platform to achieve all your ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your powerful opening words. I think they really set the scene for us, and we especially are very welcoming of the UAE support that you expressed there, and the emphasis on women in developing world, which are really going to be addressed. In this particular session, we've got an illustrious lineup of speakers, and I'm very excited to be inviting on stage the gentleman who I'm going to hand over to expertly moderate the next few sessions for us. Dr. Kande Yumkela, please join me on stage, the chairman of the Special Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Systems of Sierra Leone, and as we like to call him, the Global Ambassador for Clean Cooking. Please give him a warm welcome. Dr. Kande, such a pleasure to be on stage with you. And just before I hand over, because you know I don't really want, I'm reluctantly giving the stage to you, but I'm just going to say, ask a quick question. Now, you, of course, were at the first Africa Climate Summit, and we had some amazing speakers, the president of Sierra Leone, the president of Kenya, expressed great initiative. Tell me, what did that mean for you, hearing those words, and what action has been taken? That was in September this year.
Well, I'm happy to be here. Our presidents, President Ruto, President Julius Maada Bio, both of them announced already that they were going to set up special delivery units within their presidencies for clean cooking solutions.
Fantastic.
The importance of that is it means we're making it a priority under our general electrification and energy access plans. And that is important because one of the reasons why the numbers are so fearful, as Adnan said, 2-point-something billion without access to clean cooking, is that we've treated the issue as an orphan. We talk about everything else and we say, oh, by the way, there's that problem too. And in the more chauvinistic context, people say it's a woman's problem. It is actually an economic development problem and a major, major health crisis, and of course, environmental.
I appreciate you diving deep into this for us, and I'm going to allow you to invite your wonderful panelists on stage. Over to you, Dr. Kande. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. We want to thank the COP28 presidency for elevating this even more. For those of us who have been advocating for this for 15 years or more, this is the level we wanted. High-level recognition that lack of access to clean cooking solutions is as important as anything else. Adnan gave you the numbers, over 2.8 billion. But if you define it as modern energy cooking services, it's over 3 billion people that do not have access to reliable, affordable, clean cooking solutions. And of course, he gave you the numbers. It's a major problem for us in Africa. It is existential. Almost 1 billion of our people without access to clean cooking solutions. And of course, the trees are disappearing 24/7. But there are people who know this better. But I want to recognize one more woman in this room. There's a saying that you thank the person that gives you water to drink, but you thank the person who dug the well from which the water was sought, right? There's somebody else 15, 16 years ago when we started this advocacy that even elevated it more. Sheila Aparocha, Energia. Please stand, Sheila.
Elaine, try and keep speaking for a little bit more.
There are many others. But what is important is we started drip by drip, and today we are at this level because there were other fellow travelers, others who joined in with more energy, more passion, more vision. They're asking me to buy time, so I'll buy more time. All right, now we have some technical challenges. But anyway, for the technicians, they're still asking me to switch back to panel 1. Is it possible technically? It is. All right, because we were delaying to get the ministers on stage, and my brother is here already. So we'll go straight to panel 1. We'll switch the technology now to panel 1, and we have folks who will give you the context, why this is so crucial at this moment if we're really pushing for net zero. I call on stage Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Fatih, please come up. Thank you for the analytics. If you want to go into history, 13 years ago, I remember his first report on energy poverty in Africa for Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Thank you, sir. You highlighted this issue. Damilola Ogunbiyi, you've already been introduced. The powerhouse, sustainable energy for all, special representative to the Secretary General. You're working with your second Secretary General now. We know this issue will never die. You'll keep it alive. And of course, Guri Singh. Guri and others have given us the practical implications in Asia. Guri is Deputy Director General, IRENA. And we are calling on stage Honorable Shakti Bahadur Basnet. Okay. The minister will be late, but we'll call the minister on stage when they come. Please have a seat. Let's have a conversation. Fatih, you've looked at this issue as chief economist of the IEA. Then, by the grace of the Almighty, you were elevated to chief executive. You promised us you will not let it die. You'll give us the best analytics.
Yes.
What's the situation now?
I am following your footsteps. So this is, we have started this together. I think it wouldn't be wrong to say that there are two trends at the same time. On one hand, the awareness of the problem is being more and more recognized, but at the same time, we don't see, unfortunately, major change in the situation. This is in many developing countries, but for me, the issue is Africa. In Asia, it's a problem. In Latin America, it's a problem. But the main issue for me is in Africa, because Kande, you know, I am a man with making hands dirty with data. I look at many numbers, but there are not many numbers which makes me so sad when I look at them. Couple of numbers, very simple. According to our analysis, we just made a report, a clean cooking report, and you will see there's a lot of follow-up of that. But one number is 4 out of 5 families in Africa use primitive cook stoves, using wood, agricultural waste, animal waste for preparing the meal. This is the one number. The second number, a woman spends up to 4 hours per day to collect the wood and bring it back for cooking, robbing her time. Third, our work together with WHO says every year, look at this number, every year, 500,000 women die prematurely because of the respiratory diseases caused by primitive cooking. 500,000 means 500,000. It's incredible. And nobody, if I was, especially in Europe, everywhere, but in Europe, Europe is a neighbor of Africa. In my culture, in many of our cultures, if neighbor is in trouble, they help each other. I cannot believe that this is happening in front of our eyes. It is when we talk about the gender issues in many countries, we say it is in the boardrooms, it is 48%, 52%. This is important, and we should do it. But this is the biggest gender issue. I mean, if I was a woman, the feminine, they should demonstrate this is a real issue. 500,000 women die because of the because of the respiratory diseases as a result of premature death. And plus, as the Uganda minister told me yesterday when we were talking, many women in Africa carry their children on their back, and many children have lung diseases because of that. And yet, the most heartbreaking number, to solve this problem, we have calculated country by country, application by application, it requires $4 billion of money each year. $4 billion is nothing. This amount of money we pay in Europe in the coffee houses for coffee drinking in Europe, in 1 week coffee drinking in Europe. Okay? So this is, in my view, a biggest injustice, but the good thing is we can solve it. We can solve it easily because money is not a huge amount, and you don't need to discover huge new technologies. So what are we going to do? I can tell you, Kande, we cannot, as IEA, just sit back and wait and watch the situation, as we have done in terms of the net zero transformation and in terms of electricity access. We are, next spring, organizing an international conference in Paris for Africa. I have already the commitment of several heads of states and the philanthropists and the energy industry. We are going to work for the Clean Cooking Alliance, and I hope with SE for All, with Iran, with the other countries, and of course, Kande, you are our boss forever in this context, bringing everybody together and to have some concrete steps and the roadmap how we are going to finance this issue. We are very committed. We are going to do it, and if we are not able to do it, it is a really shame on all of us. $4 billion, and we are not able to put it together, but I'm sure we will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatih. Thank you for your leadership. We look forward to that conference. Another context, in 2012, Michelle Bachelet, former president of Chile, was head of UN Women. Margaret Chan, head of WHO, and myself, we penned an article, The Silent Tsunami. We were talking about this. And yet, Fatih, as you say, it is still treated as an orphan. We hope your conference and your global leadership
I
will
forgot
help
one
us.
thing, just sorry to mention this. Also, with African Development Bank, we are going to work. And in fact, today, Mr. Adesi and myself just published a joint op-ed on the clean cooking and what are the ways how to finance it, just to mention since I saw Kevin here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Honorable Shakti Bahadur Basnet, Minister of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation, Nepal. We move to Asia. What's the problem like that?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, panelists, respected panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning and namaste. On behalf of the government of Nepal, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to COP28, Presidency, UAE, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, JAP, Sustainable Energy for All, Modern Energy for Cooking Service Program, UK, Energizing Development and International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, for hosting this event, Electrifying Cooking, a just journey towards net zero. I would like to congratulate all the valued partners of the launching of Global E-Cooking Coalition and express Nepal's commitment to collaborate with the coalition and its partners to proliferate electric cooking. I'm also thankful to the organizers for the opportunity to share about Nepal's commitment and actions and adoption of e-cooking. Distinguished delegates, despite Nepal's negligible contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions, we remain one of the most vulnerable countries to the impact of climate change. We have already experienced changes in temperature and precipitation at a faster rate than the global average. Being a mountainous country, Nepal is exposed to a range of climate risks triggered by rapid snow melting in the mountains, resulting in the outburst of glacier lakes. Millions of Nepali people are at the risk from the impact of climate change, including reduction in agricultural production, food insecurity, disrupted water resources, loss of forest and biodiversity, as well as damaged energy infrastructures. Nepal's second nationally determined contributions, NDC, has set ambitious targets to mitigate emissions and increase the resilience of vulnerable communities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Now we have reviewed our target also. We have targeted to generate 28,000 megawatt hydropower within next 12 years by 2035. Residential cooking has been prioritized with target to reach 25% of households using electric stoves as primary mode of cooking by 2030. And with ambitious targets on households and larger scale biogas plants, as well as improved cooking stoves. The NDC implementation plan has further specified the activities, responsible institutions, and resources required for achieving these goals. Furthermore, with our long-term strategy for net zero emissions, Nepal is committed to accelerating climate action with the goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2045. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Nepal has a significant progress in increasing access to electricity in the last decade. Around 98% of the population has access to electricity through grid and off-grid solutions. And we aim to achieve universal access to electricity in the next 2 years. However, access to clean cooking solutions remains a major challenge for Nepal, with more than 54% households still relying on solid biomass, firewood, agricultural residue, and dried cattle dung. As the primary cooking fuel, use of such polluting fuel for cooking at the households level burnt in traditional open fires or mud stoves results in the exposure of women and children to households' air pollution. Though we are witnessing a fast-paced progress in the area of cooking, penetration of clean cooking solutions like electric cooking, biogas, and improved cooking stoves. More concentrated efforts are required to address the most vulnerable people by creating and enabling an environment to adopt clean cooking solutions, leading to significant health and economic benefits by reducing exposure to household air pollution, reducing drudgery of women, and time savings for firewood collection and food preparation. On the bright side, Alternative Energy Promotion Center, APC, Government of Nepal's focal agency and renewable energy and energy efficiency under the purview of my ministry and direct access entity to the Green Climate Fund, GCF, has recently started implementation of $49.2 million clean cooking solutions project for the southern plain region of the country, covering 22 districts. With joint financing from GCF, Government of Nepal subnational governments, APC has been collaborating with various development partners, government organizations, subnational governments, private sectors, civil society, organizations, and research institutions for the wider adoption of clean cooking, development of standards of electric cooking devices, awareness, engagement of private sector and financing institutions working together with utility and research institutions are some of the recent initiatives taken e-cooking. I request GCCO and its funding partners to prioritize Nepal and collaborate with APC for wider adoption of e-cooking. Last but not the least, Nepal firmly supports the objective of GCCO and is committed to work alongside existing global initiatives to raise the level of political ambition for driving the usage of electricity for cooking. Finally, I wish the event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you so much. Damilola, you are working, Sustainable Energy for All is working with countries to do just energy transition plans. How are you embedding electric cooking in those plans?
I think what's clear, and thank you, Kandi, and thank you for having me here today. I think what's clear is that we have a misconception of where our emissions are coming from. So I was shocked when we did the analysis of my own country, Nigeria, that it's not from the power sector, even though we have 45 gigawatts of diesel and petrol generation. It was actually from the cooking sector with the levels of deforestation. So when we're talking about climate, I find it very strange that nobody links clean cooking to it. So if you didn't care about the people, which clearly what Fatih says, 500,000 people dying doesn't get you moving, then maybe you can care about the planet and say that if we don't tackle clean cooking, then we cannot tackle climate change. It's a development issue at the end of the day, and it's very firm. And just like Fatih, I was outraged not to talk about the gender-based violence figures, the fact that the firstborn in many families doesn't get to go to school because they have to go and get the fuel wood. There are all these knock-on social effects of, literally living a life in poverty. And what we're trying to do with just the basics of clean cooking is getting people out of poverty. So I think, having this at this big stage, and I do have to thank my team and, Mikkel as well for making this happen. I think we need to just all make a pledge that it can never go back to being the stepchild of electrification. That clean cooking is just as important, if not more important, than electrification. The figures Fatih said, if 500,000 people were even dying at war, we know what we would do. Right, and this is happening every single year, and unfortunately, for me, coming from a global south and being an African woman, it's even more depressing because it's almost like the world saying, because they're dying over there, it's not as much as an issue as if they were dying in another part of the world. So there are all these different social aspects of it that we really need to think of ourselves as a society and say, if we're all right with it, how do we move forward? But I just want to talk about the innovation of what's going on as well, and put some good news on how things are working. We see a lot of technology innovation. Right now, just in my home country, in Lagos, we're testing out all these electric cook stoves in markets with women who cook for a living. All that is working. Difna's doing an amazing job with the delivery units that she's embedding into governments to work on these issues. The Global Energy Alliance of People of Planet working together to make this the global electric cooking pledge and coalition, which we'll hear about later. And then, even the financing that's coming now is coming in from different people. I have some people in Kenya that is the tech companies that are paying, because if women are paying for services and you can meet to them, then you can offer them so many other services. So I don't want people to look at clean cooking as, I gave someone a stove, which is what people thinking you should be so happy you have this stove. I think they need to look at it as electrification. You keep on evolving from it, and it is buying women, unfortunately, is women that suffer the most time for them to be more productive in society, meaning there will be GDP growth and then the knock-on effects of that. So coming back to especially what we're doing in Sierra Leone is, what is the green growth story with clean cooking? How is clean cooking the green growth story for Sierra Leone? And it's a different way to look at it, because we've always looked at it as big infrastructure and big projects. Those have to be done. But if you really want to meet the most vulnerable people and make sure your people are healthy and out of poverty, you have to tackle this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was told by a gynecologist in Rwanda that with the 500,000 number we give, he said, you are not adding the stillbirths. The women go to collect firewood, they are pregnant. They cook in the kitchen with the smoke, they are pregnant. He said, you're not counting the stillbirths. That number is even higher, Fatih. And it is indeed appalling that nobody thinks that's important. Everyone's life is important, but over 500,000 is even crucial. Gauri, you are coming from the International Renewable Energy Agency. Electric cooking can be combined with mini grids, rural electrification, food systems. So we see that good connection between renewable energy and electric cooking. But I think you're going to launch a report called the Renewable-Based Electric Cooking, Climate, Commitments, and Finance. Tell us about that.
Thanks, Kande, and thank you for having me here. Just the fact that we are all speaking about clean cooking in such an elevated kind of a space, with the COP presidency giving us this space, I think it just tells us that we've kind of just turned the needle to something which is which we'd all been hoping to do for so many years. So I think, in terms of clean cooking, the business models there, their technologies there, the actual physical things are there, which people know. But I think it really did lack this attention, which I'm glad it's getting, because in our report, what we find is that we have about 9% on an average where there's a traction for electric cooking. And I think that number needs to increase rapidly. But the good news is that about 22 countries have put clean cooking and electric cooking in their NDCs and in their long-term strategies for low-emission development strategies. So I think that's really good. And in fact, out of these 22 countries, there are about 9 countries that are LDCs. And we have these examples from Kenya that started with a clean cooking strategy, had a component of electric cooking in it, but now it's also integrating its clean electric cooking into its electricity strategy, which is great, because that's where it really gets mainstreamed. It gets the benefit of bringing in a utility-backed financing mechanisms and also the awareness that goes with it. I think, with Uganda, which is also doing a large pilot with their distribution company, the UMEME, and so it's moving in that direction. And I think, as the grids become greener, it's a win-win for everyone. I just want to actually end with something which might interest a lot of the politicians sitting here, which is that, we've just come out of state elections in India. And one of the states that's led to a complete sweep of a particular party, it was a party that actually gotten many women-led initiatives into the force. So I think women as a constituency for politicians, I think they're a really loyal constituency, and I think politicians should really think about doing things like which impact them on an everyday basis, and getting into clean cooking into their national strategy, and electric cooking into their national strategy, I think is really the way to go.
And Gauri, you made part of the electrification plan, access to electric cooking. Fatih, let me give you the last word for this panel, and then we'll switch. For some of us who have been in this space for a long time, we will know the world is serious when we see access to clean cooking, electric cooking, and other technologies, when we see it in the Gateway program of the European Union, when we see it for Power Africa in the United States, when we see it as a central part of aid from major donors, not as charity, right? And so your conference, I'm putting you on the spot. Yes. When we go to your conference, we hope that lobbying is done, that when we go to your conference in Paris, we hear those leaders saying, yes, here's where we are, and here's where we're going to put the money.
So just to tell you how important it is for me, for the IEA, you know very well, and all the colleagues know very well, Mrs. Singh, Damalila, I am sure, Mr. Minister, many colleagues here. We work on many things at the IEA. And climate investment, electric cars, hydrogen, oil security investments. But 2024, a priority for the IEA is to have concrete steps for solving, not discussing, solving this clean cooking issue in Africa. I want to focus on Africa in order to make sure that where the worst of the problem is, and therefore I believe we will do everything what we can do to make 2024, next year, a turning point in this clean cooking issue. I promise.
2024, the turning point. Let's thank our panel very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we go from 40,000 feet now to the real action. We need you stand together. So photographer, we need a picture of this wonderful panel. Please come forward. Our global champions. All right, we join you. Quick one. As we do that, our next panel is the action panel. Policy will be done, we know from the first panel. The next panel will tell us how we're going to do it practically. Solutions, partnerships, and finance. Thank you so much. So I call on stage Mr. Joseph Nganga, Interim Managing Director at the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and he served as CEO of the inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Thank you for leading us in Nairobi. You gave Africa a new narrative of climate positive growth. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. We call Professor Ed Brown, Professor of Global Energy Challenges at Loughborough University, UK. 15 years ago, we decided that we'll be backed by good data, because when we try to explain the problem to people, they say we don't see the evidence. Well, University of Loughborough, with the support of FCDO, we put a lot of data together, and other agencies, IEA. Thank you, Professor Brown, for leading that. Mr. René van Hel, Ambassador of Sustainable Development, the Netherlands, Energizing Development. NDEV, thank you, sir. You are always on the ground with us. Real practical solutions. Thanks for joining us. Joseph, it's all about partnerships, right? No one has all the money to solve this. Fatih says it's just small amount, 4.4 billion per year. How do we build those partnerships to bring real finance to this, and what would it take?
That's a big question. But first, let me start by thanking the organizers, COP28, for giving us this opportunity to talk about a crucial topic in the global south that doesn't quite get as much attention as it deserves, but it seems we're getting there now. I also want to thank my own team, who have taken an enormous amount of personal interest in addressing this challenge, including Zeph, McKenna, and Shianda. I think when we think about this challenge, it's really important to look at it holistically. What are we dealing with? There's a technology component, there is a policy and regulation component, and there is a consumer awareness component. I think we're getting to a point where the technology is in place. The technology can now cook even my own traditional food called githeri, which takes 6 to 8 hours to cook on a 3-stone fireplace, can now be cooked with a pressure cooker very efficiently and a lot more affordably if you compare it with kerosene and you compare it with charcoal. Why do I give that example? I give that example to say that at the heart of finance is a unit economics. Can that unit economics justify a consumer going from using charcoal or kerosene to using e-cooking? And the answer today, with the technology we are seeing, with the cost of electricity, is yes. But I also want to reiterate that this isn't bigger than just the individual unit. If we're going to electrify our continent, there has to be adequate demand for that power. In the West, you have heating, you have cooling in the winter, you have cooling in the summer and heating in the winter. That's huge baseload, which justifies economies of scale when you make investments in infrastructure. On our continent, our per unit consumption is very low, which means economics for electrification are very poor. But if we apply e-cooking as an additional demand in the network, then we improve the demand for electricity. And as you can think about it, if you've already installed the pipes and you can pass more through those pipes, it means per unit costs become cheaper. So to answer your question in a roundabout way, what I'm trying to say is that to finance e-cooking and clean cooking, we have to think about it beyond unit, beyond the individual consumer, to the macroeconomic benefits of that. And so I would conclude by saying that e-cooking is also really useful in that consumers are already known. They're already connected to the grid or mini-grid. Their consumption is already known. Their billing pattern is already known. So we can also go to on-bill lending, which allows the financing of those consumers. So let's think about that 4 billion, but then cut it up into what is needed in terms of philanthropic capital, such as ours, to design the programs, to design the incentives, to educate the consumers, and then the consumer part, which is financeable, so that it's not too big a bite for the world to take on. So I'll conclude by saying that a creative approach to financing e-cooking, from the end user to the utility, to the appliance financing, is how we're going to get there.
Thank you very much. And Professor Ed Brown, you did a lot of studies to give evidence of that unit economics. And now you see the potential of scaling up and the intellectual guru of helping us put this coalition together for electric cooking.
Kande, thank you so much. And for so many colleagues that I see in the room today, this event today is the culmination of a massive amount of work over the period of 5 years at least. I remember sitting in the first COP that I ever attended, and I think there was maybe one session where clean cooking was mentioned. And certainly when we began 5 years ago, people laughed at us when we first talked about electric cooking as being a scalable and real alternative. So it's really to, I think, draw attention to all of that work that has been done. So we now know that electric cooking in different opportunities in different countries is scalable. It's, as I think we've just been talking about, that there are real opportunities that are already being grasped. So gecko is not suddenly emerging out of nowhere. There was a sense almost in the last panel that this is something new that is just emerging. This is emerging on the back of hard work and labor of bringing this to fruition. So gecko brings together a range of organizations that have already been working with governments. I note Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Uganda. We've been working really closely with the Ugandan government. You already mentioned Kenya. We already heard from the Minister of Nepal. We're working with a wide range of countries in supporting them in their objectives where they've seen the benefits of electric cooking. So this is an amazing opportunity. What gecko gives us is a broader coalition to bring that new opportunity to fruition in the way that everyone has been talking about. So we know already, for example, that the IKEA Foundation is supporting the new Solco initiative, which is an amazing opportunity. We know the Rockefeller Foundation, who was speaking in an event the other day on the massive opportunities for electric cooking through their foods and schools programs. It was wonderful to hear from the COP president about the opportunities under the IEA's funding, and to hear also from the UEA funding and from the IEA over the opportunities with this amazing new initiative early next year. So 5 years ago, this was a dream. We are now in a situation where we're making that dream reality through strong partnerships. I think each of us brings something very different to the table. The 4 anchor partners of gecko are NDEV and GIAP, and ESSI for All, and ourselves here at MEX, funded by the UK government. And I think it's a massive opportunity to bring that group together. Beyond that, however, we already have over 30 partners working with gecko to bring all of this to reality and to bear the fruit that we all want to see. So thank you very much, Kande, for the opportunity to kind of put this in a little bit of historical context.
Thank you so much. Renee, you are part of this new coalition, but I know you're practical on the ground. How do we take these solutions to Malawi, Sierra Leone? Kenya, you already have it, Kevin. So how do we go to Malawi and Sierra Leone and Lesotho?
Oh, it's a very good question. I first and foremost would like to say thank you for UAE leadership to bring this subject really on this big stage, because it is center stage. And if there was ever anyone who doubted that these COPs have anything to do with ordinary citizens, I think that today we can exemplify that we are working for ordinary citizens, because not dealing with this issue has knock-on health effects, knock-on social effects, and knock-on climate and economic effects. And the only way to deal with it is to do it locally. And we have some experience in that. We also feel that this is a super important subject. So that's also why we have this goal to reach 100 million people in countries in Africa, to reach with getting them access to renewable and clean cooking. So that is our goal by 2030. And we also know that it's super important to do this in a local concept, because that's the only way it's going to work. People need to own up to it.
So one question for all of you. We'll use that to close this panel. Next steps. We have a coalition. I go back, my president says, so what?
It's a very important point, which is that we can have a chat today, but what happens next? And I think what happens next is country readiness. Countries must have the right policies, regulations, tariffs, incentives to drive adoption of a new technology. So the first step is country readiness. The second step is availability of these e-cooking appliances. We ourselves are supporting the CLASP Need Your Partnership to start testing and delivering these appliances with consumer financing attached to make them accessible. As I said earlier, unit economics for the fuel are great, but the upfront cost will require some financing. So the second thing is provision of appliances. I think the third thing is awareness. As we adopt this in fast mover countries like Sierra Leone and Kenya, we need to publicize this information so that those who are not aware of it, those who are not at COP, can understand this new opportunity and start leveraging it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ed?
I agree completely with what Joseph has just said. And I think this idea of readiness assessment, I think this sounds like it's something that comes from an external perspective. And actually what we're talking about is partnership. So I think it's making partnerships with governments, addressing the readiness for a rapid transition to electric cooking, but also working with local organizations, working in developing the supply chain, working in bringing the evidence of what has worked in one country to bear on another country. And those things all require resources. And we've already heard a number of pledges for resources in this area. So I think that's the really exciting thing. As we launch Gecko, which I think we're about to do kind of formally in a moment, and we will ask some of our colleagues to come on stage with us at that point, I think the next step for Gecko is to develop these integrated strategies alongside governments in individual locations, working with CCA's country units, delivery units in the countries where the delivery units are established, working with ministries, working with grassroots organizations and so on. So it's a really important process of partnership that we take to the next stage.
René?
Chair, if you think that this is the moment to make some pledge, then I don't want to do it alone. Then I really want my friends on stage. And my friends are Zeb, Elke, and Danilola, because they're really important partners in this endeavor. So please come to the stage. Otherwise, it's so lonely, and I can't take the credit.
See, well, this is now the lunch, so we transition. Yes. Exactly. Action.
As I said, I also want to recognize that it's, for example, very important that the president of IFAD is among us. Because it's all about smallholder farming and how you bring those products.
President of IFAD, we might co-opt you into the next panel, you see?
Yes.
It's about also food processing. These are our Gecko partners. We thank you for doing this. Now, René, who else should come? Kevin, you're supposed to be on stage. Divna, I think. Yeah, yes. Please come. You make it happen. We talk about it. Please come. Good.
I think we need Mikhail as well.
Mikhail.
Yes, please. You are the action people. And so you want to make your pledge, and then
Yes, absolutely.
I have a way I'm going to do this. Yes.
So what we want to achieve is to reach 5 million people in 5 years with 50 million euros of investment. And why am I standing on the stage is that because our friends, we are committed to contribute 10 million. The NDEV consortium will contribute 10 million to this important endeavor to truly reach, as I said, 5 million people in 5 years with a 50 million investment, because that is what is so much needed. And I'm very proud and glad to stay here as a humble Dutch citizen with these great and wonderful partners to announce this important thing that shows that the COP is about ordinary people, it's about their development, it's about their health, it's about their well-being. And yes, it's also about our climate and our economies.
So after 3, we all say Gecko. 1, 2, 3, Gecko! Bravo, thank you so much. Thank you. And Kevin and Divna, please stay on stage. We need you here. So much. Thanks. We move on to another action group.
Fantastic. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Kande. I am going to just say congratulations for that official launch, and we're going to just clear the stage for a moment because we have a very special guest joining us on stage. So if I may ask you, gentlemen, to please take your seats, because we are very, very grateful that in the very busy COP28 schedule that we have the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Uganda, Robineh Nabanja, who's here joining us in her busy schedule. Please do come to the stage. The Prime Minister of Uganda, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give her a very warm welcome. And may I just add that having served previously as a State Minister of Health for general duties, she brings a wealth of insight and expertise, which we really need for electrifying cooking. So the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to discuss a topic of great importance and urgency, electrifying cooking as a just journey towards net zero. In a part of Africa, that is Uganda, where the richness of our nature, the culture, the warmth of our people are unmatched, it is our responsibility to address the pressing issues that affect us, the environment, and the direct linkage to the cooking culture. Over 89% of the population in Uganda still uses solid biomass in form of firewood and charcoal for cooking using inefficient cooking technologies. And 75% of the population is below 30 years of age. This over-reliance on biomass has led to high deforestation, and Uganda is estimated to be losing its forest cover at a rate of 2% annually. Uganda's Vision 2040 aims to create access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy. My government shall require 481 megawatts by the year 2040. Access to national grid is envisioned to significantly increase by 80% by the year 2040. The required capacity will be generated from hydropower, geothermal, nuclear, solar, and biomass, among others. The government of Uganda, under its third National Development Plan, has a target to reduce the share of biomass energy from 89% to almost 50% by the year 2025, and to 100% by the year 2040. With the current energy access level at 58%, the government is prioritizing investment in transition and distribution networks to increase energy access across the country. The updated energy policy for Uganda 2023 aims to create a comprehensive legal, regulatory, and commercial framework for a clean cooking sector and promote local manufacturing of clean cooking equipment, fuels, and accessories. The policy also aims to provide fiscal incentives such as subsidies, loans, and tax incentives to encourage private sector investment in the clean cooking sector. Uganda has developed its energy transition plan that aims to achieve universal clean cooking access. Use of efficient electric cooking appliances is challenging due to high costs of appliances, unreliable supply chains, and insufficient awareness of benefits. To address this issue, the government of Uganda has developed a national e-cooking strategy that is aimed at accelerating adoption of e-cooking solutions from the current 1% to 38% by the year 2030. This includes all grid-connected households and institutions as well as off-grid users such as refugee host communities. My country's e-cooking strategy will support triple achievements in increasing the per capita consumption of electricity, increasing clean cooking access, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions emanating from the use of traditional biomass fuels. The strategy also recognizes e-cooking promotion as a source of green job for women, youth, and people with disabilities. It also prioritizes the implementation of the national standards and waste management guidelines for e-waste generated from e-cooking. The strategy also recognizes the opportunities for accelerating e-cooking adoption through carbon financing opportunities under Articles 6.2 and 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. My government is therefore developing regulations on national climate change mechanisms to support the implementation of such potential carbon programs. My government has already put in place incentives such as an attractive tax policy to support local assembly and manufacture of e-cooking appliances. Uganda also pioneered an e-cooking tariff that is aimed at increasing the affordability of electricity for cooking. I therefore call upon the private sector to seize this investment opportunity. New efficient electric cooking appliances such as electric pressure cookers and electric induction cookers have been introduced to the Ugandan market and demonstrate significant time, cost, and energy saving in cooking with electricity compared to traditional fuels. Uganda remains committed to ensuring universal clean cooking access for betterment of the livelihoods of her citizens and commends the Global E-Cooking Coalition for designing this ambitious program that is aimed at accelerating e-cooking access for God and my country.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We're very grateful for your leadership and the wonderful example that we're seeing from Uganda that many other African countries would have to employ. I call on stage the last panel, Dimfna van der Len, CEO, Clean Cooking Alliance, Vijay Rangarajan, Director General, FCDO UK, Kevin Kariuki, Vice President, African Development Bank, Wendy Hughes, Regional Director, World Bank. Please, the stage is yours. In the way the picture appears there. Right there. Thank you so much. Well, it's about action. We'll go straight to it. In the order in which you are listed. Dimfna, you're leading a coalition already, alliance. We need finance, we need policy. What next?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to start off by just acknowledging one more time how amazing it is to have a session that focuses on clean cooking at the main stage at COP. And specifically want to thank Mikel. I mean, he's walking away like everybody. A shout out to Mikel because amazing. Like, it's not a small feat to pull this off. I think we've been working with the Clean Cooking Alliance for many years together with ST4All and other organizations and with Kande to elevate this issue, right? To make sure people don't talk about energy access and then 5 minutes in or 5 hours in say, oh, and let's not forget about clean cooking. We have to be front and center, focusing on clean cooking in all of these conversations. So for me personally, but for my organization and the whole ecosystem that we represent, it is truly an honor and a really amazing accomplishment to be speaking here at this stage today about clean cooking. To your question about what we need next, we need money. This needs to be financed. We have the solutions. We know we can do it. As Fatih Birol just said, whom we've been working with for a long time now, the funding needs to be secured. Next year is the year to do it. We will be working together with the IEA to pull this conference off in early 2024. It has to be financed, and this money can come from private sector, public sector, anything is possible. And I think, honestly, if we get the funding and if we continue to focus on actually delivering against this, we can solve this issue for Africa.
Vijay, I saw successive UK ministers sticking to this agenda, not pulling back. Thank you for your leadership. What do you see next?
Thank you, Kande. This is a long story, isn't it? We've been at this for a long time. I think the UK, we were adding it up, spent about £40 million so far on this. And I will just cut to the chase in response to Dimfna's point. We're going to put another 15 million into this now. This is new and additional money in order to push this forward. I mean, it's important for many reasons. We've already heard them. Climate adaptation, decarbonization, gender equality, the most marginalized, poverty alleviation, nutrition, health. There are a few other interventions that will hit every one of those at once, and this is it. So that's why we've been going for a long time, and we will see it through. So I know we're pushed for time, Kande. I just want to make one point. The UK has been doing this for a long time and will continue to strongly support this. I just want to make the research and evidence that Professor Ed Brown set out is absolutely crucial. 5 years ago, I think most people thought you can't really do this. Now people think you can. We've got the actual technology, we've got it in place, we've got the points that Donald Prime Minister made and many on the previous panels. This is doable, and we now have proof of concept. It's all in the scale up. There are some incredible fringe benefits as well, and just to add a few things I don't think have been mentioned, though Joseph made the point on the importance of electrification and grid baseload. This will help small-scale grids, this will help local power production, this will help many of the things we're talking about in the mitigation space as well. I think that is really important. It will also, I think, be really important about improving profitability for small operators, for a lot of the commercial sector who are coming in. Looking at the future, we will continue to do this. We're really interested in how this links to carbon credits. You're all probably familiar with M-Pesa in Kenya. So you can take an electric stove, you can put a small, very cheap embedded chip in it. You know when it's working, it's saving carbon. M-Pesa or your mobile phone will pick that up, and then someone in other parts of the world who wants to offset that can make you a payment. So there are some incredibly exciting opportunities for the future that I think we will want to continue to support. So, look, research, programming, money, ideas, you've got it. We will back this all the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Kevin, I don't need to preach to you. You and your leader, Adeshina, picked this up as well to bring other DFIs along. Hey, Africa still has the big challenge, right?
Thank you very much. I think today I feel very, very privileged. In the sense that I do believe that we are, or rather COP28 is going to be the point of inflection as far as clean cooking is concerned. I see a significant reprofiling of clean cooking. Of course, this would not have been possible without the pace setters. Candy, you're one of those. We've seen a lot of other people here. Our colleague here is one of the other. So we see significant potential for going forward. I think it's a point of inflection as far as that is concerned. And what I want to say here is that I'm actually very delighted to see that we are launching Gecko, because what it means is that it is becoming real. And that being the case, I think we are looking at a future that is significantly Paris-aligned, so to speak. There'll be a lot of reduction in emissions. And apart from reduction in emissions, we have issues to do with improved quality of lives of the people. Because clean cooking is not just a function of environment. It's a function of health. So we had about 500,000 people, 600,000 people dying every year on account of clean cooking, and it is one of the largest killers in a lot of African countries. So this is huge as far as that is concerned. So as far as this idea of e-cooking is concerned, I see a combination of three important aspects. The first one is technology. Joseph indicated that technology may be there. I see need of policy and regulation. This is huge. And finally, I also see the issue of education and awareness. And of course, in addition to this, I see the need of financing in a big way. And this is why, as a bank, we are actually integrating clean cooking into our existing and future programming as a bank. So in other words, what we are trying to say, and I know my president will announce something maybe later today, I see a situation whereby in every program that we actually bring to board, we will be working very closely with the countries so that there is a component of clean cooking as part of that project. And in actual fact, we took to board only last week Kenya, what you call the last mile connectivity project in Kenya. And it has a component of e-cooking. Not even just clean cooking, but e-cooking. So that is real. And I know that also in Uganda, we are working with the Ministry of Energy and discussing a technical assistant provision as well as project investments that are aimed at boosting the e-cooking market in urban areas. Finally, I think, or second last, the bank is also looking into how we can combine carbon finance for investments in order to accelerate the uptake of clean cooking stoves and pressure cookers, and in order to be able to reduce the upfront cost of these appliances. In conclusion, the journey towards high electric cooking uptake requires collective action, innovative solution, and unwavering commitment. And here, I must say, you will not find the African Development Bank wanting. You will see that we are fully committed, and we will back, I insist, we will back our commitment with real resources. Let me stop there.
Wendy, you have the last word, but I can tell you this, 11 years ago at your president level, Jim Kim, he was a medical doctor. We didn't need to preach to him. He said, I'm on board with Ban Ki-moon. World Bank, you've always been with us. Even in my country, you just did a workshop on clean cooking. What next?
Thanks very much, Kande. And yes, I do want to start by saying that for the World Bank, this is an incredibly important topic that touches on not only climate change, and we heard how this is actually very important for climate change, though often underlooked, but particularly health and time and quality of living for women and the knock-on effect for children. So it is an absolutely critical topic. A lot has been said, so I don't want to reiterate on that, and maybe just move a little bit to what the World Bank is now trying to do about that. And it goes to a bit the comments that we've been talking about, is there has to be some real financing backing this to get it to move forward. And in particular in sub-Saharan Africa, where over 80% of the population, or 990 million people, do not have access to clean cooking. It is an absolutely it needs to be front and center. So from the World Bank point of view, we see that the lack of energy access, both electricity and clean cooking, as one of maybe the most significant challenge to development progress in the region today. So I'm extremely happy to announce that last week, the World Bank Board approved a new program, which is called Accelerating Sustainable and Clean Energy Access Transformation, or ASCENT program. It aims to exponentially accelerate sustainable and clean energy access and provide life-transforming opportunities for 100 million people in up to 20 countries across Eastern and Southern Africa over the next 7 years. It has a World Bank financing envelope of $5 billion. The program will also leverage an additional $10 billion in public and private financing. ASCENT includes 3 pillars: development of regional and national platforms to enable economies of scale and cost reduction strategies, expanding grid electrification, and scaling distributed renewable energy and clean cooking. ASCENT will help 100 million people access electricity and 20 million people access clean cooking. In particular, it will maximize and reinforce synergies between access to electricity and clean cooking that includes enabling high-efficiency electric cooking as a clean, affordable, and reliable solution, which also contributes to productive use and financial sustainability of utilities, as we've heard about earlier today. The ASCENT program is also leveraging knowledge and a $10 million co-financing grant from the World Bank's Clean Cooking Fund by setting up 2 regional platforms, One is the Ascent Regional Acceleration Platform. This is a comprehensive knowledge and technical assistance facility implemented by COMESA, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. The other is the Ascent Regional Energy Access Financing Platform, which is implemented by TD Bank, Trade and Development Bank, supporting the region's distributed renewable energy and clean cooking companies. And we invite countries and companies to leverage these regional platforms. Electrifying cooking is not just a technical solution, it is a pathway toward a more sustainable and just future. By embracing this transition, we can reduce emissions, improve health outcomes, promote energy access, and create economic opportunities. As the World Bank, we are committed to supporting countries in their journey toward net zero emissions and ensuring that no one is left behind. So we really look forward to working with everybody and moving forward on this exciting journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. In 1 minute, each of you, COP28 put us center stage where the heads of states were. What will we announce in COP29?
I think now that, for CCA, for my organization, now that we've delivered on elevating this issue to the center stage at COP, I think we are moving our vision to other ecosystems around the clean cooking ecosystem. And so for us to start embedding, talking about clean cooking in nature-based solutions, when you talk about forestry, when you talk about biodiversity, when you talk about systems, food systems, all of that has to be included in conversations around clean cooking. And so now that we've delivered on this, I say we extend and we continue to grow where these conversations are happening at COP and elsewhere.
BJ?
Just one word, scale. More countries, more people, more stoves actually being delivered, getting to the right people.
Super. Kevin?
I think for me is that I'll want at COP29 to be able to be reporting that we are actually moving the dial of access to clean cooking in a big way. And this can only be if we start talking about not 1 billion people lacking access to clean cooking, but talking about maybe 750 or 600. Thank you very much.
Wendy?
Yes, just to be very short, I would say results.
Results. With that, we thank our panel, and I hand over again to Amandine. It's all yours now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Kande, and thank you to our wonderful panelists. And while we have you here, can we just emphasize the point in front of the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Uganda with her great presence. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. And what amazing announcements, because COP28 isn't just about words, it's about actions, and investments are crucial. So may I just emphasize that we heard about the NDEV program announcing 10 million euros. The UK just announced £15 million. The African Development Banks talked about bringing in clean cooking as an integral part of the bank's programs, and the World Bank there with the emphasis of $5 billion dedicated towards electrifying cooking and clean cooking. So Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big warm applause to the fact that we have investment behind the strong words and will as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Request for a photograph. Whomever wants to be part of this fantastic moment, please do make your way. Dr. Kande, if you'd like to take a photograph with your panelists, and whomever wants to join as we close today's very special session. We're keeping the momentum going because the program here at COP28 continues. So please do make your way to the stage within the next 10 seconds.
I see the Africa Euro Foundation join us.
Yes, please.
They're building a political coalition for us in Brussels.
Absolutely.
Please join us, Africa Euro Foundation.
You are most welcome. Please join us on stage. We have about a minute to take this photograph before we continue. So please do rush
the Gecko
on.
Coalition.
Okay, maybe I'm making people rush too much. Take a moment.
Come on, Paul. We need you.
Mikhail, where are we?
Mikhail, where are you?
Yes, Mikhail. Okay. Oh, he's center stage.
The
Fantastic.
guy who did all the good job.
Brilliant. Well, we are here.
This is the action team. COP29, we're ready for you. Bravo. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Electrifying cooking. Fantastic.
Yes, Rhoda.
Thank you. you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Amazing video. Fantastic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending this last session. We are running a very tight program on this day, so if you are not connected to the next session, could I please ask you to vacate the theatre so we can reset in good time for the next session? Thank you so much. gentlemen, the next session in the Al-Wafa Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the high-level event focusing on small island developing states, a just and equitable energy transition. I now invite His Excellency, Surangel Wips, Junior President of Palau, and the chair of this meeting to the podium to deliver the opening and introductory remarks.
Ali, and a very good afternoon. Excellencies, representatives of development partners, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend a very warm welcome and Ali, to all distinguished representatives at this event. Dedicated to small island developing states with a focus on a just and equitable energy transition toward a climate resilient future, being hosted here at COP28. I would also like to recognize the organizers, the International Renewable Energy Agency, which facilitates the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative, and the Alliance of Small Island States and the COP28 presidency for providing this collaborative space for SIDS and partners, which underscores the importance of global solidarity and cooperation in tackling the complex issues that lie at the intersection of the energy transition, climate change, and sustainable development. This 90-minute event represents an opportunity for global SIDS to make substantive advancements and decisions on a way forward. And we look forward to the 4th International Conference for SIDS. We must recall that together we are representing a strong faction, and our cumulative voices can and must engender meaningful change for SIDS. We must voice our needs for loss and damage, and we must utilize this session to reflect our progress to date, but also focus on a path ahead as it relates to holistic approaches to decarbonization and sustainable development. As we gather here today, the urgency of our mission looms large. The fate of small island developing states hangs in the balance. Though we contribute the least to global emissions, we bear the brunt of the climate crisis, a crisis that imperils not just us, but the very essence of our planet. Our commitment resounds through these halls, not just as words, but as a call of action, a plea for equitable access to renewable energy, unencumbered by the weight of debt burdening our small islands. Access to renewable energy isn't just a luxury, but a lifeline, one that shouldn't come at the cost of further financial strain. The trajectory projected by the global stocktake veers toward an overshoot of the 1.5 degree mark by 2030. This is just a statistic on a chart. It's a dire warning. For us, small islands, with our low-lying landscapes, it translates to a looming threat of extinction. These aren't just pieces of the land. They are repositories of our cultures, our identities, who we are as a people is intrinsically tied to this land, making the urgency of immediate action all the more critical. IRENA confirms our fears that the current energy transition efforts falls woefully short of the 1.5 degree pathway. IRENA World Transition Outlook for 2023 states, the colossal shortfall in renewable energy targets, coupled with a staggering investment required by 2030, imposes a burden on SIDS. The latest progress report on tackling SDG 7, Energy Progress, reinforces this alarming reality. indicating that the world at large is faltering in achieving its energy sustainable development goals. For SIDS, the transition to just, equitable energy isn't a mere aspiration. It's a fundamental need for survival. We implore the international community to play a pivotal role in amplifying renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives within our islands. We need immediate, tangible, and concrete actions. The stakes are too high, the time too short to allow anything less. In closing, let us embrace unity, action, and accountability. We are stronger together, and it's our collective responsibility to keep the 1.5-degree target alive. Masulang, shukran, thank you. And if I can, have our first speaker, Mr. Francisco Lacarma from IRENA, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Mr. Lacarma.
Your Excellencies, President Whips, President of Palau, and Chair of this important meeting. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all today at this pivotal event centered on small island development states. Allow me to express my appreciation for the Alliance of Small Island States and the United Arab Emirates for their partnership with IRENA through the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative. The attendance of Iceland leaders at COP28 resonate the unwavering commitment of SIDS toward global climate action and sustainable development. Their remarkable leadership has been instrumental in guiding the world to this juncture, notably through the adoption of the Loss and Damage Fund. The vulnerabilities of islands to the impact of climate change are undeniable. Within the energy sector, SIDS face challenges stemming from their heavy reliance on imported fossil fuel, thereby facing difficulties in adopting renewable energy sources and implementing energy-efficient measures due to the associated costs. A just and equitable energy transition with its SIDS is imperative for fostering climate resilience. This necessitates timely investment and tailored support to tackle policy, regulatory, financial, and technical obstacles. IRENA launched the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative in 2014 as a comprehensive framework for action, garnering support from 40 SIDS, 39 key development partners, and 7 affiliated partners, currently totaling 86 partners. Houses estimate investment of $200 billion required to realize the SIDS and NDC's targets. And this underscores the crucial role of international support and private capital. Building authentic and robust partnership will be pivotal in translating climate commitment into tangible actions. As the cost of renewables decrease and innovative solutions emerge, combined with conducive policy framework, the momentum towards sustainable change will continue to grow rapidly. In this context, I invite island states, development partners, including women and youth groups, who have not yet joined the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative to collaborate in transforming the energy landscape of SIDS. Strengthening SEED's resilience necessitates fortifying international cooperation and partnership at all levels. SEED stands as equal in this partnership, grounded in mutual collaborative trust, accountability, and a shared political will to realize the Paris Agreement, Samoa Pathway, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Furthermore, I would like to reaffirm ARENA support to all SEEDs in their energy transition efforts, starting with our commitment to supporting Antigua and Barbuda in hosting the 4th International Conference of Small Island Developed States, SEEDS, in May 2024. So, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I again extend a warm welcome to you and also invite you to take opportunity. Today, the financial platform of ARENA has reached $4 billion of commitment. It's a reasonable amount to make something happening. So I invite you all to present projects to our platform. And so may the outcome of this meeting serve as a catalyst for expediting climate action and sustainable development in small island developed states. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Director General. As we move into the more structured interventions, I would like to now request the following distinguished speakers to join me on the stage for this intervention. Honorable Senator Dr. Chantel Munro-Knight, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office in Barbados. Honorable Cavidas Romano, Minister of Environment and Solid Waste Management and Climate Change of Mauritius. The Honorable Sean Andre Edward, Minister of Sustainable Development of St. Lucia. And the Honorable, can I just say Cedric Schuster? I don't want to butcher the name, my brother. Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Samoa. Oh. Thank you. So to make her intervention on behalf of Barbados, I would now have the pleasure to invite Senator Dr. the Honorable Chantel Munro-Knight. Please, you can go up there or you can speak from the chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you, Excellencies, Chair. I'm especially pleased to be here to make this presentation. First of all, let me thank ARENA, who's been a partner for Barbados and I believe for the Caribbean. The issue of just transition, a just energy transition for Barbados and for the entire Caribbean cannot be understated, underestimated. Barbados is a small island developing state. It's 166 square miles with a population of just 260 persons. And that is an important frame for this conversation. Because as we talk about a just energy transition, what is needed and the challenges that face small island developing states like the Caribbean, understanding that specific context is important. I'll speak this morning to the issue particularly of how do we finance that just transition and the challenges that small island developing states like Barbados face in doing so. First, the question specifically of how does a small country of, as I said before, 166 square miles attract the necessary financing in order for us to facilitate a just transition. Barbados has an ambitious NDC of moving to net zero by 2035. But that ambition is also met by the circumstance that because of our size, we're not able to crowd in the necessary financing in order to do so. We're also a country that, again, is classified as a middle-income country. And a middle-income country that is also facing a high debt profile with an aging population. And again, how do we finance that transition? Because we're not able to crowd in the necessary private capital. And that is why, in the context of the Bridgestone Initiative, we're piloting innovative ways in order for the de-risking of the finance capital that is going to be critical. Importantly, we face the challenge that even when we have capital coming in, the quality of the capital that works alongside our indigenous private sector in order to ensure that communities of women, of men, are able also to participate equally, then also becomes a major challenge for us. As my time closes, I also want to indicate that one of the fundamental challenges for us when we talk about the issue of just transition is, yes, that of capital, yes, that of ensuring that our populations come alongside of us as well, but also as well of the need to make sure that the emerging technologies are fit for purpose for our specific circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that intervention. And I think your story is our story. And thank you for sharing. And now we'd like to turn it over to the Honorable Kaviedas Romano, Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management, and Climate Change of Mauritius. Thank you.
Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me immense pleasure to participate in this important event of SIDS. I wish to thank the ARENA and EUSIS for giving me the opportunity to share the initiatives that Mauritius is taking for a just and equitable energy transition. In the first instance, our government program 2020-2024 is centered on achieving an inclusive, high-income and green Mauritius through investment and clean energy, innovative public infrastructure, and circular economy. In our updated NDC, Mauritius has set an ambitious target of 40% greenhouse gas emission by 2030. We wish to reach these goals by phasing out of coal, increasing to 60% renewable energy in our electricity mix, increasing energy efficiency by 10% on the 2019 figures, promoting smart transport system, namely transit and electric vehicle, and diverting 70% of solid waste from the landfill. 3 distinct roadmaps have been produced to chart the way for the country to implement these objectives, namely the Renewable Energy Roadmap 2030 for the electricity sector, the 10-year electric vehicle integration roadmap, and the roadmap and action for a circular economy. To achieve 60% renewable energy in our electricity mix, we have developed the Renewable Energy Roadmap 2030, and which includes the implementation of a mix of conventional, emerging, and innovative renewable energy technologies such as pure and hybrid solar PV, battery systems, biomass, wind energy. In this context, the government, together with the Central Electricity Board, the sole electricity distributor, have put in place various schemes to boost implementation of renewable energy, including mature solar energy technology. In order to encourage net zero in the manufacturing sector, another scheme known as the Carbon Neutral Industrial Scheme is targeted for the business community. Under these schemes, electricity produced will be integrated into the national grid, thus contributing to the renewable energy share in the grid, as well as encouraging participation of the private sector and public at large. On the social front, from the national budget is being added to fund provided by the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, the ARENA, and the GCF for implementation of the Home Solar Scheme, targeting 10,000 housing units. Presently, a pre-feasibility feasibility study is underway to explore technologies such as floating photovoltaic, thermal energy conversion, offshore wind, tidal wave, hydrogen, and agrovoltaic. And to accommodate for intermittent renewable energy generation and achieve our 60% renewable energy target, efforts are being made towards smart grid, battery energy storage system, advanced metering infrastructure, which consists of smart meters and information management systems. As I am reaching my 3 minutes, which have been allotted to me, let me also wish to say that it is our duty as SIDS country to join our forces for us to be able to make the just transition to a more sustainable and...
Juste pour une situation plus...
Thank you, Honorable Minister Romano, for those comments.
I will be leaving
because
I have another.
And he will be leaving us because of other commitments. But thank you for those remarks and sharing all the incredible things that you're doing. I will now call on the Honorable Sean Edward, Minister of Sustainable Development of St. Lucia, to deliver his intervention. And he will also, after his remarks, be leaving us because he has another intervention, another occasion.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, and fellow champions of sustainable development. I am pleased to express St. Lucia's unwavering commitment to a just and equitable energy transition towards a climate-resilient future for all. Being a small island developing state, we are acutely aware of the severe consequences of climate change and the pressing need to overhaul our economy and energy systems to alleviate these risks and build a more environmentally friendly future for our citizens. We recognize that the transition to a clean energy future is not just an environmental imperative, it is also an economic and social imperative as well. St. Lucia is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources, including solar, wind, and potential geothermal power. At the same time, the diseconomies of scale and the capacity constraints that we face, like many other SIDS, make it very difficult to attract economically and financially optimal investments. This is exacerbated by the fact that, and on account of insularity, SIDS face very exorbitant delivery costs for renewable energy equipment and components. Mindful that our energy transition should never come at the expense of equity and justice, the government of St. Lucia, in its recently approved National Energy Policy of 2023, embraces a vision of an energy sector where all St. Lucians can participate in the opportunities that emerge from the transition, ensuring that the benefits are for all communities, sectors, and citizens. The energy policy is consistent with St. Lucia's 2020 Nationally Determined Contribution, or NDC, with a target of 7% greenhouse gas emission reduction in the energy sector relative to 2010 by 2030. This target, covering electricity generation and transportation, is a continuation and expansion of efforts listed in the first NDC to meet the targets for 2025 and 2030. The desired transition can be realized for SIDS through strengthening collaborative efforts to build human, institutional, and technical capacities. Additionally, the financing challenge must be overcome through readily available grants, low-cost and concessionary financing packages that are responsive to the unique circumstances of small island developing states. I am pleased to express the gratitude of the government of St. Lucia for the support received from IRENA through the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, the Castries City Solar Stimulator, strengthening bioenergy data for monitoring Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and NDC survey implementation are all the interventions we've received support from IRENA with. These projects are testament to the support needed to achieve a just and equitable energy transition. On the regional front, We look forward to bolstering regional dialogue and collaborative action towards a more harmonized approach within the energy sector to achieve sustainability that includes economically sound solutions that are socially inclusive and environmentally friendly. St. Lucia stands ready to partner with the international community to achieve this shared goal. Together, we can transform our energy system, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and build climate resilience, empowering our communities and pave the way for a brighter, greener future for our planet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister Edward. And I understand you have to be excused. Thank you. And with that, can we ask our Honorable Minister from Samoa, Minister Schuster.
Talofa and warm greetings, Excellencies, Ministers, and colleagues. I want to thank IRENA and the COP28 presidency for hosting such a timely event. And I also want to acknowledge the technical support provided by the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative in their efforts to meet the climate and SDG objectives. Our hope is that this event will bring light to our special circumstances, unique challenges, and also put the many opportunities of small island developing states in the energy transition. Excellencies, Ministers, and colleagues, the science is clear. The outcome of the global stocktake is clear. We are currently not on track to the 1.5-degree pathway. Phasing out fossil fuels and phasing in of renewable energy and energy efficiency globally is at the center of the negotiations here in Dubai. At the opening of this COP, SIDS head of state, the UN Secretary General, rang the alarm. If this COP doesn't deliver a pathway that brings us back on the 1.5 trajectory, the survival of SIDS and other highly vulnerable communities is at stake, not in the 2100, not in 2050, but now. And that is why you have seen our able SIDS delegates engage with partners, many of which are in this room, and work relentlessly to ensure the unequivocal signals come out of this COP. Setting targets for tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency by 2030 would send a strong and needed signal to markets and investors. SIDS have been showing continuous leadership in increasing climate ambition. Most of our members have 100% renewable energy goals for 2030, and our NDCs collectively add to 6.8 megawatts of renewable capacity addition, putting us on the right path to achieve the 10 gigawatts of installed renewable energy capacity by 2030. However, I must also highlight some of the key barriers SIDS are facing in the implementation of their conditional NDCs and energy transition plans. Human and technical capacity, as well as access to finance and low cost, hold us back to scale renewable energy in our territory. SIDS have been very successful at developing innovative demonstration and pilot projects, but are now struggling to scale these to fully transition their energy systems. We urge the international community to work together and creatively to help us overcome these barriers. Greater access to finance, both from private and public sources with grants, low interest and concessional loans is necessary to ensure a quick implementation of our long-term climate goals and alleviate the financial burdens many SIDS face given high debt ratios. To do so, SIDS needs lasting, targeted, and tailored capacity building and technical support to convert opportunities and project ideas into pipelines of bankable projects that can be processed and approved at a faster pace by climate funds and attract private investors. Renewable energy projects development and de-risking capabilities need to be enhanced dramatically in all CIDS region. As we enter the second week of our negotiations here in Dubai, we expect COP28 to deliver an actionable support package to support developing countries accelerate energy transition, including finance, technology, transfer, capacity building, and that such support is easily and expeditiously accessible. A just and equitable energy transition in CIDS cannot be seen solely through the mitigation lens. Bringing clean, affordable, reliable energy to our people also means maximizing development, co-benefit of economic opportunities, job creation, local entrepreneurship, and resilience building for our economies and communities. Energy is the backbone of economies, and therefore transitioning our energy systems takes a whole of economy and society approach. This is why the outcome of COP28 will have to strongly feed into the work undertaken to define our Sustainable Development Global Blueprint and Action Plan to be adopted at the 4th CIDS Conference in Antigua and Barbuda in 2024. Excellencies, ministers, and colleagues, the stakes have never been higher. We can't compromise on ambition, and we invite you all to engage in solidarity with our communities towards a just and equitable transition where no one is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister Schuster, and I really want to express our gratitude to these distinguished speakers, and I invite them to take their seats in the theater while we call our next set of interventions to come up. And I just want to remind everyone we got to stick to our 3-minute limit. We're now 5 minutes over time. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Norbert Gorison, the Deputy Special Envoy for International Climate Action of Germany, the Honorable Vince Henderson, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Business and Trade and Energy of Dominica, and the Honorable Seve Panyu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu. Come to the stage, yes. Thank you. With that, can we ask, now move forward and ask Mr. Norbert Gorison, Deputy Special Envoy for International Climate Action of Germany, to deliver his intervention. And you can do it from your chair, yes.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to represent Germany here in this event as a partner of the CIDS Lighthouse Initiative. We recognize that CIDS are severely affected by climate change, as has been said, while at the same time contributing little to global greenhouse gas emission. That's why we were very active in order to master the decision about loss and damage and the implementation of the fund and its initial resource mobilization here at the COP, and we are very glad that this already happened. The CIDS, as well as their regional organizations, have an outstanding role in promoting the significance of ambitious climate goals in the international level. We know that challenges remain widespread, but we have significantly increased our climate-related activities in recent years. My boss, State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Action, Jennifer Morgan, has, for example, just traveled to the Pacific and attended the PIF Leaders Summit in Cook Islands 3 weeks ago, and for intensive consultations before COP. And she's continuing to be in bilateral touch with many of you partners from the CIDS Islands here at the COP. Important, big emitters deliver ambition and action, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. We are not on track to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. We have to show that we have to solve this climate crisis on the multilateral level. Only if global emissions are halved by 2030, a 1.5 degree path can still be kept open. Therefore, COP28 must focus on mitigation now, after we've done the loss and damage part. All major emitters must accelerate climate protection and the global energy transition in order to achieve greenhouse gas neutrality. We need clear targets and promote a global target for the expansion of renewable energies. We propose tripling the capacity and doubling the energy efficiency, as also has been proposed initially by ARENA and the International Energy Agency. We also need, at the same time, to phase out fossil fuel, and this must be decided here in this COP. This needs to go hand in hand with support for developing countries to accelerate their energy transition. SIDS and Germany are close partners on many levels, of course with regard to our common agenda for climate action, but also as defenders of the multilateralism. In addition, we cooperate on a long list of bilateral projects in the area of climate financing and adaptation, energy transition, and many more. And we need, in particular, finance is absolute key, so we are very happy to continue to partner with you to push for reform of the financial system, which includes elements like climate disaster risk clauses, debt swaps, innovative sources, and I'm looking forward for what has been announced by Prime Minister Mia Mottley, the Bridgetown Agenda 3.0. Via our International Climate Initiative, we have supported several bilateral, regional and global projects in SIDS with a focus on mitigation and adaptation. And we also welcome the great work and technical assistance and project facilitated done by the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative, which Germany has supported since 2015 with about 6 million euros over the last several years. We are currently assessing in what way we can continue support for the small island states to shift their energy sectors towards the just renewable energy transition. With a view to the 4th UN SIDS conference, Antigua Barbuda, in May 2024, let me say that we look forward to building on our strong relationship and to further strengthening our cooperation with the SIDS in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your partnership and your intervention. And I'd like to add one more person who was supposed to join us on stage. Let me invite Mr. Thomas Anker Christensen, Special Envoy for Climate of Denmark, to deliver his intervention. But before that, I hand it over to the next speaker. I want to acknowledge the presence of His Royal Highness Frederik Christian, Crown Prince of Denmark, who we appreciate the time you've taken time to join us here this afternoon and your ongoing support of the SIDS energy transition and efforts to climate action. So I'd now like to invite Mr. Thomas Anker Christensen to intervene.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for having Denmark in this panel, and also thank you very much for recognizing the presence of His Royal Highness. Mr. President, earlier this year, I had the honor and pleasure to accompany the Danish Crown Princess, Her Royal Highness, on a visit to the Pacific, and we went to see the island of Pele in Vanuatu that had been hit by 2 cyclones in the time span of 24 hours, just a few weeks before we went there. They were still in a state of emergency, and Her Royal Highness met with the villagers in the village most affected, where the school had been severely damaged, and well, it was very made a deep impression on us. And in the ruins of the school, Her Royal Highness met with some of the children from that school who had a plea for her and for the minister and our delegation who were accompanying us. They basically asked us, please go to the UN, to the conference, and help us work for 2 things: fossil fuel phase out and the building of resilience. And from 2 12-year-old schoolgirls in Vanuatu, I think that is a message that we all took to heart and took with us in our engagement with this conference, but also in our engagement with you, with the SIDS, because I think that is a request we hear loud and clear from from your group in this conference, but also because it is about your future, your livelihoods, and eventually about your existence as sovereign nations and members of the United Nations. And that's why we as Denmark support the Rising Nations Initiative in New York. We support the SIDS conference that will take place in Antigua. Norbert talked about it. We have contributed to the Loss and Damage Fund for the Pacific, but we have also worked in the Transition Committee to get the Loss and Damage Fund of the UN established, and we have made a big pledge to it. And we do think that this conference, as Norbert also said, really needs to deliver that double mitigation package of both phasing out fossil fuels and scaling up renewables and other alternatives. That is really the measure of success, that we leave this conference with that agreement. And I think all of us who are here need to realize that this is the way we have to define success. Now, when it comes to working with the SIDS, we are a long-term supporter of the SIDS Lighthouse, technical assistance. We are also looking at the financing and the investment sides, and also, and maybe because we are home to the largest shipping company in the world, also how we can work with you on the decarbonization of shipping and the production of green fuels. You are small islands, but you are large ocean states, and that is an area where we maybe can make an extra effort as Denmark. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anker, and that's what we need to be turning these Pacific Island states into, is energy producers, so that when those ships come, we can give them energy through renewables. I really appreciate you sharing the Princess's visit. I just want to share that we had the Foreign Minister of Germany visit Palau. And it's those interventions, those opportunities for you to come and actually see the impacts really help scale up activities and ambitions, and we appreciate that and appreciate the partnership. With that, let's hear from Honorable Vice Minister Henderson, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, Trade and Energy of Dominica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that's for his intervention. Yes.
If you permit me, Mr. Chair, I feel that this matter is so important that I must do it standing.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, pleasant good afternoon, distinguished panelists. First of all, I just wish to start by stating something that should be obvious to all of us, that transitioning to renewable energy in small island developing states can be neither just nor equitable without taking into account and without stating upfront that seeds are the victims of global warming that has resulted in climate change without they being major contributors. So that has to be at the fore of that conversation. And naturally, what will flow from that is why is it that seeds are having such a difficulty in engaging in a transition that is equitable. And equitable meaning that every family, every citizen, every individual, every resident of the seeds should be able to benefit from that transition in a way that will not be solely to reduce carbon emissions, but to ensure that people can be empowered. In the case of Dominica, and before I go further into that, let me just thank our friends from Denmark. Denmark has been a tremendous, an excellent friend, I should say, to the SIDS, and have provided tremendous support over several decades. I worked closely with you during SIDS-DOC initiation and the contribution that you gave to that, and of course the government of Germany. And I'm encouraged by your own ambitions to move into green shipping, to convert some of your shipping into using green fuel. And the beauty of that is that Dominica is at the stage where we are actually at the eve, and perhaps a couple hours away, from signing a geothermal development agreement with Ormat. We will be constructing initially a 10-megawatt plant, And that 10 megawatt plant will give us the opportunity to then upscale to utilize the full potential of our geothermal resource. And our intention is to move towards the production of green hydrogen and ammonia. And that could create the fuel source that you need for shipping. So as we seek to convert shipping into the use of clean, renewable power, Dominica stands ready in our efforts to develop green hydrogen to become a major supplier. We, as SIDS, continue to struggle, and getting to the point where we are going to sign an agreement was, in fact, a tremendous struggle. And this is why I believe that in order to achieve just an equitable transition, we need to focus on some of the obligations, the challenges, the risk that member states must undertake in order to see that transition in any meaningful way. And I speak specifically to the need for different instruments, financial instruments, not only affordable financing, but financial instruments that can back PPAs, ensuring that we have the guarantees required when undertaking major energy projects like geothermal. And I'm hoping that as we talk about that transition, we can also talk about SIDS appropriate technology. And I'm happy I heard it from Barbados earlier, and we need to focus more about SIDS appropriate technology. Wind and solar are excellent, and they have their place and they have their purpose. But we are large ocean states, and it would be, in my mind, an injustice to our people if we refuse to continue to make the case for ocean technology. Whether it's in the form of wave or OTEC, we need to make that argument, and Irina, a good friend of SIDS, having created the SIDS Lighthouse and providing tremendous support to us, needs to take as part of its mandate the development of more SIDS-appropriate technology, being able to back the efforts of global OTEC in developing ocean technology as forms of renewable power. Geothermal energy is sometimes forgotten as well, because we seem to have the appetite to get the low-hanging fruits, that we leave the good fruits at the back. I know, when you come from a village like I'm from, when you go pick the mangoes, sometimes it is the rotten fruits with worms and everything else that are low-hanging, and the good fruits is all the way up. So perhaps we need to stop grabbing onto the low-hanging fruits and focus on those transformational SIDS-appropriate technologies that can really make a change, make a difference, so that when we, in the small islands, we hear a hurricane is coming, we don't have to think that our entire energy source through solar power and wind could disappear. And I'm speaking coming from a country that got hit severely in the last 7 years. So, Mr. Moderator, I want to thank you for that opportunity. And I want to leave us with the message that just an equitable transition to renewable energy in SIDS needs a little more than commitments of financing. We need to dig deeper and ask ourselves, why aren't SIDS, whom have shown more ambition than any other group of countries, why have we not been able to translate commitment into real action? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. With that, could I ask the Honourable Minister Sevi Panue from Tuvalu, Minister of Finance, to deliver his remarks.
Yeah, thank you, President and Chair, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, Talofa, and good afternoon. I, at the outset, wanted to echo and amplify the voice of that little child from Vanuatu that we've heard and that has been shared by Thomas. Two key messages that I would like us all in this room to leave with us, besides the just and equitable transition: building resilience and fossil phase-out. The urgency and the climate emergency of climate change and sea level rise cannot be more pronounced, felt, and visible in my own country, Tuvalu, than anywhere else. The situation in my country, Tuvalu, is dire and catastrophic. As we sit here, my land is being eaten away. The rising seas are submerging my own islands. The taro plantation and the crops for which we depend our livelihoods on are being destroyed because of the infiltration of seawater coming underground. Our water is being compromised, and this is the reality for us in Tuvalu. Tuvalu is barely 2 meters above sea level. There are no high mountains. So when we talk about relocation and internal migration and adaptation, there is nowhere else to go. And that is the reality. And we are encouraged by the Loss and Damage Fund, the pledges that we've heard at the beginning of this conference. The issue for us is accessibility, being able to access those monies so we can implement long-term permanent solutions. And for Tuvalu, our only means to save and protect Tuvalu is to build more land and build upwards. But that requires enormous, significant climate financing. And we call on the international community, not only within COP, there is a call for the review of the international financial architecture to ensure that the modalities are aligned to 1.5 and ensure that the countries that need those finance the most are able to get it now rather than tomorrow. So our plea is to ensure that these funding modalities are actually delivering the benefit readily to our countries and to our communities to protect and save ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for that reminder of what we are all facing as SIDS on a daily basis. I want to thank the distinguished speakers for the interventions, and you are now invited to take your seats, and I'll ask for the next set of speakers to come up for their interventions. Thank you. So may I invite the Honorable Flavian Schubert, Minister of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment of the Seychelles, to join us on the stage. Also, Henry Puna, Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum. His Excellency Dr. Natalie Burnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, to join us. And Honorable Cranston Buffon, Minister of Agriculture, Lands, Housing, and Environment of Montserrat. If you could join us. Afternoon. Secretary General. Well, as we begin this next set of interventions, I'd like to ask the Honorable Flavian Hubert, Minister of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment of the Seychelles, to start off with remarks. And you're free to either sit in your seat or use the podium.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the outset, let me extend my deepest gratitude and sincere appreciation to IRENA, AOCIS, and in collaboration with the COP28 UAE presidency for convening this important and timely event for small island developing states. I would also like to take this opportunity today to commend IRENA for supporting energy transition in island states, especially under the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative. Small island developing states, as we know, are on the front line of climate change, facing rising sea levels, coastal erosion, increased frequency of extreme weather events, and the loss of vital ecosystems. Seychelles is no exception. The recent findings from the IPCC panel serves as a stark warning that we must take immediate and decisive action towards sustainability. Islands contribute minimally to global emissions, but they carry a large share of the burden. We are actively engaged in decarbonizing our energy sector and transitioning to e-mobility, but we need urgent support for implementation, including finance, technology, and also capacity building. It is time for the world to recognize the urgency of the situation and take concrete steps towards supporting actions that would help us all make real progress. It is absolutely imperative that we implement a pragmatic strategy that unequivocally charts a course to confine global temperature rise within the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. As we gather for COP28, it is crucial that we remain focused on moving away from fossil fuels and increase the use of renewable energy. In the last decade, Seychelles has installed a combined solar and wind installation of 22 megawatts. This has enabled us to achieve our renewable energy penetration target of 5% by 2020, and we are now looking at the 15% target by 2030, an ultimate goal of 100% by 2050. After signing our first power purchase agreement for a 5 megawatts floating PV farm, Seychelles is currently exploring a number of sites for floating PV with a total potential of 40 megawatts around the granitic islands of the Seychelles. We are also achieving our commitments to adaptations, such as our 30 by 30 goal and our NDC goals early, and we ask that all partners think likewise. The global stocktake serves as a critical platform for Seychelles and other SIDS to amplify our call for transformative action. It should be forward-looking and inclusive, aiming to ensure a just transition to sustainable energy sources and systems across the globe by 2050. This can be achieved by promoting the development and adoption of low-emission technologies and reducing barriers to transboundary flows of clean and renewable energy while taking into account the national circumstances of each country. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us take this opportunity at COP28 to take bold steps towards climate resilience and putting us back on track on a 1.5 degree pathway. We know exactly what must be done, but what we need is commitment to action by all countries without exception. We cannot keep postponing action as the most vulnerable of the world continue to suffer. Seychelles commits to uniting with you all as we elevate our ambition and work to achieve the best possible outcome for the people whose lives we are sworn to safeguard and uplift. I thank you all.
Thank you, Minister Hubert, and for that commitment and call to action. His Excellency Henry Puna, Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, may you take the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and warm Pacific greetings from the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. 2023 has been a phenomenal year of climate advocacy and resilience for our Pacific region. We secured unanimous support from the United Nations General Assembly for an application to the International Court of Justice seeking an advisory opinion on the obligations of states to climate change. We have opened our very first regionally led and established financing mechanism, the Pacific Resilience Facility. We have issued a world-first declaration on the continuity of statehood and the protection of persons affected by climate change-related sea level rise. And just last week, we saw come to fruition the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund here in Dubai. Taken together, these milestones give me hope that the world is taking substantive action to correct the current trajectory of this climate crisis. But this is only the beginning. We need to see continued commitment and action from the whole world if we are to guarantee a future for our children. We aspire in the Pacific for a just and equitable transition to a fossil fuel-free Pacific. But you know, an aspiration is just that, and remains that if we do not see critical action to turn aspiration into reality. But the science is clear. We need to transition away from fossil fuel by 2050, only 27 years away from now. And the only way to achieve that is through rapid acceleration of green energy to remove fossil fuels from our global energy system. I am pleased that the political will and commitment from the Pacific is strong. Pacific leaders have committed to a transition away from coal, oil, and gas in line with the IPCC pathways for limiting global average temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius, with a peak in fossil fuel consumption in the near term. We want to see the Just Transition Work Program that was agreed to in Sharm el-Sheikh last year to set meaningful pathways that are aligned to the 1.5 degree target we set in Paris. And this builds on our leaders' decision in 2022 to achieve carbon neutrality in the Pacific by 2050. Excellency, at the heart of the matter is this: a just and equitable energy transition means the survival of our people, the survival of our traditions, and ensuring that our future generations can experience life in our custodial homelands. But if the Pacific Islands was to drop our emissions to zero tomorrow, the sad fact is that the richest 10% of the world's population would still, on their own, breach the 1.5 degrees Celsius in the next few years. This is the inequality and injustice we face in this current global crisis. It is ironic that fuel subsidies surged to a record $7 trillion last year as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the economic recovery from the pandemic. And yet, we continue to voice and advocate for developed countries to realize your commitment on the $100 billion climate finance goal. This begs the question: how can we redirect these fossil fuel subsidies towards cleaner energy in a just transitional manner? How can we support social systems and infrastructure, like strengthening our education and health systems, in a manner that is just and equitable for all? It is not and will not be an easy undertaking, because it means significant and immediate reforms. But it is critical that we start putting these reforms in place and implementing them. It is only worth undertaking if we all collectively commit to action it together. I leave with this sobering thought and challenge. 80% of the global population should not be bearing the cost of the lifestyles of the 10 to 20% of the global population. I thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for those remarks. With that, could I ask the Honorable Dr. Natalie Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, to deliver her intervention.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Irina, for convening this session to focus on SIDS, whose voices are not being heard loud enough in the series of events at this critical COP. At the global level, emissions need to be reduced by 43% to ensure that 1.5 degrees centigrade is achievable. This requires that across the globe, we all accelerate plans to attract investments and implement projects to transition to renewable energy. In the Caribbean, as in the Pacific Islands, we know that we do not contribute to the emissions problem. If we were all able to transition to renewable energy somehow magically tomorrow, the net effect on global emissions would be negligible. This is because, as you have heard, we do not contribute in any meaningful way to climate change. We simply carry the burden of the impact. From more and stronger hurricanes to increasingly scarce groundwater, to disappearing coastal lands, to degrading marine ecosystems, to stress on our agriculture and health and other sectors. Our rationale in Caribbean SIDS for focusing on renewable energy transformation is based on the need for greater energy security, stability of supply and prices, and accessibility by more marginalized populations. The CARICOM region is experiencing once again the reality of new large oil discoveries with the attendant possibility of significant economic transformation. But we are fully aware that this transformation must be effectively managed to ensure that growth and development is both inclusive and sustainable. Renewable energy is a critical component of our strategies. In our states, there are many opportunities to develop renewable energy potential, which, combining various sources, stands at an estimated 10,750 megawatts at this time. While energy transformation is inevitable, transition rates will vary in the region. For example, despite Guyana's recent entry into the oil market, the country has targeted renewable energy generation of 59% by 2030. So there is an understanding of the need for adaptation and energy transformation across the Caribbean community. Barbados has installed 85 megawatts of renewable energy grids since 2019, which is between 12 and 15% of the country's electricity demand at this time, and is targeting becoming 100% RE and carbon neutral by 2030. Grenada is also targeting 100% renewable energy generation by 2030. The CARICOM energy agenda, therefore, seeks to address the 4 dimensions of energy security to ensure that energy services are available, reliable, affordable, and sustainable for all our citizens. Caribbean community member states have been making progress in key sectors, such as power generation, transportation, and buildings. Our objective is a just and equitable and accelerated transition that leaves no one behind and that contributes to safeguarding our planet for future generations. So we will continue to call for access to affordable finance and the necessary technology to allow this to take place. But we are fully aware that our transition to renewable energy is a medium-term adaptation to climate change. In the long term, our survival as a Caribbean civilization, our survival for all of us who are SIDS, requires the rest of the world, particularly the major emitters, to make meaningful and early transitions to their energy landscape, incorporating renewables in economic activity in both production and consumption to the extent necessary to have the required effect of reducing emissions that are the source of climate change. Without this, 1.5 degrees centigrade will continue to fade fast, as will our chances of a livable future for our peoples. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Secretary General Burnett. With that, could I ask Honorable Kristen Buffong, Minister of Agriculture, Land, Housing, and Environment of Montserrat, to deliver his remarks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to start by echoing the sentiments of my colleague and neighbor, Dominica, by stating categorically that the issues we are facing as small island developing states are not our causing. And to go down the road of the science of saying why we should is not needed, because at this stage, everyone knows the issues and what the solutions are. Montserrat, ladies and gentlemen, is located in the Caribbean Sea and is a small island inhabited by tenacious people. Following the volcanic eruption in 1995, where we lost most of the country and most of our inhabitants by migration, we are still there, and our rehabilitation and our development process still continues. One of the main areas of rebuilding is our energy sector, both the production of it and transportation. We have implemented a 1 megawatt solar farm with battery storage and are currently doing the preliminary investigations into wind power with the help of IRENA, and have confirmed the potential for geothermal power with 2 production wells. Let me say thank you to IRENA for the work in this regard, as we are looking forward to the outcome of this. With a population of between 4,000 to 5,000 people, and I'm sure that's by far the smallest here at COP, our electricity demand is relatively small and has proven to be both a blessing and a curse. Our hope to achieve 100% renewable energy penetration is relatively easy to achieve. However, this may prove less attractive to our private financiers. For Montserrat to realize this goal and become one of the first to achieve 100% renewable energy, we require access to funding streams that OTs are usually excluded from, such as, which was stated earlier at COP, access to loss and damage fund, and assistance with an economic appraisal of how to justly transition to renewable energy. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you to all our distinguished speakers for their interventions. And you now may take your seats off the stage. And I extend the invitation to the following distinguished speakers to join me on the stage. Mr. James Elsmore, founder and director of Island Innovation. The Honorable Norris Maynard, Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities, Domestic Transport, Information, Communication and Technology, and Post of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Honorable Thomas Opa, Vice Minister of Petroleum, Energy and Energy of Papua New Guinea. And the Honorable Kenry James, Minister of Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy of Grenada. Oh, Congress. Yes. Thank you. Okay, with that, can we invite Mr. James Elsmore, founder and director of Pacific Islands Innovation, to deliver his remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I really want to extend my gratitude to the IRENA, SIDS Lighthouse Initiative, and AOSIS for the invitation to join you here for this address. We are delighted as Island Innovation to be a member of this prestigious network to support the work that is happening for the renewable energy transition in small island states. I wanted to give a short insight on the importance of civil society and youth in supporting the transition for small island states. Government plays a vital role in the transition, but it cannot be done by government alone. The role of civil society in supporting that movement is absolutely critical. Now, our approach at Island Innovation is to share information and good practices from islands around the world, including subnational regions in addition to small island states, knowing that although every island has a very unique context, they share many common challenges. But for this to work, we also need government, the private sector, civil society, and academia to be aligned in supporting one another. We like to call this the quadruple helix: And it's really surprising how often we see that these four sectors are out of step or working without consulting one another. And so I appreciate the opportunity to share some insight into how these different sectors use different languages, for want of a better word, in the way that they approach the energy transition. Now, we are very proud, and I see some of them in the audience, we're very proud to be here this year supporting a youth delegation of 10 climate justice advocates from the Caribbean, the Caribbean Climate Justice Leadership Academy, representing projects on a range of issues from gender and Indigenous rights. And these are exactly the voices that we need to be including when we're talking about the energy transition for small island states. Climate justice must also be in step with a just transition when it comes to energy. And we know that the value that renewables have for small island states is absolutely essential to becoming self-sufficient and resilient nations. But for a truly just transition away from fossil fuels, we must be consulting with civil society, and we must be consulting with the young people that will carry the torch for the next generation in the island states. And so I wanted to also congratulate the young people that I mentioned from this group of 10 people from the Academy for having their voices heard, to show the variety of voices involved with the just transition, the impact that that has that goes far beyond government to address the whole quadruple helix. Thank you again for having me join you to address this session.
Thank you, Mr. Elsmore, and thank you for sponsoring the youth participation and getting them involved. With that, could I ask the Honorable Minister, Vice Minister Opa of Papua New Guinea to give his remarks.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished guests, for Papua New Guinea, as the biggest island state in the Pacific, with over 10 million people, we fully support IRENA and the SEEDS initiative. We've been part of IRENA for some time now. We are also mindful of our rainforest, our resources. So we also have oil and gas that we've been trying to monetize as well. So for Papua New Guinea, we wish to endeavor to make sure that the aspirations of our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, is to support the global agenda on climate change. And just this week, he signed an agreement with President Macron to see France support our country with over 400 million kina in forest conservation. So those are signs that Papua New Guinea, as the biggest country in the Pacific, we fully support the endeavors by our Pacific Island Forum and all our other countries, island states, that climate change is real. And as a bigger country in the Pacific, we are very mindful that some of our island states, including small islands within Papua New Guinea, will be gone very soon. So we are here to support IRENA and the initiatives to contribute to a better world for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Opa, and thank you for your leadership in the Pacific. With that, could I ask Minister, the Honorable Congress Maynard, Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities, Domestic Transport, Information, Communication, and Technology, and Post of St. Kitts and Nevis, to give his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, St. Kitts and Nevis is the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere, with only 68 square miles for St. Kitts and 36 for Nevis, with 52,000 people. Our present landscape is that we have in excess of 95% fossil fuel powered generation. The government is subsidizing the increased cost of fuel driven by conflicts which we are not a part of. As a direct result of changing climate, our rainfall has decreased by 20% over the last 10 years and by 40% over the last year alone. Given that we relied on rainfall for 100% of our water resources, we are now unable to provide 24-hour water services to our residents. We have to turn to desalination, which requires affordable energy, which we do not yet have. Our farmers who previously relied on this rainfall are now requesting to be on our water network where we cannot afford to supply them. Finally, large amounts of social programs that the government uses to support the most at risk in the absence of sustainable employment. Without affordable energy, it is difficult and near impossible to attract manufacturing and other energy-intensive industries to put our people to work. Therefore, we have realized that there is a nexus needed for our sustainable island state objectives to be met. We solve energy, we solve water. We solve water, we solve food. We solve energy, we solve industries. We solve industries, we solve salaries. The people and government of St. Kitts and Nevis have not sat by waiting for manna to fall from the sky, however. We are determined to exploit the renewable energy sources that we have to achieve energy independence. Although we only need 40 megawatts of power to satisfy current and short-term short-term power needs of our federation, we have tremendous renewable power potential far exceeding our local needs. Our geothermal reserves are estimated to be in excess of 1 gigawatt. Our wind potential is upward of 800 megawatts, and many more hundreds of megawatts for solar. That's over 2 gigs for a country that only needs 40 megawatts. Therefore, our federal parliament passed unanimously a national resolution declaring that our geothermal resource is a national asset and a national resource that must be pursued as a national priority. We have put our skin in the game by agreeing to accept a $16 million financing facility from the Caribbean Development Bank to proceed with the drilling of geothermal production wells to produce a minimum of 30 megawatts of power. This financial tool, however, presents a gap of US $20 million for it to be viable to move the best drillers in the world to the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere. We are also on the verge of cementing another financing tool for this US $20 million gap. This means that the SKN government has now committed $36 million to this effort. We have also just signed an agreement for the supply of 30% of energy sources on the island of St. Kitts from the largest solar and battery energy storage power plant to be in the region. So the just and equitable transition then means that since we have not been the ones to cause this problem, yet our beaches are disappearing, seawater rise is leading to increased saltwater intrusion to our island freshwater aquifers, we are facing a countrywide destruction from a single Category 5 hurricane, which is sure to come. Then after we are placing our skin in the game by investing the very little money that we have, concessionary funding collaboration is required, is a must in order for us to adapt to this new reality. I would like to thank IRENA for the work that they're doing and this opportunity for us to present, and trust that the voice of SIDS such as ours is heard loud and clear, that we are not looking for sympathy, but partnership to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Maynard, for that, and it's partnership. Yeah, not a handout. Thank you. With that, could I ask, invite Minister Karen James from Grenada to give her remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleague ministers, I bring you warm greetings from the Spice Island of the Caribbean, Grenada. As the Minister for Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy, it is my honor to address this distinguished gathering. Today, we stand at a pivotal juncture in history where the decisions we make will shape the future of our planet and the legacy we leave for generations to come. Our focus on energy and industry and the just energy transition, especially within the context of small island developing states, could not be more critical. In Grenada, as in many SIDS, we are acutely aware of the urgent need for a transition to renewable energy. In a matter of weeks, we will be commissioning an 800 kilowatt solar PV plant in the sister island of Carriacou. It is our hopes to scale up this project and stay on our target to 100% renewable energy penetration by 2030. Our survival and prosperity hinge on our ability to adapt, innovate, and transition to a more sustainable way of life. As island nations, we are the sentinels of the ocean, guardians of a vast ecosystem that sustains life on Earth, but yet we are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, rising sea levels, extreme weather patterns, and the erosion of biodiversity. Our very existence is a testament to resilience in the face of these challenges, but resilience alone is not enough. We need a just and equitable energy transition, one that recognizes the unique challenges and strengths of SIDS. A transition that does not leave anyone behind, particularly so for our youth and our women. This transition is not just an environmental imperative, but an economic one. At the recently held World Climate Action Summit, we can unlock new avenues of sustainable development, create green jobs, and foster a circular economy that works in harmony with nature. However, the path to this future is not without its challenges. We require tailored support in financing, technology transfer, and capacity building. The operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and the tremendous and significant pledges, notably so by the UAE, among others, we have received thus far, even before COP28 is nearing to end, is indeed a step in the right direction, offering hope for nations most affected by climate-related disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I want to call upon each of us as leaders, as innovators, and champions of change to join us in this endeavor. Together, we can forge a future where our islands are not just surviving, but thriving. A future where our children, our youth, and our mature populations can inherit a world that is healthier, more equitable, and more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I realize that we're running a little bit of overtime right now, but there's 4 more interventions that we have to hear from. And I want to extend my gratitude to the speakers on stage, and you may now take your seats off stage while I invite the next 4 interventions. Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Tint Itanang, Minister of Health, Medical Services of Kiribati, and I'm sure I butchered that name. Her Excellency Diane Black Lane, Ambassador of Climate Change, Director of Environment of Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Minoru Takeda, Secretary for UN Energy and Deputy Director of UN Forum on Forest. Yeah. So how do I say that? Minister? TISS. Kiribati. With that, may I invite Minister Sente from Kiribati to give his remarks.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here before you with great honor as a representative of the resilient people of the Republic of Kiribati. Kamneben Maori, and warm greetings that echo the spirit of our nation and our people. Firstly, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to the people and the government of the United Arab Emirates for hosting this crucial small island developing states meeting. I also appreciate the collaboration between IRENA, AOSIS, and COP28 for orchestrating this event, underscoring the importance of unity at addressing the global climate crisis. Kiribati, a least developed country and a low-lying Pacific island atoll nation, faces the immediate impacts of climate change: sea level rise, prolonged droughts, extreme weather events. These are not just scientific data points for us. They are the harsh realities that threaten our economies, threaten our environment, our society, and our unique cultural heritage. Yet despite our vulnerability, I am proud to share with you the proactive steps taken by the government of Kiribati. In alignment with the Paris Agreement, our commitment to the energy transition is reflected in policies and plans such as the Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management Act, the 2022 Energy Act, and the Kiribati Integrated Energy Roadmap. Kiribati has set ambitious targets to reduce fossil fuel use through renewable energy and energy efficient initiatives, achieving 30% of our urban island targets and over 50% for the rural islands since 2017. We are focused on introducing innovative, decarbonizing, people-centered technologies such as cutting-edge solar, air, water generators that leverage the abundant sun and humid air that we enjoy in our tropical environment. The first of these is being installed at our major hospital, with opportunities to expand at the community level. These accomplishments are a testament to our dedication, but achieving 100% by 2025 requires continued support and collaboration. I emphasize the need for increased efforts to consider the special needs and circumstances of small island developing states and low-lying coral atoll nations. A just transition must be fair. It must be inclusive and equitable. Mitigation and adaptation actions must be supported by just financing, means of implementation, capacity development, and technology transfer. A gender-balanced approach must be mainstreamed to ensure that no one is left behind. In conclusion, the challenges we face demand collective action, strong partnerships, and genuine commitment. Let us all move forward with ambition and with dedication, knowing that the problems of today require global solutions. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Mr. Chair, the organizers, and all esteemed colleagues present today. And I share with you the rich blessings of my people, the Maori, the Roi, or the Tapamoa. Peace, health, and prosperity. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for those important words. With that, could I, ladies and gentlemen, most of you may be aware that Antigua and Barbuda will host the upcoming 4th International Conference on SIDS in May of 2024. And I now have the pleasure of inviting Her Excellency, Ambassador Deanne Black-Lane of Antigua and Barbuda to give her intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Good, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here representing my minister, so Mohamed Joseph, Minister of Health, Wellness, Social Transformation, and the Environment. And I am here to bring you an excitement that we are feeling at home, trying to get ready to welcome all of you to our small Caribbean nation. Antigua and Barbuda, in the last 2 years, 2021 to 2022, has been the chair of AOSIS. Antigua and Barbuda represented small island developing states on the Transitional Committee for the Green Climate Fund. We also served on the Transitional Committee for the Loss and Damage Fund. We are the board member for SIDS on the Green Climate Fund as well as the Adaptation Fund. And we are also looking forward to hosting you here in Antigua and Barbuda. Like Antigua and Barbuda, why we want to participate so much, and we feel that we can offer a lot of insights and do a lot on behalf of AOSIS is because Antigua and Barbuda is in Hurricane Alley, and we also suffer with drought. We were hit by the first Category 5 hurricane. So all of our negotiators, including myself, my minister, our Prime Minister, the Dominican Prime Minister who was here, we know what we're talking about. We were there when the Category 5 winds hit our homes, our communities. And so there's a passion and there is an urgency that we would like to see that everybody that can adopt. So Antigua and Barbuda, just like every other small and developing states, we suffer with getting access to capital for renewable energy. No one would ever believe that it'd be so hard to find financing for energy. Everybody needs it. It's almost a sure thing, a sure investment. But there are a lot of geopolitical issues that it's easier for you to get money to build a diesel engine plant than to build a solar or wind power plant. Today, it is still easier to get to do that. And that is something that we want to change with Article 2.1c of the Convention. We need to be able to access the capital that we need for them equally, but it's not equal at this time. So the strategy for Antigua and Barbuda, and we hope to show it to you when we get there, is that we want to harness the power of our people, our savings, and the power of our own local financial institution. The solar panel system that exists on my home was expensive because it's twice as much, I paid twice as much for it as somebody who lived in the United States, and I don't make the kind of salary that they make. But I purchased it anyway, and there's a lot of savings that you can have. And I use the financing in my own local bank, my own community bank, and install it into my own home. When the hurricane hit, the next day I had power that I can use, that I, as the director of the Department of Environment, as a first responder, I could go back out and help other people because my own home had power. I think that is the business model that we need to turn to. Right now, we're looking at a business model that still have energy tied to our grid. For many small island developing states, distributive energy is the energy that will help us to transition in a just way. It will help us to transition to give the power of energy into the hands of each family, while borrowing from your own local financial institution. The Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and hopefully the Loss and Damage Fund will soon be able to provide you some financing so you can blend it to make the cost a lot cheaper for your people than it was for me and my family. So we have a lot to say to you, not only represent AOSIS, not only hosting you in Antigua and Barbuda, but we have a lot of opportunities that we can share our experiences with getting access to these international funds. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my beautiful island, and we're looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing the vision and calls from SIDS. The outcomes of COP28 will certainly have a crucial impact on the 4th International Conference on SIDS and influencing how SIDS should strategically navigate their energy transition and advance sustainable development for the next 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our structured interventions, and it was my pleasure to preside over this session and reiterate the calls from SIDS for more access to financing, technical assistance, technology transfer, capacity building, and other forms of tailor-made support that will maximize the economic and social opportunities and benefits from SIDS energy transition. At this time, At this time, to formally close the events, I now invite Mr. Minoru Takeda to the podium to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Takeda is the Secretary for UN Energy and Deputy Director of UN Forum on Forest Secretariat, and which is serving as the Secretariat for the 4th International Conference of SIDS. Thank you, Mr. Takeda. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, the distinguished delegates, the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am standing here on behalf of the Undersecretary General Lee Jun-hwa of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, who is serving as the Conference Secretary General for the fourth CIS conference to come in Antigua Barbuda, just Ambassador introduced next year in May. Listening to everybody's leadership, wow, we can see that 20th century, of course, we are powered by fossil fuels. 21st century is going to be powered by renewable energy, and your leadership is actually giving us a lot of energy to make sure that this is going to happen. And for us at the United Nations, our role is very clear. Building on your leadership, we help you turn that leadership into concrete action and results through partnerships, through investment, and through actions. That's why we are supporting this fourth conference to come in Antigua Barbuda. Hope that you will be everybody able to come together to be able to support this significant change that is going to be needed to address climate change, but also sustainable development challenges we will have to deliver by 2030. So with this is a short introduction about the CIS conference, and also then a thank you to everybody for your leadership and call to action by everybody to come together to work on the CIS conference, make sure CIS conference deliver for the prosperity of the people in CIS, and CIS to be the global leader in the energy transformation. That is going to be powered by renewable energy over the decades to come. So thank you very much, and with this one, I will finish my concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you.
Pleasure.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة القادمة ستبدأ بعد 10 دقائق في مسرح الواحة. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Wafa Theatre will start in 10 minutes. Please take your seats and switch your mobile devices to silent. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة التالية في مسرح الواحة على وشك البدء. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take your seats in the Al-Waha Theatre. The next session is starting shortly. Please ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al-Waha Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, we're about to discuss coal transition and coal phase out. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives, esteemed guests, good afternoon and thank you for joining us for an action-packed session that is designed to answer one critical question. How do we move away from using coal for power generation? Coal that is a valuable energy source that is responsible for more than a quarter of all emissions. And how do we do that in a way that is pragmatic, affordable, and equitable? I am Claire Perry-O'Neill. I'm the former UK Minister for Energy and Clean Growth. I authored some of the action plan for COP26, and I had the great honour of founding in 2017 the Powering Past Coal Alliance, along with my friend Catherine McKenna, Minister in Canada at the time. And in the next 90 minutes, we will be joined by an extraordinarily talented group of experts and practitioners. And I know we are all grateful to the COP28 presidency for making accelerated coal phase out such an important theme of the Energy Day at COP. During this event, I would like to achieve one goal: that you leave this beautiful space better informed, more optimistic, and thinking hard about how you can participate in the solutions proposed today. And I will check back in with you at the end of the session to see if we have achieved that goal. Meanwhile, to frame our discussions, it is my honour to introduce His Excellency Adnan Amin, the COP28 CEO, to share some opening remarks. He needs no introduction, but I do want to just for a moment acknowledge his extraordinary career as a key part of the energy transition, as the founding Director General of IRENA and as a tireless advocate for the transition on the world stage. Your Excellency, please join us.
Well, thank you very much for those very kind words, Claire. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm delighted to join for this particular event because we have been, together with our partners, looking at how the decarbonization process of the energy transition will go ahead and the role that coal plays in that and how we can accelerate all the considerations around the phase out of coal. At COP28, we have made the science the central tenet of how we are approaching every element of the action agenda, as well as the negotiation space. This year's IPCC report and the GST synthesis report have emphasized that the science demands a strong mitigation outcome at COP28 that drives significant emissions reductions. That's why we've made fast-tracking the energy transition a key priority of our presidency agenda. We must build the energy system of the future while rapidly decarbonizing the energy system of today if we are to keep 1.5 within reach as our North Star. As the COP President, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, has made clear, the phase down of demand for and supply of all unabated fossil fuels is both inevitable as it is essential. To help deliver on this, the UAE is proud to announce today that it is officially joining the Powering Past Coal Alliance. As part of this, we will work with nearly 60 other member countries to accelerate a responsibly managed transition away from coal power to clean energy. This is an alliance created in 2017 at COP23 in Bonn, led by the governments of the UK and Canada, and in fact, led by our MC today, Claire O'Neill, who's done such a magnificent job in taking it forward. We believe this is an important step that demonstrates the UAE's commitment and leadership as host of COP28 to unleash the future zero-carbon energy system. Ladies and gentlemen, the world must accelerate the energy transition in an orderly, just, fair, and equitable way that accounts for energy security and ensures that finance and technology is available for developing countries. The phase down of coal is a key part of this transition, and the numbers are clear. Coal-based power makes up roughly 27% of global energy and industry-related emissions. If we retire 1 gigawatt of coal-powered electricity early, we could reduce emissions by 2 to 4 metric tons of CO2 equivalent every year. This corresponds to removing almost 1 million internal combustion engine vehicles from the roads. Yet the shift away from coal is not straightforward. There is significant locked-in and unrecoverable capital in coal assets in the Global South. Coal plants in Asia and Africa are also significantly younger compared to those in the Global North, with long-term take-or-pay energy agreements already in place. 2 years ago in Glasgow, parties successfully agreed on the need to phase down unabated coal power. We must now provide the necessary tools to help move into implementation mode and really deliver on these outcomes. This will require innovation, innovative climate finance mechanisms, including high-integrity transition credits that can assist both governments and corporations in facilitating the management of early retirement. These credits can demonstrate a plausible solution by providing an alternative revenue stream from the sale of carbon credits. While there is growing momentum and interest in this approach with transition credits, there's an urgent need for market demand signals to make this mechanism come to life. Governments and financial institutions must move to purchase transition credits once they become available. And your assistance is needed to identify utilities that can benefit from this transition, from these transition credits as a pathway towards early retirement. We look forward to your engagement and collaboration on this critical issue to help ensure that COP28 can truly deliver on fast-tracking the just energy transition that is a central part of our mandate at this COP. Thank you very much for being with us, and we look forward to a very interesting and robust discussion on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for framing what we're here today to discuss so well. And many congratulations on joining PPCA. So far at this COP, we have the US joining, there's Czech Republic, multiple other members, and of course it's not just states joining, it is subnational actors and companies. By the way, it's only day 5 of COP, so there's plenty of time if you haven't joined to sign up. Applications are still accepted. And of course, we've had many attempts to accelerate this transition before. We've talked a lot about PPCA. In 2021, we launched the JET-P structure at COP26, which was an attempt to put a whole transition package around a specific economy. And we have other frameworks emerging in the US and elsewhere. And part of all of the solutions is unlocking blended finance, with the role of philanthropic capital seen as crucial in that mix. And as our next speaker on that very topic, I'm delighted to introduce my esteemed friend, Dr. Andrew Steer, formerly President and CEO of the World Resources Institute, and now CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund, which is committed to spend $10 billion by 2030, including on programs to decarbonize energy and industry. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you so much, Claire. Thank you for your leadership. We are very grateful. Thank you, Adnan. You shouldn't be looking so lively and cheerful and happy and young at this stage, but you do. And that in and of itself is a sign that we are moving in the right direction. Thank you for what you're doing. I mean, the logistics alone are mind-boggling. The politics are complex. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we are with you in every regard in the coming week to be as helpful as we can. Look, as Adnan and Claire have both said, powering past coal is surely a very smart thing to do. It is perhaps the single most powerful action we can take to address climate change. Coal accounts, as you all know, for 45% of global energy-related emissions, and we will have to work very, very hard over the next 8 years to move from 36%, which currently is the ratio of power that is generated by coal in the world, to less than 4% by 2030. This sounds like a massive, impossible task, but actually it isn't. The System Change Lab just brought out a report in the last couple of days looking at 10 countries that had accelerated their powering past coal at that speed. The winners of the list were Greece and the United Kingdom. Greece lowered its share from 51% in 2014 to just 10% in 2022. The United Kingdom reduced coal power from 39% in 2012 to just 2% in 2020. So it can be done. It is a no-brainer. It makes economic sense. Done right, it makes social sense, but it still requires money, and that's what I want to talk about briefly. We have all seen the numbers. You've seen the Stern-Songway report and various other IEA estimates. The developing and emerging world, excluding China, will need to increase their investment in clean and transitioned energy sevenfold by 2030 to $1.9 trillion a year. Impossible? Well, currently, under the models, yes, it is. Wonderful progress politically on the jet Ps in Indonesia, in Vietnam, in South Africa, and others now coming on stream. But if you look at the financing numbers, they are a little squishy. We need to find some more grant and grant lookalike funds. Let me suggest that carbon markets are the great untapped opportunity here. 2 days ago, we launched the Energy Transition Accelerator, bringing together a dozen very large companies that are willing to engage in voluntary carbon markets for decommissioning and for renewable energy. And we brought to the table some countries that are very keen on it. And importantly, some of the standard setters that have been a little bit in the way because they've been not giving enough credit for carbon markets. And so one of the reasons at the moment that carbon credits are not flowing is because companies feel that they are not getting credit. And recently the standard setting agency ICVCM, VCMI rather, came out with a very good and very important new ruling that says that up to 50% of Scope 3 legitimately in the near term could be offset. We've done the numbers, and it suggests that actually it's possible that you could get enough money from carbon markets to actually pay for almost all of the non-commercially viable part of coal decommissioning. This is incredibly exciting, and it's an honor to work with the Rockefeller Foundation, US State Department, and others in making that work. And there are other initiatives too. The Coal to Clean Credits Initiative, the 3CI, is doing some fascinating work in Philippines and elsewhere, showing that actually looking at the cost of decommissioning, financing it through carbon credits can play a huge, huge opportunity. Closing a coal plant requires, as Adnan says, not only closing it down, more importantly, the just transition, and also recognizing it has a life ahead of itself which needs to be compensated. In terms of renewable energy, of course, that can be financed largely commercially, although it still needs some help in the capital stack, and philanthropy and carbon markets can play a very important role there too. So look, my message to you all is let's power past coal quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. as inspiring as always. Thank you so much, Andrew. You've helped us understand why we need to get off coal. You've explained what we need to do. We need to commit to no new coal and shut as rapidly as possible plants around the world. And you've given us some solutions, some of the hows. It's about financial flows, using markets, commercializing some solutions which can look very uneconomic at the moment. But when we double click on the how, we start to see the problems. And you alluded to one of the problems, which is how do we set viable standards that we have high integrity? And on that point, I would like to invite up our first panel to discuss the integrity credit process. Transition credits, just by way of background, I'm sure you all know this, but they're a new class of high integrity asset that are generated from the replacement of coal with cleaner energy. They can provide alternative revenue into the project, but also a capital structure that can enable essentially the current asset owners to shut down the plant early. And for our next session, we have with us representatives from leading methodology developers, Gold Standard, Vera, ADB, and Winrock, who will share their insights on the development of the integrity of the credits. And the panel will be moderated by Vishal Agarwal, who is a senior partner at McKinsey and leads the firm's sustainability work in Southeast Asia. Panel, if you would like to make your way up to the stage, and Vishal, if you'd like to come and moderate. Thank you very much indeed.
While we have the panels taking the seat, I just wanted to summarize the context as we heard from His Excellency Adnan and Andrew Steer, right? So coal is about a quarter of global emissions. Yes, please. And if we don't address coal immediately, we are going to blow up our carbon budget between now and 2030. There have been various attempts to address the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. It's not easy. And if I just summarize some of the big challenges is, number one, there are communities and just energy transition elements that need to be taken care of. Number two, many countries are actually trying to balance hard energy poverty, growth, security, and transition. And all of these need to be addressed together. And third, if I look at the global south and Asia, emerging Asia in particular, which is where more than half of the coal-fired power plants are, the average age of this fleet is less than 14 years. There's a lot of sunk capital. And what all these three elements do is it creates an economic gap. And there's only so much concessionary capital that is going to go around to address the early retirement of all of these 1,500 gigawatts of coal-fired power plants in Asia alone. And this is where this whole innovative market-based mechanism of using transition credit could play a very vital role. As Claire was talking about, the transition credit is basically an instrument that gets generated as you reduce the emissions from coal-fired power plants and replace it with clean energy. This can be used to replace the revenue stream, but also can be used to capitalize the structures. However, as we do this, very important that we take into consideration the highest integrity standards, the transparency are met, and all the elements of just energy transitions are met. In this context, we have our four panelists here who have been working on this for many years and will share views on what does it take to do this, but in a manner that can build the right foundation for early retirement of coal-fired power plants, right? So we'll have our four esteemed panelists here, starting with Toby, who's the Chief Program Development and Innovation Officer at Vera. We have Owen, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Gold Standard. Andrew Jeffries, who's an advisor at Asia Development Bank, and Mary, who's the CEO of Environmental Resources Institute, which is a non-profit subsidiary of Winrock and working with the US ETA, right? So we'll start with the panel. Feel free to join here. There's no one here. Yeah. Let me start with you, Andrew. Asia Development Bank has been one of the leaders and champions on driving the early retirement of coal-fired power plants, starting with the ETM and then with the JETP. If you could start by giving a view of the journey, where are you? What does it take to really accelerate from a few pilot power plants to really doing this at scale? What will unlock?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. You know, we've embarked on this journey now for a number of years. We've committed as an institution to $100 billion of climate finance by 2030 and 75% of our operations supporting climate initiatives by 2030. And regarding the energy transition mechanism, you know, the rationale I think is very clear and known to everyone. Without addressing the emissions from coal-fired power plants, we can't meet our climate targets under the Paris Agreement. So this initiative was launched at COP26 in Glasgow. And we've had pre-feasibility studies completed for Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Pakistan, and Kazakhstan. We've done detailed feasibility work in Indonesia, and that's in process in the Philippines. We've assisted Indonesia with Climate Investment Fund Accelerating Coal Transition, or CIF Act funds, $500 million of concessional funding to support early coal retirement. And we're in the process of working with development partners, the World Bank Group, for the Philippines application for those funds. We're working on our first pilot transaction now. A few days ago, we signed a framework agreement with PLN of Indonesia and Cirebon Electric Power. We've just today signed an MOU with the Monetary Authority of Singapore to raise up to $2 billion of concessional funds to add more concessional capital to this initiative. So to date, you know, we're looking to use climate finance to lower the cost of capital and make these transitions work. And we're working very hard with our partners to get this first transaction off the ground to establish its financial viability and then learn by doing and then seek to replicate it, you know, around the region where applicable. And to segue into the kind of the topic of this panel, we are also working on registering a carbon credit methodology for early coal retirement that we seek to register in the first quarter of 2024.
Fantastic. On that note, I did hear about, Toby, if I come to you, some of the announcements that came out where the pilot projects are going to use or apply to Vera for credit writing, right? If you can talk about how do you decide which power plants will meet the standards of integrity and transparency? And in general, how do these credit instruments adhere to the just energy transition principles? Just give us a flavor of the highest standards of integrity that the methodologies would follow.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Vishal. Great to be here. So as some of you may have noticed, yesterday Vera announced the first public consultation of the Clean to Coal Credit Initiative methodology supported by the Rockefeller Foundation. And that methodology is starting its first consultation. We'll go through a second consultation. It's already had 5 international workshops with leading countries, utilities, legal experts, and civil society to make sure that the methodology is not only robust technically, is using the right methods, conservative approaches, and safeguards, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, but also it's going to be workable. And that's going to be critical if we're going to scale up this kind of mechanism. So that's the beginning of its consultation, and there was another announcement yesterday too with ASEAN in the Philippines that you'll hear more about from Eric in the next panel, that's basically going to be piloting the methodology with support and interest from the government of Singapore as a potential Article 6.2 opportunity for a transfer of ITMOs. In terms of the safeguards and the integrity of the methodology, I can talk a little bit, for example, around the just transition, which is a key part of the methodology, and I think of all the standards in this space. One is a ring-fenced share of proceeds that goes to just transition, including training, new jobs, local community support. Also, the methodology requires that KPIs be established upfront at validation stage, and those KPIs will be used to basically assess whether the actual intended objectives of just transition are being achieved and delivered by the project. And those will be tracked, monitored, and independently verified at each carbon verification. And unless they're met, there will be no credits issued. So basically what we're trying to do is build integrity in upfront, both with conservative methods, the right safeguards, and then make sure that that's enforced and activated during each verification.
Mary, if I take a segue into this, right? I was ecstatic to see the announcement yesterday where I saw different methodology writers come together and issue joint statement. That does not happen often, at least has not happened in the past before this COP. So it was very good to see that. Would love to hear from you, what kind of collaboration are the different methodology writers talking about? And in particular, I understand a differentiated approach that Windrock has on the jurisdictions. So it would be good to get some color on that as well.
Certainly. So yesterday we announced a collaboration with the crediting standards that I manage, ACR and ART, as well as Gold Standard and Verra and the Climate Action Reserve and the Global Carbon Council. All of us are approved by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, to supply credits to what is the first global compliance carbon market. We came together many months ago to start working on this joint statement of how we can work together to enhance integrity and help countries achieve their Paris Agreement targets, their NDCs, by working with the independent crediting standards. And we laid out a work plan that we will be working on for the next year together on different integrity actions that we can take, including working directly with countries themselves to operationalize Article 6. With regard to the crediting standard for the Energy Transition Accelerator that we have been developing, and we actually published the key elements of that earlier this week when the Energy Transition Accelerator update was launched. The key to it is it's a jurisdictional and sectoral approach. Jurisdictional in that we're working with governments, so we're looking at a country level, and sectoral in that we're looking at the emissions from the entire electric power sector. So what we're doing with that is trying to incentivize governments to make the broad policy and regulatory shifts that are needed for long-term structural transformation. They can use, we want to incentivize a broad range of activities and not prescribe specific actions. So you could, for example, install renewable energy. You can also upgrade your grid and storage to be able to better accommodate the build out of renewables. You can decommission coal. You may have policy changes in dispatch priority for lower emissions technologies, incentives for off-grid renewables. So the crediting is looking at the entire sector and wanting to reduce emissions in a way that's most pragmatic and flexible for each country.
Fantastic. Owen, if I come to you, different ways to think about the additionality, right? All of this will boil down into who is the buyer and how you're creating demand for these kind of credits, both on abating 1 and 2, but also on the scope 3. I know Gold Standard, and you have been thinking about it, would be great to hear your thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, sure, thank you. Well, there's a lot to think about there. I think one of the issues the carbon market has had is it likes to divide integrity and effectiveness into supply and demand as two separate things. But as we've seen, get either side of that wrong and it pulls the whole house down every time, and we have a real perception problem because of that. And two risks occur to me. One is that if we're talking about a transition credit and a just transition, if you have a buyer that in one country is supporting phase out, that's great. If in 10 other countries it's still investing in fossil, competing countries, competing interests, it really isn't great, and you create an injustice between those two things. So you can't separate the two in my mind. I think I would also say that on the Scope 3 side, as frustrating as value chain targets are, carbon credits have no place there. They make no sense from an accounting perspective. They disrupt the accountability mechanism fundamentally. And so we profoundly disagree with the idea that you can use carbon credits towards Scope 3. Having said that, under the current construct, although that doesn't work at all, it is important that companies support phase out, stress phase out, not phase down, phase out of coal assets. And it does require an honest conversation about how to enact Scope 3 value chain targets. We co-founded 2 initiatives there, one called the Value Change Initiative, which focused primarily on agriculture and apparel sectors, so land use. And the other is the AIM platform, which is looking at how you create market and non-market mechanisms that are designed for the purpose of accountability of value chains. So I can only sort of stress that point, really. I profoundly disagree with the idea you can use carbon credits for that purpose. Fantastic.
Andrew had put a pin on this $2 billion thing that you had mentioned. I would love to understand, what is this $2 billion? You mentioned you signed something with MES to create a fund on early retirement of coal-fired power plants. And how should utilities think about it in accessing this fund that you just launched or you were talking about?
Really a fund per se. This was launched, with Monetary Authority of Singapore. Also, GEOP is putting in money, and it's meant to be used for ETM, energy transition mechanism, early coal retirement transactions, to be blended with commercial priced money, just to lower the cost of capital to the point where you can incentivize and enable independent power projects to retire early. That said, there's other ways to go about early coal retirement, and then there's utility-owned plants, and not as opposed to IPPs, and it just can be used creatively and for other transition initiatives as well.
Got it. Mary, as I think about these credits, from whatever we have discussed so far, it seems there has to be a strong overlap/complement with the Article 6. Can you talk about how does Article 6 discussions play into creating more demand for this and can potentially give more tailwind into development of these kind of credits?
Sure. Well, obviously under Article 6.2, that allows governments to cooperate to enhance ambition. And one of the things that we're seeing right now is activity around cooperation, and much of that activity is occurring with credits that are being generated or issued by independent standards like ourselves. So credits that could be generated from these activities could be used by countries to enhance ambition under Article 6. I suppose we're going to see what happens with 6.4. That's still being negotiated, and not sure how these activities will fit into that framework. But the energy sector has always been a critical part of crediting for reducing emissions for obvious reasons. So I would like to think that that's also going to be part of Article 6.4.
Yeah. Toby, if I come to you, there has been, in the recent past, a lot of questions around the carbon markets in general, especially around the whole nature-based solution. As the methodology developers try to create this new asset class around transition credits, it's very important to build a very strong base, have pilots that adhere to higher standards of integrity. What are your thoughts on how do credit methodologies writers and developers and the project developers are going to ensure that as we do some of these projects, we don't repeat the mistakes from the past, and we're really creating a watertight asset class that can really accelerate this transition?
Yeah, as you pointed out, there's been definitely a lot of attention paid in particular to natural climate solutions and integrity from some of the credits and projects associated with that. that sector, NCS, is inherently, I'd say, challenging, more challenging from an accounting perspective than energy and industrial type activities like coal transition. And in this case, as I mentioned, one of the key things is to get the right folks, experts, technical experts, civil society and others and scientists to basically have them help build the right accounting within the methodology, whether it's the conservative grid emissions factors, whether it's using financial analysis to back up any claims about when a particular plant might be retired so that it's not overly aggressive, and we're taking conservative assumptions there too. And I think that that's the design is critical of the actual methodology itself. Then there's the piloting, which will reveal some really useful lessons, and that's going to be started in the Philippines shortly, that we can learn from and improve the methodology and the application of it in the context of the projects. And then finally is through the consultative process. So in this case, we're actually running 2 consultations, which is unusual. First, a public consultation launched yesterday that actually is the draft methodology, but is asking questions, open questions about how things could be improved. Are there any gaps? Are there any issues that could create openings for integrity questions? And then those will, all the feedback, all the comments, the expert and scientific input will then be incorporated into the second and final version of methodology. We'll go out for public consultation again. And then we hope through that process and the 18 months of development through technical experts that's happened to date will result in a very robust methodology, and the piloting and then the application will ensure that it actually delivers.
Yeah. And I heard Gold Standard has also launched a consultation process on its methodology, right? I would like to understand, how do you think about different power plants? Like each power plant is very different, depending on the capacity factor, depending on technology. Some of these replacement would need solar versus wind versus storage. So how does the methodology take into consideration all the different and very individualistic elements of a particular power plant while still maintaining that high standards of integrity?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge, clearly. So just a framing of the methodology from our side. So the IEA was quite clear in calling for a time-bound phase-out of fossil fuels. So the first thing to say is the method requires the closure of within a limited time frame, not a phase-down or a mothballing option or anything like that, a phase-out. And it also, IEA called for a direct, at least 1-to-1 replacement with renewable energy. So no other options, renewable energy. So that's what the methodology is based on. The emissions reductions are issued for the generation of the renewable energy against the baseline of fossil. And that baseline itself is based on the most conservative of 3 options, either the plant itself, the best performing equivalent device in the country, or the national factor, and you take the most conservative of those and keep that up to date. So in a way, a better way to read the methodology rather than something new, in my mind, is it's the natural successor to the pre-existing renewable energy methodologies in the carbon markets, whereas rather than taking a generic baseline, you're taking the specific device removal. And we've taken that view because it follows the science very clearly. It allows us to be very clear in principle and then have the flexibility to create different solutions on the ground to suit. I think the other reason we've done it is because when it comes to just transition, the reality is, as somebody who comes from a former coal field myself, you can't enact a just transition at a national level. A jurisdictional level doesn't work for that. It's an important factor, but it's, you have to act at the device level to be able to do that. You have to deal with the loss of jobs and employment and economics in the area directly affected by the closure. So in that sense, I think we've done a pretty good job of, I'd like to think so anyway, of keeping the very clear science-led, principle-led approach, and then have quite a lot of flexibility within that to sort of mark the pathway to the new renewable generation.
Andrew, when I heard from Owen, he talked about a lot of risks, about mothballing, jobs, etc., right? As you structure a transaction, how do you think about identifying each one of these risks, pricing it, parceling it appropriately? For example, country risk. What if a particular country decides to not shut down these plants 7 years or 10 years down the line? Because these are events that need to happen in the future. And there are many other risks associated with a new asset class. So as you think about pilots, as you think about creating this, what are some of the risks that you have identified and you are trying to address through these pilot and demonstration plans?
I guess at the country level, it starts with a no new coal policy. It doesn't make much sense to work hard on retiring coal without that. And thinking about the project level, this is a big concern. We've had a lot of questions on, you're going to do a financial transaction, recapitalize a coal-fired power plant, keep the owners return neutral, but by bringing the end date forward. Well, what happens if at the end of the shortened PPA period, the plant doesn't shut down? So we're putting a lot of effort into that. That's one of the reasons why there's an agreement with the government and with PLN and the owner about how that will work at the end. There's discussions around, the possible how to, make sure the business license is altered or what have you. But another thing is, I think it was mentioned, a lot of these plants are in this region, particularly Southeast Asia, are young, 15-year average age. So, it's one thing to think about retiring a 40-plus year plant. Whoever owns it has probably already recovered their investment, it's depreciated and the like. Now, with investment, you can keep these plants going for a long time. But with such a young asset, the return hasn't been made yet. And so anyway, hence the concessionality and all. But it's very, very important to have a firm agreement and understanding and legal mechanism in place to actually ensure the closure at the end. And the first pilot transactions actually that we're working on, INA, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Indonesia, is actually going to become a part equity owner in the plant. So that means the government, who has a very impressive commitment to net zero by 2050 and early coal phase out, is kind of going to be involved as equity in the transaction going forward. But every transaction, every country, every situation will be different. But I think establishing a legal basis for that closure is very important.
Yeah. I see Claire is trying to come up and give us a signal. So final comments, 15 seconds from each one of you, starting with you, Mary.
Well, let's get this moving, right? We're running out of time. The urgency with which we need to raise massive amounts of private capital to complement other sources to phase out fossil fuels is absolutely critical. So let's get moving.
Andrew.
We're all learning by doing. This is new stuff, and the pilot may not be perfect, but it's a stepping stone and a learning exercise in and of itself on how to move forward and scale up further. So it takes collaboration amongst all the different experts, whether it's carbon credits, whether it's technical aspects or system planning. It takes a huge collaboration, the financiers, the concessional donors giving the concessional money. It's a huge collaborative effort. I probably exceeded my 15 seconds.
Owen.
I agree. I would say two quick things. None of this works if buyers carry on investing in fossil with the left hand while they're buying these credits with the right. And second, we all need to stop trying to make use of carbon credits for things that aren't carbon credits, things like Scope 3.
Yeah, and from Vera's perspective, we see this as one of the most exciting new sectors that we've ever worked on. And remarkably, to Mary's point, it's moving very fast. And concretely, this isn't now just hot air. We're seeing methodology standards, pilots, government commitments. This is a gigaton opportunity, and we've all got to roll up our sleeves to make it happen.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. I would just like to spend a minute in summarizing some of the key takeaways as a segue into the next segment. The first message I'm taking away is there is no option. We must work on this, otherwise we are blowing up our carbon budget. The second message I'm taking away is the concession capital is not going to cut it. We need a market mechanism to drive this transition. And it's heartening to see in the last 12 to 18 months, the collaboration amongst different organizations, the collaboration amongst capital providers and methodology writers and insurance and utility companies to come together. And hopefully we see more of these pilot projects and demonstration plants. The third message that I'm taking away is as we do these pilot projects, it's very important to maintain very high standards of integrity, very high standards of transparency. As you said, Andrew, we won't get everything right. We'll learn from it. But as we do it, we need to ensure that we continue to maintain those highest standards of integrity and transparency. The fourth message was once the pilot is done, it's only a start. We are hoping that the world will opt into this. All of you will opt into this. You have many technical partners that are available for help, as you heard from our panelists as well. And we are hoping that this will result in a snowball effect on many things. In fact, the last message then is if this works, I think this can provide a roadmap for all the other sectors which are hard to abate to really design an economically viable pathways for transitioning and not just rely on concessional finance. With that, thank you everyone, and we move to the next segment. Over to you, Claire.
Well, we promised you a deep dive, and that was just, it's so inspiring to see this standardization, this transparency, this urgency, and these place-based solutions, which were so very specific. And to deep dive a little more into how you go from the 10,000-foot ambition to the action at the plant level, what the financing needs are to unlock that. I'm going to invite our second panel up on the stage, who are going to be guided by Elizabeth Yee of the Rockefeller Foundation, who's going to look really closely at this blended financial package. Elizabeth is the EVP of Programs at Rockefeller, where she's implementing their $1 billion 5-year strategy to slow the climate crisis while advancing human opportunity. And she's going to be joined on stage by representatives from the Monetary Authority of Singapore, the Asian Development Bank, and the energy companies ASEAN from the Philippines and PLN from Indonesia. Panel, please do come and join us on the stage.
All right, so in the spirit of keeping to time, while my panel gets on stage, I will kick us off, but thank you so much for spending the afternoon with us. And I also wanted to acknowledge the contributions of my colleague, Dr. Joseph Curtin, who's been leading this work on behalf of the foundation. For those who don't know us, the foundation has been around for 110 years, and we've been focused on a mission of advancing the well-being of humanity. And we're in this space specifically because we feel that this is the moment that we need to ensure that we're looking at human vulnerability and the changes that we actually need in order to drive a just transition. And that's why most recently, and that's what Claire just said, we've been focused on climate change. That is our recent mandate. And over the next 5 years, we'll commit $1 billion to make sure that we ensure a just transition. Now, part of this work, and this is why this panel and the work here is so important, transition credits, carbon markets, like Andrew mentioned, are a critical part of this ecosystem. And so we're very grateful that the COP28 presidency has put its weight behind this idea, and that we're really providing a platform for actors across this ecosystem to make this a reality. We're taking a portfolio approach to the work at the foundation here. And so as Andrew mentioned, and joined by some of our colleagues from Bezos Earth Fund, we've been working on a number of different things. One was the Energy Transition Accelerator that was mentioned earlier today to create a marketplace for buyers and sellers to come together around these credits and catalyzing private sector to come into the space. We've also launched the Coal to Clean Credits Initiative in June, where we're, in that instance, creating a methodology to try to monetize carbon savings that enable us to retire coal plants early and replace them with clean power. And just yesterday, the 3CI methodology and team announced a new collaboration with other organizations, ASEAN and MASS, who were joined here today to explore a pilot project in the Philippines, which we're very excited about. And if successful, this would be one of the first of its kind projects in the world. And so I'm excited to hear more from our panelists and to learn from them today around the opportunity that we had at hand. So let me go over and introduce our panel and get this conversation started. I think since I'm mic'd, you can hear me. Yes, perfect. Okay, great. So I'm thrilled to introduce our panel. I'm joined here today by 4 individuals. First is Eric Francia. He is the President and Chief Executive Officer of ASEN Corporation, and under his leadership, Ayala has become one of the largest renewable energy platforms in the Asia region. I'm also joined here today by Ravi Menon, who is the Managing Director of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, or MAS, and he has been in that role since 2011. Darmawan Prasojo is the CEO of PLN, Indonesia's largest power utility, or only power utility. And then Cleo Kawawaki is the head of the Office of Markets Development and Public-Private Partnerships at the Asian Development Bank. And so in terms of process, I'm going to start with each panelist. I'm going to have one question each, and then hopefully we'll get to more than one because I'd love to elicit a conversation from these esteemed guests. So first, Eric, I'm going to start with you. So as mentioned, yesterday our organizations announced our intention to work together to explore the world's first coal-to-clean project in the Philippines, leveraging transition credits. And so could you tell us a little bit more about the pilot and how transition credits could be used to help bring forward the retirement date of this plant?
Thank you, Liz, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Perhaps just a little bit of context, ASEN, the listed energy platform of Ayala Group, has made a shift from fossil fuel to renewables around 5 years ago. We decided to go for 100% renewable energy generation by 2025. So we've scaled up. We used to be more than 80% coal, thermal, and 20% renewables. We've flipped that around. We're now close to 98% renewables, targeting 100% by 2025. And therefore, it entailed a responsible divestment of coal plants. And this was 2 years ago. We then decided to divest SLTech, a 246 megawatt coal plant, but we were given a very hard-hitting questions by some of our ESG investors, such as, aren't you just passing that problem to somebody else by divesting? And they had a point, and we had a dilemma. But we wanted to be 100% renewables because then ESG investors will not invest in us, and how can we scale up if we were not 100% renewables? So thanks to the idea, the eureka moment for us when ADB was pushing for this concept of ETM, which was not so familiar to us. And we said that this can be done in a market-based, driven by the private sector, so that we can move faster. And that's what we did. And the good news is that we closed the world's first market-based ETM about a year ago, in November of 2022. We've already gotten the proceeds, and we're in the process of redeploying that capital. With that divestment comes a commitment to retire the coal plant after 25 years of operations, which is 2040. Coal plants typically last until 40 plus years, so therefore there is that additionality. However, we said that given that IEA maintains, and we believe in the science, International Energy Agency, that 55% of the coal plants globally should be reduced between 2022 to 2050 and close to zero by 2040. So we thought that while it is ambitious for us to retire by 2040, we gave ourselves the optionality of accelerating that and potentially retire the coal plant by 2030 in a responsible and just manner. But as you all know, we don't run a charity, we run a sustainable enterprise. So we believe, and it was mentioned earlier, that one such mechanism that will help us realize this aspiration, this increased ambition, is a combination of not only blended finance, but I think I cannot agree more with what has been said earlier, that transition credits is a huge opportunity to really unlock the potential of accelerating coal plants. We need to do it in a just manner. Number one, we need to replace those foregone cash flows of the coal plants to justify to our shareholders. Number two, we need to ensure that we have clean energy replacement. And by clean energy, I just don't mean build more solar and wind. It needs to be reliable, dispatchable. We don't want to create more problems for the grid if we just leave it as intermittent and leave the hidden cost of the transmission. So we need to make it reliable and affordable. Unfortunately, with the price of integrated energy, renewable energy and energy storage today, it could very well increase the price to the consumers, but with the help of transition credits, we will be able to close that gap. Number 3, we need to do it in a just transition manner, ensuring that we are including the community and the workers in this transition. And by the way, we need to decommission the plant in a responsible manner. Those 3 will have a certain attached value to that, and thanks to the partnership that we just signed yesterday with 3CI and Monetary Authority of Singapore, there is much promise that it can be done. So the next 6-12 months will be exciting. There's going to be a lot of learnings, but we very much look forward to that and make this a reality.
Thank you so much. That's great to hear what's happening. I wanted to turn to Ravi next. We're really excited to partner with you on this to advance this pilot project. We're hopefully going to set history together. But more broadly, Singapore has been very active in leading energy transition efforts in Asia. So wanted to hear a little bit more about how your recent work in enabling energy transitions away from coal.
Yes, thanks, Elizabeth. And first, let me congratulate the COP28 presidency for this topic, because this is the single most important topic I can imagine for us to fight climate change. And I think I can skip my introduction because it has been well covered by the opening speeches in the earlier panel. I'll just add one data point. The world is not going to get to net zero without phasing out coal in Asia. For every 6 tons of greenhouse gas emissions emitted in the world into the atmosphere, 1 ton comes from a coal plant in Asia. And while people speak about scaling up renewables, and I think that's absolutely critical, that alone is not going to get us to net zero. You need to phase out the existing coal plants, because if those coal plants were to operate their full life, they're going to eat up 2/3 of the remaining carbon budget we have to keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So that is the problem statement. So in Singapore, when we looked at this, we started with that problem statement and said, what is going to move the needle the most difficult problem that we need to solve, and what are the challenges? So when we unpack that, we realized that you cannot phase out coal in Asia without blended finance and without transition credits. Absolutely essential, because you have a cost of capital problem. Cost of capital in Asia is about typically 2 to 3 times higher than in Europe and America. And for many reasons, which I think you're all very familiar with. So we need to bring down that cost of capital, and blended finance is the way to do it. The other problem is the economics of coal phase out. Very young plants. We heard numbers from 10 to 15 years compared to 40 years in America. And so you have to address the economics of compensating the coal owners. And so transition credits become important. So that's how we unpack the problem, blended finance, transition credits. Now, for blended finance, we've asked ourselves, what is it that we need to make it work? We need 2 things, credibility and financial viability. Credibility, I would say 3 things, taxation, transition pathways, taxonomies, and industry guidance. So transition pathways. So the International Energy Agency has put out transition pathways for the global energy transition that's consistent with net zero by 2050. The only thing I would ask is that we need those transition pathways to be contextualized for Asia. And this is a discussion we've been having with the IEA, and they recognize this importance. Because once you have that, then it provides a marker of integrity that adds to credibility. The second thing we need is taxonomies. Taxonomies that set out criteria and thresholds for whether the transition is on track, whether the emissions reductions are being achieved. And so these are important, and these are set out in what we put together with the industry in Singapore, the Singapore-Asia taxonomy. And that, I think, is another added element. And the third is industry guidance. Here I must commend the GFANZ, Asia Pacific Network, the work they've done in putting out detailed guidance on how to address both credibility and viability for financial institutions engaged in managed phase-out. So you put all these together, then you build up a base of credibility for doing this in a way of integrity. Now, financial viability, blended finance and transition credits. So here I think much has been said about why we need blended finance and how it works. And what's amazing about COP28 this year is the number of initiatives that have been launched with a blended finance feature. And I think we need this 100 flowers to bloom and take shape and then synergize across them and then have more of these coming on stream. And for our part, Singapore launched a blended finance initiative. We call it Financing Asia's Transition Partnership, or FAST-P. And FAST-P targets to mobilize up to $5 billion in support of Asia's transition, with capital from both concessional and commercial sources globally. The Singapore government is willing to provide concessional capital to signal our commitment to play our part alongside other partners. We can't do this alone, but if other partners come alongside, we're willing to put concessional capital and then crowd in private capital. So just 2 days ago, as we heard, we signed an MOU with Allied Climate Partners, the International Finance Corporation, and Temasek on a green investment partnership under FAST-P. And just this morning, we're thrilled to have signed an MOU with the Asian Development Bank and the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is a philanthropic organization for a transition finance acceleration partnership. So it's gotten off to a good start. Now, but we also need transition credits to solve this problem. And this can be a very useful financing mechanism. We are thrilled to have worked with McKinsey on this working paper for transition credits for coal phase out. But we need to road test this idea. It's a good concept. It's gotten a lot of traction, but we need to test it out. And that's where these pilot programs are very important. I just want to read out some of the 30 I'm not going to read out all 30, but some of them who have come on board the traction, because you need to test this idea whether it works. And we've got a good spread of these workers, these people coming on board. So I think to close off, I'll just say blended finance and transition credits are the two key levers we have for coal phase out, and it's very heartening to see traction on both fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really terrific, and partnerships are so critical in actually getting this right and moving, so appreciate that. I'd like to turn it over to Dharmawan from PLN, and I'd love for you to tell us a bit about your decarbonization ambitions and plans to achieve them, and then also if you could touch on PLN's interest in transition credits and how all of that comes together.
Yes, today the emission in the electricity sector in Indonesia is roughly 260 million metric tons. If we leave it alone, business as usual, it's going to increase to 1 billion metric tons by 2060, but we're not going to let this happen. So 3 years ago, as a board of directors of PLN, we redesigned our national electricity planning. At that time, we removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase. That's avoiding roughly 1 gigawatt is 6 million metric tons, multiplied by 25 years, multiplied by 13 gigawatt is roughly 1.8 billion metric tons of CO2 avoidance. And then also, I myself cancel one coal-fired power plant's PPA, 1.3 gigawatt, contract is 25 years, is roughly 220 million metric tons of CO2 being avoided. So to begin with, we understand we need to create more rooms for renewable energy development. And at that time, we also launched the net zero emission by 2060. And here, the biggest challenge here is not the renewable energy development. As I auction the renewable energy projects, the competition is very, very healthy. And the price of renewable energy is diminishing. The reduction of renewable energy price cost is roughly 53% in the last 3 years. So that means the humankind innovates and the price of renewable energy is going down. Before, when we're talking about cheap energy, it's dirty. Now when we're talking about cheap energy, it's clean. How about the coal? That is another challenge. And so we team up with the Asian Development Bank and come up with what we call the energy transition mechanism. So only 2 days ago, we signed the framework agreement of early retirement of Cirebon power. And this is a mechanism, is very simple. with the blended green finance, we are able to acquire low cost of fund. And this new business entity acquiring the old project developer, in which, because it's a lower cost, then we are able to expedite the payback, previously 2042 to become 2035. That's what we call the early retirement of the coal-fired power plants, using the energy transition mechanisms and also market-based, financings. That's avoiding roughly 25 million metric tons in the span of 7 years. So, of course, this is only a pilot project. We learned so much, so many challenges, also so many opportunities. And with this kind of first project, we going to be plan to able to scale things up. Because where do we go from here? Of course, we're not going to be able to replace coal with another coal. We need to come up with what we call the accelerated renewable energy development. So the 75% of the additional generation capacity in Indonesia from today until 2040 is coming from renewable energy. A lot of challenges, mismatch between the location of large-scale renewable energy with the demand. We need to build the green enabling transmission line, no transition without transmissions. Of course, the intermittency of the variable renewable energy, solar and wind. We need to build the smart grid, flexible generations, smart meter, etc., etc. And then we eliminate even in the vicinity of designing the new coal-fired power plants. There's no more coal in the pipeline of the planning phase. So in that regard, we did also the self-imposed carbon trading only last September, the Indonesian Carbon Exchange, and we listed the big carbon trading. We also work with the transition credit methodology with GEP. Of course, with the transition credit, is going to be available, is going to improve the commercial viability of the early coal retirement. And with this kind of event, the COP28 is giving us a sense of pride, some kind of conviction that previously fragmented global communities to become unified. So we have a strong conviction that we're going to be able to keep moving forward regardless of the challenge ahead and to get the mission accomplished. Of course, this is also giving us a sense of humility. This is a long, complex, fierce battle to combat climate change, and the long battle has just begun. Thank you.
The ambition is incredible. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn to Cleo to close us out here, and I would love to hear, I think we could spend another half an hour together, but Cleo, if you could tell us a little bit about what ADB's work is and what it's been doing so far, and any lessons you've learned so far from the work that you've been doing.
Thank you. I guess we're at 0 already.
I know, but I feel like Claire hasn't totally kicked us off, so bring us home. And I want to make sure we get a chance to hear from you.
So I'm going to try to be really quick. As Ravi said, this transformation, the transition from coal to renewable energy requires transition credit, as you said, and concessional finance, but I would like to add one more thing, which is the enabling environment. And the enabling environment is not just enabling environment, as Pak Dharma said, in the country, but enabling environment in the market. We have to make that market. The transition credit market has to be developed, has to become vibrant, and the best way that we believe that market making could be done is by stretching the philanthropic donor money as much as possible to make the market more bankable, more stable. And we all understand that, we need to have the high quality credit, high quality market, and, ADB would like to play its part in ensuring that it is high quality by the beginning and the pilot projects. What you said about road testing, we have a couple of cars to road test on your road. So, we're working with Pak Dharma for Cirebon, and we have a new project. I'm really glad to announce that we have the mandate for Philippines Mindanao Coal. Wimpy's there. Thank you. USAC Wimpy's there. And this one, we believe, is going to be fast-tracked. We will, I mean, this was a coal-fired power plant, 200 megawatts, developed in 2006. And it was, well, the concession is until 2031. And that would have been 25 years. And then even if we stopped it there at 2031, it would still have had 15 years to go. But what we're discussing with the Philippines government is to cut that even down more so that the life would have been 20 and we would have 20 years of savings on carbon. And without carbon credit or without transition credit, this deal will not be feasible. I mean, we can ask all of the donors, all of the philanthropies to come in every single time to make the concessional funds. But, you know, we are very lucky with Japan and Germany kicking off our ETM fundraising for the concessional funds along with others. But that's not going to last. So we have to have the market. We have to develop the market. And I hope that everyone would support us in, well, support the world in getting rid of coal by developing the transition credit market.
That is a great note to end on. Thank you so much for all joining us here today, and wish you much success in all of the work we need to do.
Thank you very much, panel two. I mean, it's so much inspiration on offer, a forensic focus on the how of the coal transition and a clear sense of determination from the central banks and the development banks to play a role in ensuring this market credibility, which brings me to a key question. What role do governments play? Andrew Steer referenced the UK, where we managed to drop coal from about 40% to almost zero, and we used a combination of carbon pricing and emissions standards to do that. Those are not tools that are available to every country in the world. But we know that individual countries are making huge strides, both in their own coal programs, but also in supporting this broader ecosystem. So now I'm going to invite representatives from 5 countries committed to the coal transition to join me on the stage to share their plans. And I warn you, ladies and gentlemen, I will try and courteously enforce a 3-minute speaking time. So could I please have the Right Honourable Graham Stewart, who I see is just entering the building, a bit like Elvis, please, who is the Minister for Energy and Net Zero in the UK. Felix Fuerteventura, who is the Undersecretary for the Department of Energy in the Philippines. Stefan Crozat, who is the Climate Change Ambassador for France. Rick Duke, Deputy Special Envoy for Climate in the United States. And Catherine Stewart, Canada's Ambassador for Climate Change. I'll give you a moment to get up. I'm actually going to invite Stefan to speak. Oh, they're doing the meet and greet. That's wonderful. I'm going to, the running order is in my gift. Stefan, I'd love you to start. And then Graham, if you'd be prepared to come in after Stefan, that would be wonderful. Stefan, do you want to speak from the podium or the comfort of your armchair? Perfect, thank you. Over to you.
Is this working?
Yes, it is.
Well, thank you very much. Sorry, I have a hard stop at 5:30.
Please.
So it's great to be here. First of all, let me congratulate the United Arab Emirates for joining PPCA. There really is momentum. I think the UAE is now the 11th new member since the beginning of COP. So that is really, really fantastic. And it's very good that we're talking about coal. In these COP discussions, we are talking about fossil fuel, and it's all center stage in the discussions. How are we going to address the issue of fossil fuel phase out, phase down, unabated, non-unabated, emissions, sources, and so on. But let's not forget, as Andrew Steer said, that coal is about half of the problem. 45%, almost half of the problem of fossil fuel is coal. And that is something that my president was keenly aware when he came to COP28. We have made progress on coal. We made progress at COP26. We made significant progress at G20. with a blanket commitment from all G20 members to stop financing of coal at export for export credits. But unfortunately, we still see that there's a lot of coal being built. And therefore, my president convened a couple of days ago a set of distinguished colleagues ranging from the EU to the World Bank to GFANZ to Bloomberg with some emerging countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam, and said we need to address that issue and we need to see how the private sector can be disincentivized from investing in coal. Hence the idea for a global, for coal transition accelerator. We already have an energy transition accelerator. Now we have a coal transition accelerator, which will try and address the following. First of all, work with the World Bank to try and have to try and see how we can differentiate interest rates. Why should a company be able to access interest rates in for building a coal plant at the same rate as for building a renewable energy? We should incentivize differentiated rates in order to make sure that the right investments are being made. The second one is the Coal Transition Commission that will put people together to try and see how the private sector can be incentivized into decommissioning coal. And that is what we're going to be working on. And we'll also task the OECD and the IEA to work on a gold standard to call what an investment in coal is, a future stranded asset, to have these gold standards to really, again, incentivize into the right energy sources. So we'll be working on this. You'll hear more about it. You'll hear more about it at the World Bank and the IMF assemblies. And hopefully we can move forward very, very forcefully
Stefan,
on this.
thank you. And again, thank you so much for being so engaged in this public, private and multilateral levers. It's wonderful to hear. Graham, my right honourable Graham Stewart, you and I have shared ministerial portfolios. I'm so thrilled that you're with us. Tell us a little bit about the UK and this long-term commitment.
Thank you, Claire. It's working, so that's great. And it's lovely to be introduced by one of my predecessors, and to follow Stefan, who I also very much appreciate working with. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the UK and the Powering Past Coal Alliance. And I'm grateful to our hosts, the UAE Presidency, for convening today's event. Because if we are serious about 1.5 degrees, and we need to be, we must consign coal power to history, because the science is unequivocal. Coal power is the single biggest source of global emissions, and therefore the biggest single contributor to climate change, which is already afflicting people all around the world. In fact, analysis from the International Energy Agency shows we cannot afford to build a single new coal power plant if we're to keep the Paris Agreement in reach. And yet, of course, the reality is that coal remains the biggest source of electricity in the world, accounting for more than a third of global power production. For the second year in a row, global coal-fired generation has gone up again and reached a new all-time high, pushing record levels of carbon into the atmosphere. Clearly, we do need collectively to raise our ambitions if we're to get back on track for 1.5 degrees and net zero. And that doesn't just mean stopping the building of any new coal power plants, but as Stefan has rightly said, retiring existing fleets early and scaling up clean power in its stead. Now, is this doable, you might ask? And in the UK, we are proud to be leading the way, despite accounting for nearly 40% of our electricity, nearly 40% just 11 years ago. Next year, coal will account for no generation whatsoever, absolutely zero by the end of next year. And how have we done that? Well, we've replaced it with renewables. We've gone from an energy mix with less than 7% of our electricity coming from renewables in 2010 to nearly 50% in the first quarter of this year. These steps, amongst others, have allowed us to cut our emissions, I'm pleased to say, by more than that of any other major economy on the planet. But we're also determined to support nations of all sizes to take similar action to end their reliance on coal. This isn't a competition. We don't win by ourselves. We only win when we work together as humanity, because we only have one planet. That's why this week we've endorsed the Coal Transition Accelerator, and I'll be speaking later to call for further action still on coal. It's also why I'm proud of the work we're doing with the Powering Past Coal Alliance. And Claire may have mentioned her role, but since launching the alliance with Canada in 2017, the alliance has offered unparalleled support to anyone who commits to phasing out coal, including advice on how to create the right financial environment and recognition of the political challenges which are inherent in this endeavour. Today, we are proud that more than 180 governments and organisations have signed up, and as has been said, just this week, the number of new members have joined the alliance, including the United States, the Czech Republic, and Kosovo. And it's a pleasure today, of course, to welcome our newest members, our hosts, the UAE and Malta, both joining the alliance. And I've no doubt that together we can develop the policies and guidance required to speed up the global replacement of coal power, to find the financial instruments and support for coal power which isn't nearing the end of its life, to be taken out of the system, and inspire every other nation here at COP28 to follow our example. So let's not waste the momentum sparked by events like this. Let's learn from each other and work to change the way we power the world. Let's fight for a cleaner, more sustainable future by leaving coal power in the past.
Graham, thank you for incredibly powerful words, and thank you for your continued commitment and leadership. It's wonderful. Felix, would you share with us, you're the Undersecretary of the Department of Energy in the Philippines, where there is a coal challenge, which we're here to help with. Give us some perspective from your country.
Yes, thank you, Claire. Thank you again, UK, for the Philippines Energy Pathway Calculator. It's the Philippine brand of 2050 calculator of the UK. So we really need to be numbers-based and science-based. So the Philippine power sector first is unique because it is market-driven and privately owned. So as explained by ACEN CEO Eric Francia earlier, the private businesses, it's the decisions of the private businesses that will really drive this activity and move forward, because it should be based on economics. And also, in the Philippines, it is unsubsidized. Therefore, the cost of the transition, as well as the need for the greater investment infrastructure, will be fully borne by our already overburdened electricity consumers, if we will not find strategic ways to shift the burden. That's why we're very happy with the collaboration with ADB and the other speakers. So in line with this ETP program, the Philippine government is encouraging a voluntary, early and orderly decommissioning or repurposing of existing coal-fired power plants while securing a stable supply and addressing the climate emergency by ramping up the renewable energy target of 50% share by 2040. So that is embraced in the Philippine Department of Energy's plan, and we therefore again applaud ACEN in pioneering the voluntary retirement of 246 megawatts of its coal-fired power plant in SL Tech. This is consistent with our view, and they are trailblazing in doing this voluntarily, in making business sense. That is why we applaud Eric and his team. We also encourage every effort to incentivize the business owners and institutions that will participate in similar undertakings and works towards the energy transition, the ADB and the ACEN's Energy Transition Mechanism concept, which leverages public and private investments with the aim of retiring coal-powered assets on an earlier schedule is indeed laudable. It's out of the box. But we must also emphasize that our energy transition is beyond coal retirement. It also entails expanding the people's access to electricity in remote islands, building a smart and green grid, and improving the distribution system, putting up more energy storage systems and making energy affordable for all, and making sure that no one is left behind. In all these, adequate and timely access to climate financing is crucial for the Philippines to equitably and effectively pursue the energy transition.
Thank you so much, and thank you for pointing out, Felix, no plant is an island. Something has to come along to deal with the increased demand. Great, great point. Great pleasure to see Catherine Stewart, who Catherine McKenna and I had this wild idea for PPCA. Thank you so much for your continued involvement and leadership in that. Tell us a bit about the broader Canadian position.
Thank you, and it's great to be here to be able to talk about the importance of coal phase out for power. And I do remember that moment in 2017 when you and Catherine McKenna as ministers launched this initiative. And it's wonderful to see that in just 6 years, the PPCA has really been a leading force behind global efforts to phase out emissions from coal power. And now we have over 180 members, and we're absolutely thrilled. On Saturday, we welcome 10 new members, including the United States, and that today we are welcoming the UAE into the alliance. Together, we really are charting a path forward from coal power. This is hard, but it is possible. Here we are discussing the global stocktake, and it is abundantly clear that if we keep going at the rate we are going, we are not going to meet the 1.5-degree goal. So we really have to acknowledge this and adjust our ambitions accordingly. That's why the Alliance is calling for explicit outcomes on coal to form part of a really credible mitigation package here at COP28. There are 3 steps we must take. First, we must scale up support for clean energy, including the global goal to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. Second, we must recognize the need to phase out unabated fossil fuels in line with net zero goals. And as part of this, accelerate coal power phase out and not just phase down. And third, we must commit to no new unabated coal power. We know that putting these commitments into practice will require support. And that's why Canada has made a commitment to energy transition and coal phase out as part of its pillar of climate finance, our $5.3 billion in climate finance. And we made a landmark contribution to the Climate Investment Fund, accelerating coal transition as part of that of $1 billion. We're very proud to support the Just Energy Transition partnerships and with Indonesia, Senegal, Vietnam, and South Africa, and we're very committed to supporting those who are on that journey to coal phase out, including those who are still very reliant on coal power. The great thing about being part of this alliance is that members can share their experiences and help people work through mutual challenges. And the transition is really at hand, and our clean future is within reach. So please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and last but not least, we have a very powerful country who has finally decided to join, and this is part of an extraordinary pivot for the energy transition. Rick, we're so glad you joined us. Please tell us a bit about the US's commitment to coal phase out.
Yeah, thank you. And we're thrilled to be here as the United States in the Powering Past Coal Alliance. I think we've all been clear about the problem statement. We can't deliver on the promise of the Paris Agreement unless we address unabated coal emissions. And so we have chosen to underscore our commitment to ending coal emissions by joining the Powering Past Coal Alliance here at COP28. Domestically, the United States hasn't built a new coal power plant in over a decade, and we have reduced our coal emissions by more than half. So we are on a road to carbon-free electricity by 2035 per President Biden's goals, and addressing coal emissions is central to that journey. We're proud to add our voice to this important coalition of national and subnational governments, businesses, and other organizations working to accelerate the transition from unabated coal to clean power. And it starts with stopping all the new unabated coal power plants that are still under construction. And just to be crystal clear, there's 500 gigawatts of new unabated coal power plants still in the pipeline, much of it already under construction. And to put that in context, if that really gets built, that would negate everything that the United States and Europe are doing to address coal power plant emissions in this decade. So it's very important that we get on top of that issue. At the same time, we do need to also address existing coal power plants and their emissions. So to get at these dual challenges, we support the use of carbon markets to accelerate all of this. And we very strongly favor a sectoral or jurisdictional approach to crediting for these kinds of efforts. And that really builds on hard-earned experience in the forestry and land sector with REDD+. As you've already heard from Andrew Steer and Mary Grady, that's the approach that we're taking with the Energy Transition Accelerator. We already have 10 companies that have signed a letter of interest for the ETA, 3 pilot countries, Chile, the Dominican Republic, and Nigeria. And our preliminary estimates are that this approach, crediting under the ETA, could mobilize as much as $200 billion in transition finance through 2035. And some of this finance may go to early coal retirement and decommissioning. But let me be clear, the Energy Transition Accelerator is not designed to do project-by-project coal retirement or decommissioning. That simply will not work as a strategy. We have to have a more sectoral or jurisdictional approach that propels clean electricity in order to displace unabated fossil generation. Why? Because it incentivizes the long-term structural change that involves the full suite of what's required, from renewables to transmission to storage and the policies to make it possible. And secondly, and this is really critical, this is the best way to have environmental integrity, including additionality and avoiding emissions leakage, as we've seen in the land sector. It doesn't pay to have a coal plant shut down and just have another one ramp up its generation in response. Also, the Energy Transition Accelerator has guardrails to ensure that buyers have science-based targets when they buy these credits. And lastly, just to close, we are working in a strategic collaboration with the World Bank through its Scale Trust Fund to encourage sovereign governments as off-takers. So we're thrilled to be here as part of this discussion. It is top of the list of what needs to be done to keep a safer 1.5C future within reach.
Panel for staying on time. Extraordinary. I'm going to just say one more quick thing and then we will applaud you all and let you go to your next things. I don't think I have ever been at an international event, certainly not at a COP, where we have delved so much into the reality of this transition. We had a look at the problem, the role of markets. We dived in with Vishal's panels to this intellectual depth that is trying to deliver high quality assets. We had a wonderful catch up with Elizabeth's panel that really demonstrated the financial flows that are available and showed that there are pilot projects coming on stream now. We will learn by doing. We will prove up what we need to do for this transition. And again, look at the extraordinary range of governments that we have here who are working to solve their own emissions challenges, but prepared to cooperate and to deal with this very tough reality that we face. So just in closing, I really do want to thank once again the COP presidency and also the team who have worked so hard on this. This is an extraordinary event and shows that there are real solutions. I feel much better informed, more optimistic, and really keen to see how I can support the solutions proposed today. And I hope that you share that feeling too. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great.
No, we need to rush to another PPC.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة القادمة ستبدأ بعد 10 دقائق في مسرح الواحة. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Waha Theatre will start in 10 minutes. Please take your seats and switch your mobile devices to silent. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة التالية في مسرح الواحة على وشك البدء. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take your seats in the Al-Waha Theatre. The next session is starting shortly. Please ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكراً.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al-Wafa Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Wafa Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very special event here at COP28 in Dubai. And welcome to everyone watching from around the world as we broadcast live from the United Arab Emirates. My name's Amandeep. And as a journalist who's covered environmental stories for the BBC, Al Jazeera English, and many more, and now being based here, it gives me great pleasure to be part of this very special celebration, because this evening really is going to be a celebration. This is a key session here at COP28. We will be having the official launch of the Global Cooling Pledge. Now, this pledge has been led by the COP28 presidency and supported by the United Nations Environment Programme and its partners as part of the Cool Coalition. I quite like that name. Currently, we are counting 63 countries as having endorsed this, but we're looking for more. Please tell your friends. Maybe even during this evening, we'll give you an updated number. We're representing over half the population of the world in supporting the Global Cooling Pledge so far. Now, as we've heard, UNEP-led Cool Coalition is the technical delivery partner of the Global Cooling Pledge. And without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to invite on stage the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, Inga Anderson. Please do give her a very warm welcome.
Good evening. This is a place where all the cool people hang out. Welcome. Look, Keeping cool in a warming world is absolutely necessary, and that is why this pledge is so important. And I want to express my deep thanks to the United Arab Emirates and to Dr. Sultan Al Jaber for his leadership on this issue, because we have to protect ourselves from these heating temperatures, but we also have to ensure that our food chains, our vaccines, that they remain stable and cool, and we have to keep our economies productive. And all of that is, of course, needed if we are to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that over 3 billion people are vulnerable to climate change, and we know, as we saw just this last year, what extreme heat does to us. We know that we are an urbanizing civilization, and the more we urbanize, the more we create heat, and the more we need cooling. And while we cool, of course, the irony is that while we cool our bodies, the CO2 that we use and the gases that we use for cooling can warm our planet. We also understand that still 1.2 billion people lack access to cooling, and we know that this disproportionately affects women, especially pregnant women, of course. The emissions gap report, Broken Records, that UNEP issued tells us that we are heading, based on the NDCs right now, to a 2.9 degree world. If we add the conditional NDCs, it tells us that we are heading to a 2.5 degree world. As we're seeking to stretch here based on the global stocktake, hopefully we will stretch so that we can reduce our CO2 emissions by 42% by 2030 so that we can hit the 1.5 degree world that we want. But nevertheless, in a 1.5 degree world, we will need cooling, and we will need cooling 3 times the current capacity by 2050. And that growth will strain our electricity networks. It will hold back the energy transition. It will increase the emissions by 6.1 billion tons unless we take good action. Because we know that inefficient air conditioners and poorly designed buildings, as well as HFCs, add to the challenge. So what we need to do is to do it better and do it now. And that is why the COP28 UAE presidency global cooling pledge is so important. It is a real opportunity to increase access to cooling and to reduce emissions. Based on our Global Cooling Watch report, we understand that measures to reduce emission by over 60% by 2050 can save $22 trillion, reduce peak load demand by 1.5 to 2 terawatts. So incorporating passive cooling, which I think we all know when we walk around this beautiful campus, the moment we are under a shaded area, the moment that we are where trees are, we understand immediately what cooling means, what passive cooling and how it works. We also understand some of the design when the breeze just floats right through and we feel a little bit cooler. That is smart building, and we have experienced it right here. We also understand that we have to be clever about the refrigerants that we are using for cooling, and I'm speaking in front of the minister from Rwanda because we have the Kigali Amendment that was gavelled in Rwanda under the Montreal Protocol that will phase out some of the chlorinated gases that have a deep impact on our climate. So delivering on this pledge, well, today we're going to hear, and we just heard, 63 countries have already signed up, which is a massive achievement by, yes, thank you. It's a massive achievement by the UAE presidency, really lifting this forward. And today we're going to hear some inspirational examples. For example, from some of the cool champions that we have, His Excellency Dan Jørgensen of Denmark, and Her Excellency, I think, Rosalinda Toipan of Kenya will also be speaking, as will Her Excellency, Madame Chandok. But national governments alone cannot do this. World cities are heating up, and so city actions have to be done, smart city planning. And the truth is that we have regulations on fire hazards, on electrical fires. It's already there. We surely can introduce regulations for smart building that will create better passive cooling. This is critical and something that I encourage cities and countries to introduce. And manufacturers and industries can lean in to ensure that we get better efficiency for our cooling. We from UNEP are extremely proud to be serving this important area. We are proud also because on the issue of CFCs, we have been hosting the Montreal Protocol for decades. We are, of course, hosting the Kigali Amendment. And on the methane side, as you know from yesterday's many events, we are also very much hosting that. So it's a great honor for us also to be supporting the cooling pledge and to be holding the secretariat for this pledge. So that's really what I would like to say. As we will hear from some very cool speakers, this is an important topic and a topic whose time has come because it is again a low-hanging fruit like methane. And if we get this cooling pledge to work, we will reduce our CO2 and some of the short-lived climate pollutants very rapidly, which is of course where we want to go because this is where the cool folks hang out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Inger Andersen, the Executive Director of UNEP, with a powerful opening statement. And right on cue, without further ado, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage a gentleman who's been championing Global Cooling Pledge for, well, a long time. As Inger Andersen described there, this is over a year in the making, but many, many years have led up to this very exciting moment. So it gives me great pleasure to invite on stage Mr. John Kerry, the United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Inger. Thank you for your great leadership and comments. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you very much for being here. I know that Dr. Sultan is going to be here at some point, or I hope he's going to be here at some point. But let me just share with all of you that the United States is pleased, proud even, to have worked with the UN Development Program and the COP28 presidency in order to bring so many partners here to be part of this global cooling pledge. Now, some of you may sit there and think, well, isn't that the whole objective of what we're doing here? Well, yes, and avoiding the heat or avoiding the heating is probably the beginning of the effort to try to cool. But the fact is that this global cooling pledge can have a profound impact on lives around the world and on our larger quest, obviously, of holding the Earth's temperature increase to the 1.5 degrees. So this is really laying out a roadmap for how we go farther than where we thought we were going anyway with the Kigali Amendment. And the Kigali Treaty, I was there in Nairobi when we did it. Kigali was hard fought, it was tough, but we got it done, and now we have, I forget the exact number, 100 and some nations that have ratified and moved on. But what we don't have is a recognition, if you will, of the challenge that we face because of the increased rate of warming that's taking place. Things are happening faster than anybody ever imagined. And so we want to lay out a pathway to reduce cooling related emissions across all sectors and increase the access to sustainable cooling. Sustainable cooling obviously acts as both a mitigation and an adaptation strategy. It is both. And coordinated international action on sustainable cooling could save 78 billion tons of CO2 equivalent between now and 2050. That is more than 2 years' worth of global energy emissions, folks. So this is serious business. And it's a big difference. The Kigali Amendment, we all know, could bring us 0.5 Celsius of cooling. It's that much of a reduction. But implementing this pledge actually accelerates Kigali and brings us 0.1 degrees of cooling by 2050. That's really important, given what is happening. And what I mean by given what is happening is extreme heat is now the deadliest weather event in my country, at least. But this is true, obviously, of many other places. You can already see people who are dying massively. About 500,000 people a year are dying from extreme heat around the world. And the problem is, as it gets warmer faster, against some of the predictions that we all made, that means that people demand more cooling, more immediate cooling that comes through air conditioning by the most part. And that air conditioning then becomes a problem because not everybody has transitioned according to the Kigali effort so that they're using less pollutant, damaging internal, some of the HFC equivalent, which is so dangerous. So that's the challenge here. And we're working with our partners to do something creative, something ambitious, something that reaches beyond where we had a comfort level in doing Kigali that we were all happy. And so we're really pleased to have worked with a lot of other partners to establish the Global Cooling Prize. And this is a groundbreaking competition which led to the development of an air conditioning unit that has 5 times less climate impact than standard air conditioning units in the market today. And we're already seeing the market entry of some prototypes from the competition. Obviously, we're hopeful that competition is going to increase the number of different units that are available that are going to do less damage. We're very pleased that the pledge, which we're asking people to join, calls for countries that have not yet ratified Kigali to join the 155 countries that have ratified it. And I congratulate the UAE for joining the Kigali Amendment, which they did at our methane and other non-CO2 greenhouse gases summit on Saturday right here in this theater. I call politely but firmly on other countries who haven't yet ratified, please do so. This is life and death, and it's really not a complicated way of making a difference. It's also important for countries who are already in Kigali to maximize the very rationale for them going into that Kigali Amendment. This is the way we gain more, faster, protect more people. And we maximize the effort of coordinating action on efficiency in cooling. We manage refrigerants across their life cycle. And we have the ability, hopefully, to announce an expedited HFC phase down. So, my friends, we are supporting robust action through the Montreal Protocol's multilateral fund for early action to reduce HFC consumption and to promote improved energy efficient for the hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, phase out, and hydrofluorocarbon phase down. Phase out, phase down. And the United States is very proud to have worked with our partners. Just this past October in Nairobi, the nearly $1 billion historic replenishment of the Montreal Protocol's Multilateral Fund for the 2024 to 26 triennium. My friends, these funds are going to support the implementation of the Kigali Amendment, including the early action and improving energy efficiency, which is really critical to be able to achieve the cooling. So once again, really big thank you to those of you who are taking part of this, those of you who are supportive, those of you who are going to fight to make sure this happens, to bring more people to the table. At this stage, it's just not excusable not to have everybody. There are about 195 countries here, and there are people all over the world who depend on all of us to make these choices. So let's band together, become the crusaders, the people who are willing to fight for this transition faster. We have an ability to save lives. We have an ability to do Kigali faster. We have an ability to actually get cooling beyond Kigali, and we have an ability to implement this on a much faster basis. Shame on us if we don't take the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Wow, what powerful words and what a powerful endorsement of the Global Cooling Pledge. We are honored to have the presence of John Kerry, the United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. The illustrious lineup of speakers coming from across the world, it continues. It gives me great pleasure, without further ado, to introduce our first panel discussion. So may I invite up on stage, and we'll do it one by one because I think they all deserve a big round of applause. We're going to be looking at global perspectives, raising ambition in sustainable cooling. And to join me for this, His Excellency Dan Jorgensen, the Minister for Development Cooperation and Global Climate Policy from Denmark. Damalola Agonbi, the CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All. Her Excellency, Dr. Jeanne d'Arc Mujawamra, who is the Minister of Environment, Republic of Rwanda. And His Excellency, Tariq Ibrahim, Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy, Maldives. His Excellency, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, who is the Minister of Energy for Ghana. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to be taking the podium spot as I welcome all of my panelists here. Fantastic. And may I ask, because you have an illustrious audience for our illustrious panelists, may I begin by asking, the Global Cooling Pledge, if I may go through my panelists here and ask you, what was your motivation for signing up and what are you hoping it will achieve?
Well, first of all, I don't see how we cannot address this issue. If we look at how many people die every year because of heat waves, the latest number I saw was around 12,000 people. 1/3 of the world's population live in a country where the heat is threatening to their health more than 20 days a year. If we look at the number of people that are dying or becoming severely ill because they don't have the vaccines due to lack of cooling of the vaccines, if we look at all of the food waste that's created on the planet, probably we could save enough food to feed 800 million people. All of these things combined really tells us that it is a no-brainer to deal with this issue, especially because we have the technology. So many other issues that we deal with when fighting climate change and trying to adapt better and create resilience are difficult because we don't really know how to do it yet. But this is one of the areas where we do know what to do, where we do have the technology and where it should be possible to find the funding. So I think putting this on top of the agenda, dealing with this across all of the areas where we have the possibility is extremely important.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for a flying start. May I make my way down the list? And of course, we have Damilola Ogunbi. May I turn to you now, please?
Thank you very much. I mean, firstly, you have Inga championing it, and everything Inga does champion works well because she does truly care and puts people behind the science every single time. So as soon as she calls on me, I will always be there. But more importantly, I deal with SDG 7, universal access to energy. And we know now that you can't live a dignified life without having access to cooling. So it doesn't make sense as we try and electrify the easily 675 million people that don't have access to electricity to not include cooling as part of the solution. And if that cooling is not sustainable, if that cooling is not efficient, we will be coming back to transition out of things again. So for me, it was important to incorporate this into everything we do. It's just, we had a session with you earlier on clean cooking. It's the same thing. How do we incorporate all these bits at the beginning, work all of them in parallel, so you're not coming back again. You are making that pledge that to live a dignified life, you need cooling, you need access to electricity, you need access to clean cooking, you need to have it in an efficient, affordable way.
Fantastic, and I do appreciate there, Damilola Ogunbi, that you made that link to the earlier session, because here at COP28, this is one holistic family, and these issues, they do really have a knock-on impact, and also there's a combined solution there. So thank you so much for highlighting this. Now turning to Her Excellency, Dr. Jeanne d'Arc Mujawamariya, hope the London accent got that right, the Minister of Environment for Republic of Rwanda. Your motivation?
Thank you very much. I sit before you as a proud citizen of Rwanda. Rwanda, where the country is caring for its citizens, where the pride of having our people being cared for, and where we advocate for sustainable solutions that transcend borders and contribute to a resilient and sustainable future. A country where originated the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. A country that recognizes that 40% of our production in Africa is lost between farm and market. A country that wants access to sustainable cooling for the most vulnerable people who are feeding us all. A country that sees the urgency of our climate challenges compounded by the impact of rising temperature and more frequent heat waves necessitate comprehensive and transformative action. A country that sees that this is a global challenge that needs global solution. That's why we signed it.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And as you so eloquently point out there, with Rwanda being on the front line to actually see the impact and therefore hopefully be part of the solution as well, this is very timely for us to move on to Maldives. His Excellency Tariq Ibrahim, the Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy. Of course, Maldives is also really seeing that huge, big impact. The Global Cooling Pledge, what does it mean for you?
Thank you very much. Maldives is situated right across the equator, and apart from the temperature, we have the humidity is actually, it's a very big problem to us. So what you feel is more than what you see on the temperature scale. So as you know, Maldives is an isolated, in the sense we import about 90% of our food. We import our energy, 100% of fuel is imported, and we spend about 13% of our GDP importing fuel for our generation. And for cooling, for the electricity, we use most of the imported fuel for cooling, for generating electricity, and out of that, major portion goes for cooling. So we want to find solutions on how we can have this cooling to be cooling most efficient, so that we can save on cooling and on electricity, and reduce the emission that we reduce the emission, plus save on cooling, which will then save the money saved can be used for something very useful. So that's the reason why we signed on this cooling pledge.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And now we turn to His Excellency, Dr. Matthew Opuke Prempeh, the Minister of Energy at Ghana, patiently waiting there and listening to your colleagues here on the stage, describing some of the very pertinent issues. What may I ask you to also add to this as well, the motivation, the reasoning, why Global Cooling Pledge really is the way forward?
Thank you. For us in Ghana, it was in our self-interest to be part of this global pledge. Why? Because we already are facing a huge rate of urbanization. Over 50% of the Ghanaian populace live in urban cities and towns now. We have electricity challenges, even though our access rate has reached 88.5. But we also see a ton of our food being wasted daily. We also know the health effects. When the COVID outbreak came, we're struggling to have cooling systems for the vaccines to every part of the country to achieve a near universal vaccination program. So it is in our interest, and we've taken steps to do a lot of things. But also, we had an international obligation and a commitment to uphold and be part of, and that is maintaining temperature below, up to 1.5 degrees that we all agreed. So when you look at all health reasons, saving electricity by even coming up with minimum efficiency standards for over 19 electrical appliances, it is in our self-interest to not only to be part of this global pledge, but also to promote other countries who have not already signed to sign and be part of it, because it's in all our interest. And that is why Ghana was motivated to be part of the countries that have signed the pledge.
Fantastic. Thank you, Your Excellency, for really outlining and highlighting the critical nature of this, as you began by saying, out of self-interest, but you expanded onto the point that we really need to promote more countries and signatories to join up. And hopefully this particular session here at COP28, with its high profile, will also ensure that drive and people watching from across the world this live broadcast. I'm going to return now very briefly. We've got a few more minutes on the clock, so let's just make most of that. Your Excellency, Dan Jorgensen, we began with you, and I think I might be forgiven for saying, on behalf of the audience, Denmark is in a slightly different position when we talk about global cooling pledge. I think that's a fair question to ask. So yourself and the citizens you represent, we're not just talking about cooling in the sense of temperatures, we're also talking, as His Excellency from Ghana was outlining there when it came to the vaccines. There's a multiple layered approach here.
Yes, well, and a lot of the efforts that we need to do really has to do with energy efficiency. And this is an area where we in Denmark are fortunate enough to have a lot of companies that have a lot of expertise on this. So we have Danish companies that are supplying solutions for cooling of food change all over the world, for cooling of food in transportation, for the exploitation of excess heat from data centers, from making sure that appliances being in water treatment or elsewhere are energy efficient. Now, I want to share with you just one perspective on this because it's important. Very often people consider this investments, which they are, but they look at them as something that is expensive and that is a luxury that maybe we coming from a rich Nordic country can afford. But actually I would turn that around. Most investments that you do in energy efficiency are paid back very, very fast, and it's something that is going to not hurt your competitiveness, not hurt your wealth or your living standard, but will actually do the opposite. When we started our transformation in the 1970s, both towards more renewable energy, but also more energy efficiency, it wasn't because of the climate. That wasn't even on the agenda then. When we did it, it was because of the oil crisis. We wanted to be independent of fossils from other countries. We wanted to make sure that we could save money. And that then led to development of technology that is today helping us fight climate change.
Thank you so much, and it expands our perspective on the role that Denmark is playing, so that's wonderful to hear this. And Damilola Ogunbi, we touched on it earlier. You, of course, being the CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All in the earlier session today being dedicated to energy, industry, and just transition. We really looked at how electrifying cooking was going to be something transformational when it came to the lives of women, especially in developing countries. Again, would you say something like global cooling, this particular pledge, also is a targeted way to really kind of ensure that we empower those that are disenfranchised?
I mean, absolutely. Unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of these things, it's normally women and children in the most vulnerable countries that suffer the most. Now we're seeing heating that causes death. It's getting to really, really hot levels, but in a lot of our countries in the global south, it's been happening for a long time. And that's why we say when we're talking about access to energy, a just and equitable energy transition, we need to include cooling, and like the minister said, we need to include energy efficiency methods from the beginning, not to save on things or say a lack of things. If anything, we need to turn it around. It means you have more of when you save in certain areas. And I think that's how we wanted to take cooling. We're really excited about the different technologies that is coming out from the whole value chain, from the small kind of energy efficient freezers, and we're seeing for vaccines from I deal with a lot of SMEs and market women that are buying refrigerators now, and that technology is changing. The innovation we're finding in financing to be able to finance cooling a little bit more. So just like the minister said and Inga said as well, it's not just about a pledge, it's about how you turn that around to an opportunity and an industry in a lot of these localities, and that's what we're really, really excited about.
And thank you so much for emphasizing those words there, innovation, finance, and also for championing Inga Anderson, and in the presence of John Kerry, of course, the United States Special Representative Envoy for Climate. May we just recognize what the organizers, not only of COP28, but this special session here have pulled together for us, the illustrious lineup, and look at this panel representing the world. I think this deserves a round of applause in itself. And really this is marked, this COP28 is trying to do that, not only in words, but in actions, in announcements, as Damilola and I were present in the sessions earlier, and you've all been participants of all the sessions here at COP28. There's real investment. You mentioned innovation and finance. Now, as we come to you, Dr. Jean, we've just got a few more moments on the clock. We've been talking about some of the solutions and why the reasoning behind Global Cooling Pledge really does make sense. But let's just identify some of the snag points that you might anticipate. What more do we need? John Kerry there was very eloquent in describing we need more countries to join up. But what would you say in terms of your perspective?
Thank you very much. Let me first thank Inga Anderson for calling upon nations to sign this global cooling pledge. Because in Rwanda, we don't separate global cooling pledge to the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. If you are a signatory or you have ratified Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, you should sign this global cooling pledge because it goes together. For us in Rwanda, we have started implementing Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, because Rwanda is a home to the groundbreaking initiative of the Africa Center of Excellence for Sustainable Cooling and Cold Chains. And soon we are being home to the Africa Vaccine Factory. So there is that determination of our country, of Rwanda, to be a home of solutions. So that's why I call upon countries, first of all, to ratify Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and to sign Global Cooling Pledge. Otherwise, we won't protect the humanity. I thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Excellency. And as we've been hearing, this particular pledge has been over a year in the making. And you're right to reference, as your peers have referenced, the Kigali Agreement and the Montreal Protocol as well, and which, of course, are many, many years in the making as well. As I bring in His Excellency, a wonderful Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy for the Maldives, historically, the Maldives has been very vocal when it comes to this particular area. We are trying for that North Star to stay within the reach of 1.5. Do you feel like over the years, here we are at COP28, the action has followed the words as well, generally globally? Speak openly, you're amongst friends.
Yeah, thank you. I think I was there at COP21 when we all signed the Paris Agreement. There, for small island states, the statement 1.5 degrees C is very, very important and something that was close to our heart, you know. So I think I feel a bit sad at the moment because the global stock takes tells us that it is going beyond 3 degrees now. So we need to work on bringing that trajectory down towards 1.5. So I call upon the bigger emitting countries to work on reducing their emission, and then also helping the smaller islands to adapt on climate change. So that climate change adaptation goes with the cooling as well, you know. And for us, on our part, we have a slogan which we always try to tell our citizens that if you have an air condition at home, we always tell them then that to remember it's cool at 25. So reduce your temperature or increase your temperature and keep it at 25, not at 16. So this is some slogan that we used to have so that we can play our part to be more efficient and also reduce the energy consumption. That's what I can say to you.
Fantastic, and it's great to hear that historical perspective. As you say, you were there in COP21, and you're right to say the representation of small island nations is very, very crucial as we move from small island nations and we bring in Ghana again. And Your Excellency, you very astutely, Dr. Matthew, you astutely pointed out we need to promote other countries to join. Inga Anderson and John Kerry also began this session today. How can we get them on board? What do you anticipate is reluctance? What can we, as a collective group effort in this room, identify that reluctance, and how can we transition that?
Thank you. Like what my sister just said, Minister for Environment from Kigali, it is in our one, if you're a party, and Ghana is a party to the Montreal Agreement, and if you've signed on to the Kigali Agreement, promoting energy efficiency, phasing out HCFCs and phasing down HFC, you can't think any other ways but joining the cooling alliance, as I would say. But we in Ghana, what have we done? We've translated those pledges and signatories to real daily life situations. So we've already set in place a standard, a minimum energy certification standard for 19 electrical appliances, air conditioning, freezers, refrigerators, transformers for the electrical grid, iron, TV sets, computer screens, everything. We've come out and Parliament has supported it. Because we in the developing countries also stand at risk of dumping of electrical appliances in our countries. And it is, again, the speed with which we can implement some of these agreements that we've signed and coming up with minimum energy certification that is going to help us from being a dumping place. The second thing is that we have gone ahead and accepted the building codes and its regulations for minimum energy efficiency buildings. We are working to get it because we have already come up with a building code in the country to make sure that even buildings that are being constructed now follow a certain minimum energy thresholds. Not only that, we've also decided to train all government and public institutions in their procurement so that they do what we call green procurement practices, because they are the biggest purchasers of cooling appliances in the country. So that in the evaluation of cooling appliances, they have a look at minimum energy efficiency so that they don't just buy air conditioners with 1 star or 2 star, but because our minimum is probably now 3 star. What Ghana needs, as an example for other countries who are yet to sign, is a partnership to develop the testing laboratories so that the regulators, when people bring in, because every electrical appliance is literally brought in from outside, that the regulators will be able to test to make sure that they meet these minimum energy standards that we have set, and we make it punitive for people who are trying to dump. We also have participated in some rebate schemes when we're doing the HFC, so that if you brought in your old fridge, you get a new one purchased and a rebate given. So we need support in those 2 areas and probably to create more awareness that for countries in Africa that are energy deprived, we have the highest energy poverty systems around the world. It is almost always in our interest to also ensure that the little that we have, we don't waste it in an energy inefficient system. So I can only say that we hope every country can abide by, can join this global alliance, and we hope that we can get the partnerships to make sure that we don't be at the receiving end of bad, inefficient appliances by having the testing laboratories in country, in every African country, and also to schemes to let people enjoy the benefit of buying good appliances in the first instance, not as a second thought. But thank you for that.
Fantastic, thank you. And I think that point that you make there, Your Excellency, Dr. Matthew, in terms of really talking about incentivizing greater cooperation when we talk about country level. And also you mentioned it there briefly, and maybe we can unpack this in this next question. If I may put it to all of you, because I've been very conscious of ensuring that everybody has an equal part in our panel discussion, but now I'm going to throw it open to you. We, of course, were very wonderfully represented in terms of country representation, and Damalola here with our Sustainable Energy for All. When we talk about countries, and we want to also talk about the essential role that private sector, development banks, and financial institutions and philanthropy also play in supporting the global cooling pledge, what incentives, as His Excellency was describing there, can we also highlight, introduce, and bring people on board? Perhaps if I can bring in yourself, Damalola, because you spoke about innovation earlier.
I think some of the practices we've used for energy access makes a lot of sense. You know, there's a lot of results-based financing that DFIs do push countries to do. This is for the installation of either solar standalone systems. This is connections to a mini-grid. There's no reason why there can't be results-based financing for efficient cooling as well. You can add it on the energy access program, or you can have an appliance program focused on it. Like the Honorable Minister for Ghana said, there's a lot of homegrown solutions as well. So it's not just about developing things in DC, or it's about coming to the countries and understanding how it works, what is the affordability, how people pay over time, what are the other instruments that you need to hedge. But it's really important to understand that this is, I know people don't like hearing subsidy, country. But this is something that you will subsidize, but it will be cheaper in the long run, and it is sustainable. So that is what I would encourage, a sustainable resource-based financing model to make sure everyone gets access to cooling.
And I think that definitely needs to be applauded. What can be done here? Because we are here as part of a support for the Global Cooling Pledge, but also we can use this opportunity to brainstorm some solutions. What can be done to encourage some of those initiatives that you described? May I open that out to any of our excellencies to join in? Perhaps yourself, yes, Your Excellency?
Well, one point that I think is important to acknowledge is that a lot of what we need to do here is both mitigation and adaptation. So really, when we look at the potential investors out there, that could be private investors, institutional investors, it could also be governments like my own wanting to help with government grants. It's really difficult to point at areas where you will get so much value for the money that you will invest. It will save energy, thereby help mitigate climate change. It'll help adapt and create resilience, which is very, very important in many countries now, where we see climate change is hitting so hard and thereby undermining all of the growth and prosperity that the countries could have.
Fantastic. That's such a brilliant point that you make there. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And on that note, please, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please do give our wonderful panelists a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will ask you to take your seats and then we will have you back on stage in just a moment. Thank you so much. So it's my great pleasure now to say that we would like to have a representative from each country which has been a signatory to the Global Cooling Pledge to please join us here on stage. We're going to have a celebratory moment to really document the fact that we've also got the illustrious lineup of speakers and guests here. We are very fortunate to have everybody here. So I'm just going to ask everybody to make their way to the stage. One representative from each country. We know there's 63 countries. We're hoping that at least some of them are represented here with us. So please do make your way to the stage, and then we will position everybody for a group photograph to really celebrate the moment that the Global Cooling Pledge has been officially launched here at COP28. Thank you so much. Please do join me here up on stage. We've only got a few moments to gather everybody.
Dr. Sultan and John Kerry first.
Okay, fair enough. So, yes. As everybody makes their ways towards the stage, may I invite Inger Anderson, please, to the stage, the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, to join me here at the central stage. May I also ask to return to the stage John Kerry, the United States Special Representative Envoy for Climate. Inger Anderson, if I may ask you to come to the center of the stage. Mr. John Kerry, if I may ask you to also return to the stage. And we would like to also acknowledge that coming into the Al-Waha Theatre, we are very pleased to welcome on stage Dr. Sultan Ahmed El Jaber, the COP28 President. He is joining us here in the center of the stage. May I please ask all three of you to stand here for a photograph to commemorate the moment that the Global Cooling Pledge has been officially launched at COP28. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. This is the official launch of the Global Cooling Pledge And we are very pleased that joining us here is Dr. Sultan El Jaber, the COP28 president, who's officially endorsed the Global Cooling Pledge, John Kerry, the United States Special Presidential Envoy, and also Inger Anderson, the Executive Director of UNEP. While they're on stage and everybody joins us, can I just get a photograph with this illustrious lineup? Fantastic. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So now we will have one representative from each country. Please join us on stage, and we will ask our wonderful technical team to direct the positioning of all the photographs. I can make my way over here because I think we need the central area to be Inger Anderson and, of course, everybody here. So everybody who's joined up to the pledge, the supportive team, please do come up. Do not be shy. That's it, fantastic. And can we please have it directed from the front to ensure that we get the good... I'll join you here. Fantastic. Dr. Sultan, thank you so much. Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Yes. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please do give our COP28 President another round of applause. He's come along in his very busy schedule, so thank you so much for joining us. I'm just going to ask everybody that we're going to regroup for the second panel of our session because we continue with our discussion and we are going to ensure that we do address the many points and points of discussion that we want to get through this evening. So may I please ask our stage to be cleared? And may I please ask our panelists for our second discussion to please join me on stage as we look at the Global Cooling Pledge and many of the issues that we would like to discuss. This is our final panel in order to just go through some of the discussion points that we have here this evening. So, may I please invite on stage His Excellency Graham Stewart, the Minister of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero from the UK. And may I please invite on stage Yvonne Akisoya, the Mayor of Freetown, Sierra Leone. His Excellency Yutaka Matsuwa, who is the Vice Minister, Global Environmental Affairs at Japan. And His Excellency Stefan Tidau, who is the State Secretary, Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection from Germany. If I may ask them to please join us on stage. We have a little bit of time for our last panel of the day, so thank you so much for joining us. Brilliant. So it looks like I have a seat this time, so fantastic. And first of all, our reflections. What an amazing session in order to officially launch the Global Cooling Pledge. May I go through our wonderful panelists and ensure that everybody has a chance to talk about their motivations for joining the pledge and also to reflect on what a great official launch. I'll begin with you, please. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you so much. I think, so this year, the summer months of June and August were the hottest worldwide since records began, and cooling will play an important, increasingly role for mitigation and adaptation, and so it's a really, for the right times, a necessary event.
And I think when you mention the points about mitigation and adaptation, it actually relates back to our first panel and just those very key points of why it is absolutely integral. In terms of ensuring that we really act on this and seize on this, if I may move down our panelists and ask that maybe we could highlight some of the points that we need to really kind of act on that's been announced today.
Okay, Graham Stewart from the United Kingdom. And it's interesting that ancient Middle Eastern peoples created the first fridges 2,000 years ago, the so-called yakchals for storing ice and food. And of course, today, there's an increasing need, especially as the Earth warms, for cooling. And it constitutes around 7% of emissions, but as we bring other emissions down, we might expect that to go up, which is why it's so important that we deal with it. In terms of the actions that the UK is taking, I do think we have made significant progress through official development assistance, as we heard in the last panel. We've funded the Africa Centre of Excellence for Sustainable Cooling and Cold Chain, and it's a one-of-a-kind centre dedicated to sustainable cooling, cold chain, and post-harvest management, so making sure that that kind of expertise is available to people is very important. We established the £1 billion Ayrton Fund to support R&D, because we've got to keep innovating if we're going to bring costs down and make sure that we get affordable and clean cooling as widely distributed as possible. So that's what that will be helping to do. And I'm pleased to use this panel to announce that following the recent extension to the now £170 million Clean Energy Innovation Facility, that the UK and IFC are going to continue their successful partnership on a new fund with up to £20 million allocated specifically for sustainable cooling. Just say that we're at the start of this particular journey, so the UK is proud to be among the first to sign up for the Global Cooling Pledge. By working together to improve the efficiency of cooling systems, we can reduce the temperature in our cities through better design, swap to climate-friendly refrigerants, and we can cut almost 80 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide emissions by 2050. So for anyone who hasn't yet signed up to the pledge, I'd encourage people, as John Kerry and others did earlier, encourage people to join the pledge, become the pioneers of a new era of more sustainable, efficient cooling, because when we work together as governments, as the private sector, and as civil society, and we give clear signals at the same time, it sends a message to the markets, and it means you not only have donor funding, but you have massive amplification of that through private sector funding too. And if we harness all of that, we really can make a difference on global cooling. Thank you.
I think that definitely deserves a second round of applause. And if we may just pause and just emphasize that funding that you mentioned there, Your Excellency, 117 million was one figure that I wrote down for clean energy facilities. And also you mentioned the UK in partnership with, let's just emphasize that, because I think it really does need that extra spotlight.
Well, thank you. I won't
Shy away
avoid
from
that spotlight, but I think there's a real palpable sense of excitement at this COP. From announcements on the first day, I don't think we've ever had significant breakthroughs on the first day of a COP before. We've got to make sure we keep going with that momentum. I think this global cooling pledge is another great sign, and we have the Powering Past Coal Alliance, which is not only have the United States join it in this COP, but of course the UAE themselves. So I think this is part of, there's a common thread across these areas of governments and companies working together to send signals to markets that trigger investment, drive the costs down, and then lead to a more just solution as well. Because we cannot, whether it's zero emissions vehicles or cooling systems, we've got to make sure that we make this affordable, not just for the developed countries, but right across the world. Only by doing that will we have the just transition, which all parties to this, at this conference should equally be committed to delivering.
Absolutely, that definitely does need to be emphasized, and as you say, the finance needs to really back up those key initiatives. And as we bring in Sierra Leone there, in terms of really emphasizing the messaging there that His Excellency was able to outline about the need for the Global Cooling Pledge and that international collaboration.
So thank you very much, and I'd just like to point out that you're bringing in the city of Freetown.
Yes.
And I think that's a really important part of this, that the pledge has not just been signed by countries, but it's also been signed by cities.
Absolutely.
And that's because within C40 cities, for example, which I co-chair, 75% of our cities are cutting emissions faster than their national governments. And when it comes to cities' abilities to come behind the cooling pledge, there are a number of ways in which this can happen. In many cities, building regulations, building codes, urban planning, all of which can be designed in such a way as to passively reduce temperatures, are under the mandates of cities. So that gives cities an opportunity, and quite a number and a growing number of cities are signing up to the pledge in order to do that. But another area of the cooling pledge where cities are often in the forefront is nature-based solutions. And I'd just like to give a couple of examples from my city, where 2020, we launched #Freetown the Tree Town, our plan to plant 1 million trees and grow 1 million trees in and around the city. We've recently done a heat mapping of the city to identify the heat islands. And just in October, we were able to plant within the million, we're now at 977,000. Within the million, we were able to plant 250,000 trees within neighborhoods that we identified as heat islands. So this is a way of providing cooling, because when it comes to air conditioning, I think we've got to appreciate that availability and accessibility and affordability is not there for many cities in the global south. So cooling can also come from public action by city governments. So the trees are one example. Another example are market shade covers, which we've provided for outdoor markets. Many of the most vulnerable to heat stress are women traders. And leading all of this work is our chief heat officer. We appointed the first chief heat officer in Africa, somebody whose only focus is how we beat the heat and keep the city cool. And just moving on from there, I think it's important, when Damilola was here, she mentioned clean cooking, and you made the link. And I think it's a very, very important one. 82% of cooking fuel in my city is wood or wood charcoal. And now that's not clearly a fossil fuel, but as we seek to look at the health implications of that carbon, there's a need for alternative cooking fuel. The obvious, and the one which is being pushed most aggressively at the moment, is gas. But gas is expensive, and gas is also a pollutant, and we as C40 cities have committed to halve fossil fuels by 2030 in order for us to stay within the 1.5 ambition. So if we're staying within the 1.5, we need a real alternative. And something like electric induction cookers powered by solar is an obvious answer. This is where we say in the climate space, the answers are all there, but the question is the finance for it. So I'd just like to close by saying, or end by saying, the solutions are there for us to find cooler ways, more efficient ways of not just cooling, but actually use of fuel. But the challenge is we need everybody on board. That's one of the reasons why we're so excited that at this COP, CHAMP was signed, the Coalition of High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships. And that's another 64 number. 64 countries have signed up to that. And that means we're having those countries build into their NDCs, hopefully, that's the agreement, city action. City action on cooling will help us all stay cool.
Wow, that's so powerful. I think that's such a powerful endorsement of the role that cities can play. And the Mayor, we're just really pleased that you are here to represent this entity in societies. And just to emphasize this point, when it comes to a place like Sierra Leone and you speak as Mayor of Freetown, would you say that there is an international collaboration with other cities as well for that powerful role that cities play?
My mic is gone off. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, I'm the co-chair of C40 Cities, and I'm the co-chair for the Global South. The co-chair for the Global North is City Can of London, and that is a network of almost 100 cities. And when we signed the Cool Pledge, that is signed through C40 Cities. A lot of our climate action, we are all committed to climate action. And the interesting thing with cities, which is why we're so excited about the Champ, is because when you sign up for C40 Cities, one of your requirements is that you have a climate action plan. You don't just have it, you follow it. You fail to follow it, you're out. So it's a club of accountability, which is very different to the nationally determined contributions. So we feel if we're in there, that will put some more fire, to help us get to where we need to get to. We've only got a very short time to stay within 1.5 degrees.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, again, you make another very powerful plead there, that it's not just about the solidarity and that international collaboration. We do need a club of accountability. And hopefully that is what the Global Cooling Pledge may also sign up to as well. Now, Your Excellency, you've been very patient, and I want to also hear about your contribution as well. When we speak about a country like Japan, and you are the Vice Minister of Global Environmental Affairs, can you please go into your motivations and what are you hoping that the Global Cooling Pledge can actually endorse?
Thank you. And first of all, I want to echo with Madam Mayor from Sierra Leone. And it is quite nice the city can join this Global Cooling Pledge as well country, since cities' activity is accounting 70% of global greenhouse gas emission, and certainly city is key players to proceed toward the 1.5 degree goal. And Japan, in terms of cooling, we already identified the solution. Heat pump and heat pump and inverter is super energy efficient, and together with low GWP refrigerant and life cycle management of refrigerant is critical for 1.5 degree goal. And to this end, to realize this solution, Japan already established initiative on fluorocarbon life cycle management, or IFL, together with 15 countries and international organizations such as IEA and CCAC. So we would like to contribute through these existing activities, and of course Japan would like to work with UNEP, Madam Inga, always, and this nice new pledge.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And it's wonderful to hear the details as you all describe. You mentioned there are the 15 countries that you're collaborating with already, and also bringing on board, as Madam Mayor of Freetown described there, all the other cities that you also are collaborating with there. If I come back to Your Excellency, the role that Germany plays when it comes to following up big, powerful words with big, powerful financing. I mean, we have to really applaud this as well. the mayor described their CHAMP, which was introduced in the very early days of COP28, and of course the role that Germany plays as well when it comes to championing the finance behind environmental programs. Your relationship with UNEP, and if we just kind of unpack maybe some of the new initiatives that you might be able to share with us here today.
Yes, thank you. So the cooling pledge represents a real opportunity to shape the global cooling sector and ensure that the renewable energies and efficiency measures are integrated in a manner consistent with our 1.5 degrees goal. This is already mentioned. But I think absolutely crucial is a switch to climate and environmental friendly refrigerants as quickly as possible. And Germany has been campaigning internationally for many years and will continue to do so for a direct switch to natural refrigerants. And so it's therefore an important signal that the signatories to the cooling pledge have committed to ratify the Kigali Amendment by end of 2024. So Germany has done so already, and I hope so that many will do so soon as well. And another important step I just want to mention, in October 2023, the European Union agreed to further accelerate European HFC reduction steps and even to phase out HFC completely by 2050. And I think this is a very important signal. But sustainable cooling is also absolutely critical for adaptation. This is also already mentioned, and especially in dealing with more frequent heat waves. This is also true for my country. Already today, our municipalities are developing so-called heat action plans, supported by my government. Nationally, we are in the process of adopting a climate adaptation law, and this includes sustainable measures to respond to the impact of increasing temperatures on the German population. And we are implemented our action plan for natural-based solutions for climate and biodiversity. And I think the natural-based solutions most often very much important for cooling. So I'm grateful that the COP presidency is rising the profile of this important issue, putting it right at the center of this COP, and this pledge makes the start of a journey for more sustainable cooling, and Germany is willing to be part of this common journey.
Oh, that's so fantastic to hear that ringing endorsement there. Thank you so much. We have got on the clock 0, but it would be amiss of me not to return to His Excellency Graham Stewart for just one last parting comment, because with that huge funding pledge that you gave, I think it's only fair to say that it's right that financial imperatives and big finance follows the big powerful words that we've heard here at COP28 and elsewhere when it comes to this issue.
Well, I've been inspired by the trees of Freetown, actually, and I think absolutely fantastic having that kind of local vision and practicality about something which can make a material difference. All I'd say by way of closing is that last year in famously rainy and rather chilly UK, we went above 40 degrees centigrade for the first time ever in recorded history. That's the reality. Places like the north of England are going to have increasing pressure to have cooling because of the temperature that's going on. And we have an opportunity through the Global Cooling Pledge both to meet the increasing needs of people all over the world and have a mitigating effect on the causes of that heating at the same time. So just as the Middle Eastern people of 2,000 years ago did with their early fridges, we need to apply the technology of today to meet the needs of everybody in our community and our society and our world. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. We've heard very, very powerful words here today: opportunity, innovation, collaboration, and incentivizing more partnerships as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give our panelists a very warm welcome to stand up and take their seats again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And as we bring our Global Cooling Pledge special session here at COP28 to a close, I'm possibly going to just take a moment I may just invite Inger Anderson back on stage. May I please get a mic for Inger Anderson, because I think it's only fair that the closing remarks are given to our illustrious speaker who opened this session, because we've got a few minutes on the clock. I just want to bring you, please, here, the Executive Director of UNEP. Please give Inger Anderson another round of applause.
Well, I think the applause actually goes to President Sultan Al Jaber for picking up this and for running with this and for ensuring that today we have 63 signed up members to this pledge. And the applause should also go to the absolutely brilliant panelists who have highlighted the importance of this cooling pledge. We from UNEP, we are very proud and humbled to serve the member states as they lean in on this issue. And I can assure you that we will, as we heard, hold the signatories' feet to the fire by following up. And I have to say that my dear colleague Lily, who's sitting humbly there, and her Emirati colleague, whose name I have not yet caught.
Rama.
Rama. No, the gentleman who sits next to Lily.
Yes.
They deserve the real credit for making us get this far. It is through these kind of partnerships that we will arrive. And I do want to thank you for an outstanding moderation. Thank you very much for a very successful evening.
Thank you so much. It's been my great pleasure. I'm just going to end on one note, because COP28 is all about action. What is our call to action? So I think we need to end on that. The gratitude and the thanks is very welcome. So how do we continue and how do we urge more people to sign up? What's the call to action?
The call to action is very simple. Ratify Kigali Amendment, because when you ratify, that means that you step in to making sure that you can phase down HFCs and ensure that you get smart about cooling. It is not just refrigerants. It is also, as we heard from Freetown is Treetown. Now, how clever is that? Because by having trees, you bring down the ambient temperature. By smart building, you do much lower intensity of electricity in your buildings. It's getting your building codes fixed so that it becomes part of your permitting, that you have to be energy efficient in your buildings. This is what we from UNEP, with the good support of all these good people here and the governments behind them and the companies, will continue to work on. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Inger Anderson there. And as we end, may I ask you to invite your team to come and take a team photograph here. We mentioned Lily and Rama. Please don't be shy. And everybody else. Mikhail, please, Inger, please do come and take the central stage for the team photograph. And thank you, everybody, for joining us for this very special session here at COP28 as we officially launched the Global Cooling Pledge. Thank you so much. Please do take to the stage. Sophie as well. Please don't be shy. Let's have the team members. Sophie there. Yes, fantastic. One, before you leave, I'm going to join as well, because I feel like I'm part of the UNIT family here. Thank you, everybody. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، في ختام هذه الجلسة نشكركم على الحضور. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم أننا ندير جدولاً ضيقاً للغاية اليوم. يرجى مغادرة المسرح للسماح لنا بإعادة ترتيب القاعة، وشكراً.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings this session to a close. Thank you for attending. May we bring to your attention that we are running a very tight program today, so we kindly request that you
WCAS English.